if I do this, I'm going to take enough money so that I won't have to ever come back.
I'm gluing on fake beards, wearing sunglasses and these crazy disguises.
Pulled out of the bank and took off, and I turned again, and the car turns again as well.
They just blew the lights at Highway 2.
Hear the sirens of the police, and he goes, "What's that? Do you hear that?"
At 12:31 in the morning, I came to, and I was laying in a field on my back.
I'm eating lunch in Mexico about the time the news breaks.
He decides he's going to rob a bank, but he doesn't want to go into the bank. He's like, you have to tell a lot of these places, going in, like, it's a major problem. It's one way in, one way out. You can't see around you. Like, it's fucked up. He's like, it's easier if you rob the armored truck. So he decides he's going to start. He's like, but of course, most bank robbers get the money, but they just don't get away. Like, that's the problem. He's like, getting the money, great. Like, it's getting away that's a problem. So he ended up, first what he did was he staked out. He told me this later, by the way. I'll tell you something. He actually knew a guy that worked at I don't know if it was Brinks. I'm going to say Brinks. Mm-hmm. He worked, I don't know that it was Brinks, but I'm going to use Brinks. He actually knew a guy that worked in the Brinks warehouse. Mm-hmm. That guy had explained to him the procedures, the whole thing, and that these guys are told to just give them the money. Like, they're not going to fight you.
Really?
And I've talked to several bank robbers. I wrote a story about a bank robber, and he said the same thing they all say. He said, but the problem is you've got a lot of these guys who are like, I'm going to pull my gun. I'm going to shoot at them. I'm going to, like, he's like, they're superheroes. Mm. They think they're superheroes.
Ex-military, fucking,
right,
those kind of guys.
Worst, right. Where there's other guys who are just like, man, I ain't getting shot for $11 an hour.
Take it.
Right.
Yeah.
Especially when they tell you to give them the money. So he's talking to his buddy, and his buddy's telling him, look, we deliver at this time and this time, this time. So his buddy tells him about one route where they're always get this one place. It's got a lot of money. It's in a nice area. They always get like $100,000 on this day. It's great. You run up. It's one bag. It's like one or two, like one bag. You run out, and the guy walks right in. Like, all you got to do is grab the bag and run. Anthony also doesn't want to use a gun. Mm-hmm. He's like, I didn't want to use a gun. You can get a lot more trouble if you use a gun.
Definitely enhancement.
Absolutely. Plus, there's a good chance that now you're in a shootout. Like, people aren't going to shoot at you if you don't have a gun.
Yeah.
So once again, he really it's as far as just being athletic, and he was a football star. Like, he can grab something and run, and you're not catching him. The guy's 6'1". Mm-hmm. He's lean. He's in good shape. So he stakes out. One, his buddies told him what the routes are. Two, he stakes out a Bank of America, which was one of the largest companies to get a bailout, by the way. So he stakes out the Bank of America. He goes and he parks in an alleyway. He puts on a mask, one of these little masks, right? He would grab, he said, he had to figure out how could he just kind of hang out? How could I hang out and watch this place without raising suspicion? So what he did was he got one of those little Cadillac, what we call them in prison, Cadillacs, right? The sweeper thing. You have a little sweeper and you have a little bucket that you sweep into.
Yeah, I know. I understand.
Okay.
About, yeah.
Well, I'm just saying that people, like, I don't know, do they really call them Cadillacs?
No,
or is that
I've never even heard that. Even in prison, I never heard that.
In prison, they used to call it, give me a Cadillac.
Oh, okay.
That's a prison thing. It's got to be. So you have one of the little buckets and you sweep the garbage into it. So he got one of those and he got a little face mask so nobody could recognize him. And he said, I put on a long sleeve shirt. So I looked like I was somebody who went around sweeping up the place. He said, so he would park in an alleyway and then he'd walk over to the Bank of America and he'd watch it when the armored truck showed up. And he said, I'd watch it and then I'd make a notation. Get in my car, come back like 2 days later, wait around 30 minutes, and then the thing would show up and I'd mark the time. He did this for about 2 weeks. Figured out, he's like, wow, you know what? My buddy said this is the route, and he's right. He's usually within 10 or 15 minutes of the correct time. So he thought, okay, so I know I can run up there and grab that bag when the armored truck car driver gets out of the back, not the driver, sorry, the guy in the back. When he gets out of the back with the bag, I know I can get that bag from that guy. He decided, all I have to do is decapacitate him. Incapacitate him. Decapacitate him. That's not even a word. Incapacitate him. And
You ever seen those net guns?
yeah.
Shoot somebody with a net.
Yeah.
That'd be cool if I can hit him with a net.
Great. You're right. But
That'd be comical, wouldn't it?
yeah, that's a cartoon. But then could you imagine now the guy's in the net with them holding the bag. Now you got to try to get the bag right. So what he decides is bear mace. Apparently there's a mace called bear mace.
Oh, yeah.
And he said, so I figured I
Comes in
run
a giant can.
Oh, I didn't know that. So he he said it shoots a long stream.
20 feet or so.
So he said, I figured I'll get a bear mace can, and I'll run up and I'll shoot the guy with the bear mace, and I'll grab the thing and run. He said he's gonna hit the ground. He said it's horrible. He said you even get it on your skin, it burns the hell out of you.
Hit him right in the face with it. They're done.
Oh yeah, he shot him in the face.
They won't be able to see anything.
Right.
Yeah.
So he once again he's watching the place. He knows when the guy's gonna show up with the money. He's assuming it's gonna be around 100,000 because his buddy said it's always around 100,000. Mm-hmm. And so, but here's the problem. Once again, the problem is, it's funny because he and I very much, kind of looked at our crimes the same. Like I started figuring out what are my issues? Mm-hmm. How do I solve these problems?
Sure.
And so you end up solving, like this solves this solves this, this solves this. And next thing you know, you think, oh, great. All you're trying to do is solve the crime, not realizing when you look at it from another perspective, from you and I's perspective, it turns out brilliant. Like to me, my crime, I was just trying to solve some problems. Mm-hmm. Other people look at it and they go, fucking brilliant. Yeah. Same thing with him, bro. So there was a movie called The Thomas Crown Affair. So Anthony had seen the movie and he thought, that's a perfect way. Like, here's the problem. Running up and getting the bag, anybody can do that. It's getting away. That's the problem. Like running up and anybody can go up to the teller and point a gun at them and say, give me the money. And they're going to get some money. It's getting out of the bank, getting in your car, getting away, that's an issue. Well, first of all, you're in a car. Mm-hmm. You're in Seattle, which is made up of these little tiny islands, and there's all these little bridges, and they can be closed. And you typically on these little islands, and there's a canal system, so there's only one or two ways out of every little subdivision, every little island, every little whatever you want to call those things. There's very few entrances and exits. So it's not hard to stop. If they see you jump into a red BMW, it's not hard to say, okay, great. Put a cop here and a cop here. He's in this area. We're going to see a red BMW drive by. We're going to grab him. Yeah. So he said, so I can't be in a vehicle. So one question is, I can't be in a vehicle. Second one is, I can't get caught because I don't want them to chase me or see me or anybody to be able to figure out who I am. And when the cops show up, they're going to know immediately, the guy ran that way. He jumped into a red BMW. So all of these are problems. So he said, how do I get around that? He had seen the Thomas Crown Affair, and what he decided was, I need decoys. And what he decides to do to get around the police being able to track him is he decides, I'm going to put a mask on, and I'm going to wear a blue long sleeve shirt and blue jeans. Anybody has that in their closet. And I'm going to get one of those sweepers, a little sweeping brush sweeper and a little pickup thing and a bag or a bag. Those cost like $40. And so what he does is he puts an ad on Craigslist from the Clean Up Seattle Foundation, which is made up. And he says, look, we're paying like $15 an hour. Now, this is 10 years ago, right? 10, 15 years ago. To anyone that shows up at the corner of 56th Street and Bush Boulevard, whatever the name of the street was, right there at the Bank of America. You show up here with a mask, blue jeans, a long sleeve shirt, a sweeper, and he gives them the website on where they can buy this material, and they're going to pay like 15, or actually I think it was like $18 an hour, 18 or $20. So it was a high. He's like, it wasn't so high that it was unreasonable, but it was much higher than anybody was paying because companies are laying people off left and right. He said, so I know I was going to get at least 4 or 5 people. He ends up getting like 20 people show up. So they end up, people buy this stuff. And they show up, he says, show up at 9:30 on Tuesday, whatever day it was, at this corner. if the site manager or whatever the boss, if the cleanup foundation manager isn't there at exactly 9:30, start cleaning the area. He will show up within 30 minutes because he knew that's when the armored truck shows up. So Anthony shows up with those people. He's standing there sweeping up everything.
Yeah.
La, la, la. There's 20 people there. They're all dressed with the face masks. They've all got the bags to throw garbage in. They've got the sweepers. They have the yellow vest. They're all wearing the same stuff. He goes, man, we were like clones, bro. There's 20 of them. He said, man, within 10 minutes, the truck shows up, pulls up in the parking lot. He said, I made sure I was in that general area.
Yeah.
So as soon as they pull up, he goes, and we're spread out.
Now it's go time.
The guy gets out.
Imagine how fast your heart's going.
Oh my God.
As soon as that truck pulls up and you got all those people there and you're like, right now I can walk away.
Nobody knows.
And nobody knows anything. But you're right at that fucking point where that decision, you get fucking, then as soon as you start going into it, that's when it's just like, whew, all right, let's fucking do it.
You know what's funny is I interviewed that guy Batman, the bank robber guy, and he talks about how he had a bank robbery that was set up by another guy, and so it was him, another guy, and the guy that set up the bank robbery. He said when they actually got there, they all got in the car, they're all about to go into the bank. The guy that set it up starts bawling, just crying. He looks at him. They're like, "What are you doing, bro? What's going on?" And he's like, "I can't do it. I can't do it." He said, "Like I'm so freaked out right now. I'm trembling." This is a guy who burglarized houses. He'd done all kinds of stuff. He's going in a bank.
Yeah.
He's just, hands. They've got guns. He couldn't do it. He said it literally dropped them off across the street, and the guy watched those two of them rob the bank. But yeah, I can imagine getting there and being just like, just not being able to do it. Like you can walk away, you're terrified. Your heart's going nuts. So, but not Anthony. Anthony
what
does
happens
it.
Next?
He takes 3 or 4 steps forward and pulls out the bear mace and boom, shoots the guy right in the face. Guy hits the ground. Anthony grabs the bag and goes running. Now, the other problem is, remember, is jumping in a car and trying to get out of those areas is difficult because now you're stuck on the road in a car. It's not hard to track a blue car, a red car, a white car. It's not that hard. So what he does is there is a canal, and Anthony had left a full inner tube in the canal. So he runs and he jumps on the inner tube, and the canal, the water goes pretty good, right? He told me he had started off, he had a wave runner, like a jet ski. He did have a jet ski, and he said he tried to go up the canal, but it was so rocky that it had cracked the jet ski and actually, filled it up. They're hollow, like they float. Cracked it. He hit a rock with it, cracked it, and it broke. He said, so I realized it was just too shallow for me to use a jet ski because you could always hit a rock or
inner tube.
So he runs. And as he's running, he takes his mask off and throws it on the ground. But, he said, I didn't think about it because he said, my adrenaline, I don't even remember doing it. He said, my adrenaline was going so fast. He runs, jumps on the inner tube, and then takes the inner tube and goes downstream and cuts across. He then takes the inner tube, he leaves it on the bank. He jumps into the trunk of a buddy's car. A buddy has a car there waiting with the trunk up. Jumps in the trunk and drives off. As he's driving off, he opens up the bag and starts looking for dye patches and everything. Can you imagine being in the car and a dye patch goes in the trunk?
In the trunk? Oh, yeah. You're gonna hop out like one of them fucking blue dicks that beat the drums out in Vegas.
You look like a guy from Blue Man Group. Yeah. So what he does is so the guy drives right down the street. He drives like maybe 8 blocks, pulls over. Anthony jumps out, doesn't have it, leaves the money. He also told me that guy didn't want to do it. Like he at the last minute tried to change his mind. And he was, I think the guy was supposed to do it with him and didn't do it. And he said, look, at the very least, you have to drive the car. Like, go get the car. So He said, I'll give you this much money. Like the guy was just, another guy's terrified. He's crying. He's upset. He's terrified, but he does drive the car. So he drives Anthony down the street 8 blocks. Anthony jumps out of the car, but Anthony's dressed okay. He is wet. He's soaking wet. He said from the waist down, he said, I'm soaking wet, but you couldn't tell. Like I'm wearing khakis or blue jeans. He walks into a title company, because remember, he's a real estate agent. So he walks into a title company and he says, and the secretary's there, and he walks in and he goes, hey, Jennifer, I was wondering, can I get a copy of my HUD statement, my closing statement when I closed that loan about 2 months ago? And she's like, yeah, sure, no problem, Anthony. And just then he said, I could hear the sirens of the police. And he goes, what's that? Do you hear that? And she goes, yeah, I do. He goes, I wonder what happened. Like he makes sure that she knows I'm standing here
alibi.
with you. Right, you're my alibi. When we hear and I'm across the canal, I'm down from the area, and I'm 8 blocks away. I couldn't have gotten here in that amount of time. He asks her what time it is. He makes the time. He makes a phone call. Like he's doing everything to document this is where I was, and you couldn't even run at a full sprint and make it here. He said she never even notices that I'm dripping wet from the waist down. Never says a fucking thing. He's like a puddle of water is forming around him. Hey, I hope you're enjoying the video. If you're interested in getting a painting done by me, my contact information is in the description box. Enjoy the video. So she gives him the HUD statement. He talks. He chats everybody up, and then he leaves. Walks outside, meets up with his buddy, and they've got like $400,000. He cuts his buddy off a little bit of money, and
Never told on his buddy?
no, he never told on Anthony. Never told on anybody. And then he ends up going to like I think he and his wife end up getting into some kind of an argument or something, and he goes to Vegas. Parties in Vegas for a while. He, what else is he? He basically, I want to say it's months later. It's a few months later. But basically the FBI show up. They interview everybody. Oh, so while he's in the title company and the cops arrive, keep in mind what the description that the guard gives them. So the guard and the bank employees and everybody is giving the description. It's a guy. He's wearing a blue shirt, or long sleeve shirt. He's got blue jeans on. He's got a mask on. He's holding one of those sweeper things, and they're everywhere. There's 20 of them. They start arresting and handcuffing and zip tying all these guys.
Really?
Standing around. They're all like, what the, boom, they're get on the ground. They zip tie them. They get their information. Their question. Most of these people don't even know that the robbery occurred. There was no gun. Yeah. No car squealed out of the parking lot. He ran up, shot the guy with the fucking mace. Boom, grabbed the thing and ran.
They weren't expecting it.
Yeah. So if you're 150 feet away or even 50 feet away and your back's turned, you don't notice that any of this happened. So these people are just being suddenly attacked by the police and screaming to get down the ground. They're in handcuffs. So they're questioned. They're let go. I think they brought a few people downtown, guys that were close to his size. Like if you're an overweight, short woman, you're not going to, they're not bringing you downtown. It's clearly a guy that robbed the place. Yeah. But some of the guys get brought downtown. They get questioned.
They figured out it was a ruse.
Yeah, they realized right away, this is ridiculous. This is the Thomas Crown affair. This is exactly what this is. And Anthony goes to Vegas. He parties. He has a good time. Months go by. They question everybody. They question everybody in the area. They've got tips coming in. And the cops, but the cops are casing the area. They're canvassing the area. They can't find anybody. The FBI can't find anybody. So months go by, and the FBI goes, you know what? Let's start over again. Like something's wrong here. Like something we got to be able to figure this out. So they start over again, and they just happen to come across. Because keep in mind, when the FBI comes in, like they'll put like 2 officers on it, and then they ask the local cops to help, like go through all the tips and this and that. Well, what happens is after a couple months, the tips stop. So these guys go back and say, the FBI says, let's go through all the tips again, because they didn't read all of them. So they go back and they read one tip, which was from a guy who worked on a road crew. And the guy on the road crew had called the police and said, listen, there's a homeless guy that came up to me and told me he knew who robbed the bank. He needed to talk to the police. He didn't quite understand that he wasn't the police or something. He's like, okay, well, what are you telling me for? I'm just telling you, I know who did it. I got evidence. I got this. He's like, man, get out of here, and threw him. But then he thought about it and said, I'm going to call this in. And he called it in and said, look, this is a homeless guy that's in the area. So the FBI looked at it and said, let's talk to this guy. So they talked to the guy. They call the road crew guy. The road crew guy goes, all I can tell you is he was an older white guy with a beard, long hair, straggly, and he had a little dog with him. I've seen him around. So the two FBI agents go get a bunch of McDonald's hamburgers, and they go down to in that same area where the homeless people hang out. They start passing out hamburgers, and they say, look, we're looking for a guy with long hair, white guy, older, beard, and a little dog. After a couple of people, they go, oh, that's Leroy. Yeah, Leroy stays in a bus out in the woods off of this street.
Wow.
They go to that street, and as they park their car in the woods. They're walking through towards the bus. Leroy comes out of the bus with his little dog and says, I've been waiting for months for you guys to show up. And they're like,
Yeah.
Hey. And he goes, yeah, this about that bank robbery? And they go, yeah. And he goes, yeah, I got the guy's license plate. What happened was when Anthony was casing the place, right? Mm-hmm. When he was watching the bank and watching the armored truck come in and the whole thing for those weeks, Leroy was in the parking lot, was in the alleyway with his dog. Mm-hmm. Anthony even saw him. I remember seeing him, but he's just some old homeless guy. He wasn't paying attention to me, but he was paying attention to him. And Anthony would take off his mask, take all of his stuff, his yellow vest, roll it up and stick it into the bushes and leave it there. So the old guy had seen him hide his stuff once or twice, went over and unraveled the whole thing and looked at it and thought, this is weird. Mm. He's got a yellow thing. He's got this stuff. He's got why is he keeping it here? Mm. But he rolled it up and put it back. And he said, you know what? If I see this guy again, I'm going to take his tag number down. So he said, sure enough, he'd seen him like 2 or 3 times. A couple days later, Anthony showed up again, put the stuff on. The old man was watching. The old man wrote down the tag number, and it was Emily's car. So the cops go, okay, they look up Emily's car. They go, okay, well, that's a woman. But this woman is on the title to a house with a man. They look up Anthony Curcio. Sure enough, Anthony Curcio's like 6'1", athletic, the right age. Mm. So they start following Anthony because one of the other things I didn't mention was the only piece of evidence they have no evidence, but they do have the mask. Mm-hmm. And they do have DNA from the mask. But they ran the DNA against everything they had, and they couldn't match it. So the only piece of equipment or only piece of evidence they have is the mask. So they watch Anthony. They watch Anthony for whatever, weeks and weeks. And at some point, I think Anthony was dipping or something and had thrown his dip away, or was it a can of soda? Whatever it was, they go and they get a copy of his DNA, and sure enough, it's a perfect match.
Now they can arrest.
Now they come in and they arrest him. When they arrest him, they start adding up all of the, like, here's some cell phone, here's this. He's trying to tell them that's not true. This is what happened, boom, boom, boom. But the truth is that they've got, as they unraveled the whole thing and saw who he hung out with and who he talks to before and after, they had ended up getting a warrant, and I think they ended up talking to one of the guys that worked at the Brinks place that he did know somehow. Mm-hmm. And they talked to him. One of those guys had rolled over on him. So now he's got one guy, but this was after they got him. Mm-hmm. Like, had he not dropped the mask, it would have been the perfect crime. Yep. But now he's got a guy that's rolled over on him.
They had no evidence.
Yeah, they have no evidence. So now they've got a guy that rolled over on him, and they've got, they end up finding some of the money. And they've got the DNA.
How'd they find the money? Where was that at?
I think the guy gave him, the other guy that said, hey, okay, this is what happened, and I can tell you where I think he's put some of the money. Like, it was in a safe somewhere, and they went and found some of the money. I forget exactly. I'm a little iffy on that, but he ends up getting Yeah, he ends up getting arrested, and he pleads guilty. There was, keep in mind, there was no gun, so he didn't get a lot of time. I think he got like 4 or 5 years.
Basic jobs that you would find at an armored car company is the very basic is the driver. He knows the route, knows nothing much else. He runs the radio, and then you have what we called him a messenger. He's the guy who goes into the bank, and he does all the paperwork. He knows the route forwards and backwards, knows all of his customers, knows which keys they need. And he's basically the boss of the truck. And then a third one would be the ATM guys, and they fill up all the ATMs. And there's a myriad of other things behind the scenes.
But they're not those, like the ATM guys and the messenger and driver, like they're not going out at the same time, right? Like they're on two different routes, right?
Yeah,
like,
they're usually on different routes. The ATM guys usually keep to themselves.
Okay. And once you get the money, you go back to like a warehouse, like a secured warehouse, and unload the money, and they count the money. And
there's a whole separate crew that counts all the money. They have a money room, and the messenger, he never actually touches raw cash money. Never. It's always bagged with an address, never an amount. And
right.
So you get your manifest in the morning, you load your truck, triple check everything, sign it off, and you go out on your route.
But you started as a messenger.
No, I started off as a driver.
Oh, okay.
I drove the Hickory Run for close to a year. Hickory's a little town up north of Charlotte.
Okay. And so when did you I thought you said you had become a messenger, or then you went to
Yeah, there was I'll call it an incident at Wells Fargo, and I ended up becoming a messenger and then later a vault superintendent.
What was like layoffs, or was that the layoffs, or?
Yeah, they had a large layoff, and a lot of people, we were really shorthanded, and a lot of people got promoted. I probably got promoted. I probably should have never been promoted, probably past driver. To be brutally honest, I was really good at being a driver. I understood the route. I knew all the safety procedures, and I was really good at it. And I probably should have never went past that.
So I have a question, because like I said, the only reason I know this is like, is money come up missing before? Does it just come up missing sometimes?
I'm sure it does. Usually the biggest thing was they would lose coins because they have them boxed up. And one of our horror stories was bad rainstorm, guy got caught in, was out taking in a load of coin. The boxes got wet, busted, coins go everywhere. And they had to go out there with brooms and sweep it all up.
The guy, Jamal, that I did the story on, he told me that one time a guy came and turned in the bags, right? Like, here's, the messenger came in, here's the bags, gave him, he said he scanned them all in, and like the manifest or whatever, he's like, okay, you're missing a bag. You're missing like 60 grand. And he said, and the guy had been there like 3 years. And he was like, no. And he goes, yeah. He said, yeah, look. Shows him, and he goes, huh. So he goes back, and he goes, let me check the truck. Goes back in, checks the truck. Comes back. He goes, it's not in the truck. He goes, are you sure? He goes, I'm just telling you. It says you're supposed to have 8 bags. You got 7. Like, and he's like, oh, wow. And he said, okay. He said, so he makes a note. He said, I guess they'll figure it out later. I don't know. He said he made a note, turned it in, explained the whole thing. Guy went home. Guy came back the next day. They talked to him. He's like, no, yeah. They said they called the branch. They were like, you picked it up. He's like, well, it should be here. It just acted like, I don't know. And he ended up not getting, like, they didn't fire him. They were like, it's just, I don't know what happened. They kept him on Like he had just lost. I want to say it was 60 grand, but it may have been 30. I know there was 2 different events. Then he said that like they literally kept him on. He was listening. He was about 2 weeks later. He shows up on a brand new $12,000 motorcycle, and I was like, no. He said, I swear. I remember looking at him going, nice bike. And he goes, yeah, you like that? And just kept on walking. Like, yeah. And he's like I just took him for this. Nothing happened to him. Now another time he said there was a woman, same basic thing, but she had pulled up. And so when they checked when she showed up, same thing, I'm missing money. They were like, that's weird. They went back and checked the surveillance, and she had stopped the vehicle, got out, went to her car, and came back. And they were like, no, something's wrong. So they actually called the police, went to her car, and found the money. She was fired. Yeah. And he goes, but the thing is, he's like, they recovered the money. He goes, they just fired her. They didn't press charges or anything. Because
they don't want the publicity.
Right.
They don't want that in the news. They don't want to be in the news at all. One of the things I do remember is we had a messenger. He went all around. He went for like 5 or 6 stops on his route. And I think there was like $175,000 cash. There was a little spot on the back bumper. And this bag, big cloth bag, fit right in that little nook.
Right.
And he rode around, I think it was Mooresville. I'm not sure. But it's somewhere in western North Carolina. He rode around for like an hour and a half with $175,000 on the on the bumper of the truck. Just...
Did he stop? Did it fall off? Did he stop and notice it? Or
when he got to his next stop, he noticed, and but it.
Wow, I mean,
yeah.
Well, so I mean, I know I think obviously what they want to do is they want the public to feel like, hey, this is a super secure industry. We dot all our I's. We cross all our T's. It's super secure. Everybody's paid well. Everybody's trained. They're all professional. But the truth is, that's not what's really happening.
Yeah. Basically, on that, the emperor has no clothes.
Right.
You go to. I look back on it now, and the gun training we got was poor. You're firing an old. They used a .38 special back then. And the range is maybe 7-8 feet to the target, and it's huge. It's bigger than life-size target, and you only need to hit it about 8 out of 10 times. And everybody gets to fire a shotgun, and it's a really sad joke.
He was saying, the guy I had interviewed, he was like, they tell you like give up the money. Like if you're in a crowded place, give up the money. Like we don't want pedestrians shot. We don't get into a gunfight. If somebody shows up, pulls a gun, you're in a crowded place, give up the money immediately. Do what they say. You got a better chance of survival, blah, blah, blah,
blah. But they basically tell you run away.
Yeah.
And if the driver is watching you, because they're supposed to watch you in the mirror, not all of them do, he sees you run away, he's supposed to drive away as well.
Oh, okay.
That way, you lose that one stop.
Right.
And that's it.
Okay. So I mean, what happened? You're working there, and you're working overtime. You're not making great pay. You're married. Is your wife work?
Yeah, my wife at the time worked.
Okay. Did you have kids?
No kids.
Okay.
What happened was over time, the stress of the job and the stress of my life, we just bought a house, 2 new cars, and we're getting by, but as long as I keep working long hours, we'll be fine. And that started to wear on me. And, I probably had other issues from before, and it starts to build up, and I got desperate. And then when they came and suggested this to me, it looked like a way out.
Right. Who suggested that?
Kelly Campbell and her friend.
Chris?
No, it wasn't Chris. It was, I'm probably going to get hate mail now for not remembering the guy's name. Chambers.
Oh, Chambers.
Yeah.
John Chambers? Or was his first name?
Oh, hell.
Chambers. Something Chambers.
Chambers.
Yeah, I just watched, earlier. I can picture him, He was like a thought he was like a mob guy or something, but he was actually just a small time kind of petty crook. He'd been in prison before too, right? Didn't he get in trouble?
I don't know.
Yeah, well, I know that what they said was he had actually he'd actually had problems with the law before, and I believe they said he had a federal case before. I don't know if he did prison time, but he definitely had like a federal case.
Yeah, I don't know. I've never really cared enough to dig.
You know what's funny is that just talking to you, like I would meet guys in prison, and some guys would come to me and say, "Hey, this guy's got an amazing story. You have to hear his story." And then we'd go and we'd sit down and talk, and I'd take notes and just to see if it was worth writing a story. And they didn't know a ton of stuff about their case. Like they never looked into it. Like they got sentenced. They knew they got 5 years. I got to do 5 years. And then they just kicked back and they walked the track. They joined a softball game. Maybe they learned to play an instrument. They read books. They're like, I'm just going to whittle away this time. And they never looked into it. Some guys didn't look into it because they were just like, I can't believe I'm here. I don't want to think about it. And other guys, I just don't think that they realized they could look into it. And so I would interview these guys, and they didn't. If I decided to write their story, I would order the Freedom of Information Act on them. I'd get their case file. I'd get all the notes and the interviews, and I would be able to come to them and say, here's what happened. Remember you said this and you didn't know why that was? Here's what happened. And then I'd tell them what the FBI file said. This person got arrested. He cooperated. He told this guy. They contacted the FBI, and that's why they were waiting for you. But, so you not knowing I'm not laughing at you. It's like I'm amazed because I'm so super inquisitive about everything. I would have been that whole 5 years or however much time, you did, I would have been looking into it the whole time.
Yeah. I think my attitude was it doesn't really concern me. I really don't care.
You just wanted to get
I just want to do my time.
Right.
And I spent most of my time playing softball, reading books. I studied a lot of psychology books and I must have read 15, 20 self-help books because I came to a realization that there was something slightly wrong with me and we needed to address that.
Yeah, that this was an option.
Because
for most people, which always kills me, is like as desperate as they get. And I get the desperation because I'm kind of like in this, I mention this to my wife all the time. I'm like, listen, like we're a bad car accident or a medical issue where, if anything goes wrong, we go down like the Titanic. Maybe we can go for a month or two, but that's it. And that worries me. And so I get exactly what you're saying, but what most people don't think is, hey, I can do this. Most people don't think I can commit a crime and correct this issue. And, I think obviously that's what separates people, obviously, criminals from, or people that have criminal intent. I think anybody will commit a crime in the right situation. But to me, one of my first thought is fraud. Here's how I'll fix it. Fraud, and then I realize it's probably what you probably do is work a little harder, cut back a little bit more. But Kelly came to you.
Yeah. And she proposed the thought, how do you feel about robbing Fargo? And she knew I wasn't real keen on the company.
Right.
Because we had a superintendent or manager threaten my job, and thought I'm thinking about going away anyway. And I said, it really wouldn't be that hard. It's just a matter of what day and understanding that the weekend schedule it would be the easiest, and you'd have the most time to get away.
Right.
I said it'd have to be on the weekend, probably a Saturday would be easiest. That's when there'll be, back then the Charlotte Vault had a very strict schedule. It was like every other Saturday. There was a fairly large amount of money in the vault, cash, as opposed to certain weekends it'd be 98% checks. Back when we used paper checks, back in the dinosaur days.
I still write checks. I still write them. Nobody else does.
I'll be honest.
My wife laughs at me.
I haven't written a paper check in. That would have been back in like 2015.
You're hipper than I am. I just got out.
I'm a big guy on convenience and utility. You know.
So here's my next question is, but you didn't think to yourself, yeah, we could set up a robbery, or a bag could go missing. We could get a couple $100,000. You thought, I can empty out the entire vault of $17 million and walk away clean.
Yeah.
That's a huge leap.
Well, here's my thought. If you're going to break the law,
Go all in.
All in or don't go.
Right.
You know, because what was that movie? I think it was Heat, where the bad guy told the cop, "See, you think I got Born to Lose tattooed on my chest? I'm robbing 7-Elevens? No.
Right.
And I'd seen that movie prior to doing this. I'm like, he's got a point.
That is one of my favorite movies, by the way.
It is from my point of view as prior military, and seeing the gunfight, the gun battle, that's probably one of the coolest running gun battles you'll ever see in a movie.
Most realistic.
And
too.
very realistic.
Extremely realistic.
Yeah, because they're actually reloading, they're moving from point to point, and it goes back to military. If you're not shooting, you need to be moving. If you're not moving, you need to be reloading.
Yeah, De Niro and Pacino. That's a great movie. I want to watch that movie again. So how long does it take before you decide, you know what, this is, clearly your wife's not going to be okay with it.
Oh no, I knew that she would lose her shit if I'd have mentioned it. And I thought, and I come to the realization that I'm going to have to walk away from everything, and I'm weighing it in my head. This goes on for 4 or 5 days. And I go, all right, I'm going to go for it. I've never done anything outrageous in my life. This is it. I'm going to change my life. I'm going to probably end up down in Costa Rica, sitting on a beach, fishing, and that's where I want to go. That's what I'm going to do.
Were you thinking about changing your identity, or how are you going to get out of the country? Is any of that a concern?
And well, I thought about it backwards. I thought, where do I want to go? How am I going to get there? And I looked into the Cayman Island banks. I looked into Costa Rica. And I looked at the FBI and some crime statistics. And I figured, okay, most criminals stay in like a 3 or 500 mile circle of their home. The cops catch a lot of people at their mama's house.
Right.
Okay. Because when people know they've done something wrong, they want to feel safe, and they don't want to leave that little bubble. I'm like, okay, if I get outside that bubble, my chances increase. So I've got to get out of the country as quickly as possible. And
well, for one thing, just leaving your home is gutsy.
Yeah.
People don't realize that. They don't, you have to walk away from everything every comfort, everything that makes you feel comfortable, you have to leave. And most people don't leave. 95% of the country never leaves the United States. Half those ever leave even the state that they live in. So it's you're picking up, leaving, not calling, not coming back, not just walking away from everything like that alone. Even if you weren't already wanted.
yeah.
And that's already gutsy. So my other question is, did you think that there was going to be heat on you? Did you think that the media would were you thinking this will be in the news, or did you think, there'll be an article and that'll be it?
I knew it would be a big story,
Okay.
Especially for that area, because even before I really came up with a solid plan, what I thought was a solid plan, I knew about how much money it would be. I knew it would be more than 10 and less than 20 million. And I knew that would be a huge story.
There had been a Loomis Fargo had been robbed like a year or two earlier of like 18 million. Did you know about that?
Yeah, it was big news. Matter of fact, it was I can't remember if he robbed the Tallahassee branch or the Jacksonville branch.
Jacksonville, I think.
Yeah, it was the Jacksonville branch, which is where I live now. So, and I've met that guy.
Really?
At the time he was a little messed up, but
You met him after?
oh no, I met him like in passing in prison,
Oh, okay.
and I was like, okay, but he was a completely different type thing. He kidnapped the dude, and
Oh, I didn't know that.
yeah,
Okay.
it was a mess. But I think he beat me by a few million.
Right. Yeah, his was like 18. I want to say, because I remember thinking it was roughly about $1 million more. And I was thinking yours was 17. It was 17.5, but I was thinking 17. I think they said 18. So I remember thinking it was about $1 million. It was roughly $1 million. Okay. So what about Kelly? Like, why? Like, everything I saw, they said you and Kelly were close. That you guys hung out together.
When I first started at Fargo, I was friends with her driver. All the drivers kind of hang out together, and so I ended up talking to Kelly, and I ended up driving for her for quite a while, and we just hit it off.
Okay. So when she came to you, you just trusted her. You were friends, but she wasn't there anymore, though, right?
Yeah, she had quit, got fired. I'm not really sure. Once again, it's one of those things where it didn't concern me. I didn't look into it.
So you decided you were going to do it. You talked to her.
And
What was the plan?
the basic plan was for them to get me a fake ID, which we did, which back then was way easier. And what I would do was we'd pick a Saturday, and I would basically empty the vault. At first, they only wanted me to take, I think he said 250,000, and then he came back, I'll get 1 or 2 million. I'm like, no, we're not doing that. If I do this, I'm going to take enough money so that I won't have to ever come back, because I won't be able to.
Okay.
And as it worked out, the original plan was I wanted to get at least 15, which worked out pretty good. And it was like, here's your 5. Here's your 5. Just make sure you deliver my 5. Anything that's left after that, you can have. You can keep it. I only want my 5. And they were, oh, yeah, that'd be great. And I didn't know that they were already planning to vote me off the island.
Right. This is like almost 30 years ago?
Close to it, yeah.
It
was in 97.
30 years ago.
Yeah.
That's a ton of money.
Imagine if we'd have got that money to the Cayman Islands back then. Because back then the Cayman Islands were wide open and paying really good interest.
You could have gotten it. I mean, they would have issued you a citizenship and a passport probably, but with just
Yeah.
like, I mean, they've got St. Kitts right now. I think if you just buy a piece of property for like $350,000, they'll give you a passport. They'll make you an economic. They have economic
citizen. Yeah.
So what happened? So that day you just decide, hey, you guys are gonna be waiting. I'll let you know when you grab the money, and what happened?
And so I picked October the 4th. I knew about what was going to be in the vault and went into work just normal.
Right.
I think we met 1 or 2 more times, and we made a run to get my big quote-unquote fake ID, which was just a state ID.
Yeah, I was going to say the FBI, when they interviewed like your friends, your wife, friends from the military, like every single one of them, your wife too, she was like, no, like nothing has changed. Like he is, on a schedule. He's always the same, behaved like you didn't vary, like even made like a doctor's appointment or a dentist appointment or something. You had even made like an appointment for like the week or 2 prior to that. Like you were going to be there, like everything, like there's nothing that says this guy should not have come home that day. and everything, went to the grocery store, did this, did that, whatever, walked the dog, took the garbage out, like didn't argue. There was no fight. There was nothing. Like everything and everything was the same. And all of your buddies were like, this is absolutely 100% uncharacteristic of this guy. This is a guy that follows the rules. This is a hard worker. This guy's conscientious. This is, they said if there was anything, I remember one of the guys had said that if there was anything abnormal about you at all, they said he's kind of a loner. Yeah. That was it. Like that's like the worst. That's like the worst thing they could say about you. But he is kind of a loner. Like so, which I guess is to say he is the kind of guy that he's not afraid to be alone or walk away. A lot of guys have to be social.
Yeah,
that was it.
I've never been a social butterfly.
Yeah, that's so this was just totally out of character for you.
And now that I'm much older, I had to be a cold-hearted SOB. I had to be. That was the only way. You had to put on that mask and wear it all the way to the door. Because if I'd acted any different, the whole world would have known.
Right.
Because I did have a schedule. I went to bed at the same time. I got up. I carried 2 sandwiches, an apple or some fruit. It was almost like I had some weird OCD, because I carried the same thing for lunch almost all the time. And I'm still that way. I love to have a schedule. Like being late today aggravated me. You have no idea. And it was everything that was completely out of my control.
Right.
Because I like to be on time. It's I don't know if it's from the way I was raised, but there's something about if I say I'm going to be here at noon, I'm going to be there at 11:45 usually.
Yeah, it's funny. My dad and I actually say the same thing. Is that being on time is being 15 minutes early.
Yeah.
But you were only like 10 minutes late. So you went into work and the trucks come in, you count the money, you check it in. What were you doing that day? Just checking it in?
I was in charge of the vault, and in the morning I made sure everybody got all their load out in the morning, make sure they had all their paperwork, sent them out, and then the rest of the day you're pretty much sitting there listening to the radio, listening to the company radio for the trucks. If they have a problem, they call in. You're basically just sitting there scratching your butt until they start coming back. And they call Kelly and them. They must have called me out how many times. Are you sure you're going to go through with this? Like, yeah. Don't worry about me. When I tell you I'm coming out the door, I'm coming out the door. And finally, the truck started coming back, and we had a guy that he was a messenger, and they had said, "Hey, we want you to stay with Dave, kind of learn it, and he'll be in charge, and he'll show you what to do." And worked with him. Great guy, though. I kind of hate I did that to him, but finally got to the last bit. I said, "Hey, man, if you want to take off, it's going to take me a while. If you want to take on off, I got you covered." So he leaves, and I lock up everything. I don't set the timer on the vault, nothing. I don't spin the big wheel on it. I lock up, go out. I see his taillights going around the corner. I turn back around, go right back in the building. Disarm the security system, move my van, and this is kind of where the plan goes to shit. Because I had planned on, there was 2 doors, they were offset, one at the front, one at the back, and I was planning on going out the back entrance. And for some reason, I'll get to that, but for some reason it wasn't working that night. It didn't work that night, so I had to go. But anyway, I pushed the first bin out there, and it was mostly small bills. And by the time I was done, I had a pile of money that was about 3.5, 4 foot tall, 9 feet long, and weighed over a ton. The 250 van that I was loading, the armored van. When I started, the back bumper was pretty high up on me. When I was done, it was pretty low.
Right. So then this is after every truck's already come in, dropped off the money, and gone.
Yeah, all the trucks are done.
Nobody's coming back.
Nobody's supposed to be coming back in anything.
You're just there alone.
I'm there alone.
So you loaded up the truck, you get in the truck, and you just
Yeah. And I had scouted out and found the security VHS tapes, and I'd secured 2 or 3 of them, and I missed one somehow. They had another recorder up in the ceiling.
Yeah, right.
And I didn't get that one.
Yeah, I was going to say they show the footage of that one.
Yeah.
Where they're like, I guess when eventually you leave and they call in saying something's wrong.
Yeah.
When they show back up the next day or later I think it was the next day, they show up the next day and they people start calling in, your wife's calling in, people are calling in. They say, he didn't show up. And everything's open.
Yeah.
So they're like, it's completely wide open. When the FBI or the detectives come and the FBI, they find that tape. And I guess they had to wait for a manager or somebody to come and open the back to find the tape. But when they find it,
Yeah.
the manager, or I don't know what he was, I'll say the manager of the place, when he saw that it was you, because they assumed you'd been kidnapped. Somebody had taken the money, kidnapped you. They were concerned that you were hurt because he certainly had nothing to do with it. And so when they saw you, they said, like, the manager, if you got to watch it, the manager is like, oh my God. He's like, that's David Gantz. That's David. That's like, they were like, he kept, the FBI officers like, he kept saying it over and over, like, oh my God. Like he was absolutely in shock.
Yeah.
That he was watching you load this vehicle.
And to buy myself time, I stole almost all their keys.
Right. Yeah, that slowed them down a lot. Slowed them down also when they eventually found the truck.
Yeah.
Law enforcement often questions him, not because he's suspected of a crime, but because they find him fascinating. He is the most interesting man in the world.
I don't typically commit crime, but when I do, it's bank fraud. Stay greedy, my friends.
Support the channel. Join Matthew Cox's Patreon.
So what happened when you left there? Where did you go when you left with the truck?
Let's see, what was the name of that place? It was some sort of aluminum recycling place where we met, and they had rigged the gate that when I pulled up, it would open. And I got out, and this guy comes walking up on me. And he says, don't worry, I'm with you. Just give me the keys. And I hand him the keys, and this becomes important later. I say, this is the keys to the van. They open all the doors. Don't put it in the box, the big box of keys. Okay, because I had a box in between the front seats filled with every key in Wells Fargo.
Okay.
We'll come back around to this. This becomes important later. And I've already got my little bit of money I'm going to take with me because I didn't know how much money I could get through a metal detector with at the airport. I was unsure, So I didn't take that much money. So Kelly and I get in her truck and we go to Columbia, South Carolina, where they've got an airport. I didn't know at the time that their airport closed at like 9. So I ended up scrapping plan A, go on plan B, hop on a bus in Columbia, South Carolina, go from Columbia, South Carolina to Atlanta, Georgia, hop on a plane in Atlanta, from Atlanta to New Orleans to Cancun, Mexico.
And back then you didn't need a passport, right?
Didn't need a passport.
So you're out of the country before they even know the place has been robbed.
I'm eating lunch in Mexico about the time the news breaks.
So what was they were supposed to get you $5 million.
$5 million, yes.
Okay. And how much did you leave with?
Probably about 45 or 50,000 thereabouts.
Okay. So what when did you first see that it was on the news?
I had to, since I was in Mexico, I had to actually kind of dig, and I found, what was it? I found a newsstand they had, might have been the New York
Times.
And they had, it didn't make the front page, not for them. And I found a little blurb about it. I thought, okay, we're good. Because I didn't think it was that big of a story. I thought, all right, good. I mean, I knew the FBI would be after me, but I didn't think that, I was pretty sure they wouldn't go digging into Mexico hard.
Right. But it became bigger later, right? Like it didn't when they started looking.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that takes us back to, the van that they left with $3 million in it, I think it was.
Yeah, they had an issue moving there was such a bulk because most of the money was in 20s, right?
Yeah.
So there was so much mass to it that they couldn't move it all.
Yeah.
And they left like $3.5 million in the what kills me is that they didn't come back for it.
Yeah.
Like they just left it.
Yeah. Why would you leave money on the table? So
Right,
to speak?
exactly. Why wouldn't you? I mean, go remove the money, dump the money that you've got, come back. Nobody even knows it's gone yet.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, they weren't the brightest.
No, they weren't. And to be honest, neither was I, but.
Well, I mean, so do you know what the issues were once you were in Mexico? Do you know what the issue, why they got onto them so quickly? You were saying you've never really watched any of this stuff.
Well, my guess is this. We live in a small town. If you go from a double wide
right
to a multi-million-dollar mansion
in paying cash,
and you go from driving a hoopty to driving a Beamer, you go from a cubic zirconium to an actual diamond, people notice.
Yeah.
And this guy tried to pass himself off as a former professional football player.
Right.
And I don't know what you know about a lot of football fans, and people are rabid fans about their football.
Yeah.
They knew he wasn't a cowboy from any season.
Yeah. His wife was telling her. So they actually moved from the small town where they were in. They moved to not far from where the Loomis building, where you'd rob the Loomis building, and it was already a little town, but it happened to have this really nice gated community, and they bought that house there with cash. And when I say with cash, I don't mean like typically people will say, "Oh, I paid for it cash." Doesn't mean you paid for it in one lump sum with a check. It's literally this guy paid in cash.
Yeah.
So that raised huge red flags.
Oh yeah, it would.
His wife, what was his name again?
Oh, Chambers.
Chambers' wife. Shoot, if I thought you were going to know all these, or I would have written a list down. So his wife starts trying to launder the money, and literally walks into a bank, opens up a bag of cash, and says, "How much of this can I deposit before I have to fill out the paperwork for the government?" And the woman says, well, up to 10,000. She goes, okay. She goes, listen, it's not drug money. It's like everything that you could have said that is going to get a suspicious activity report filed on you, you've just said. Drug money, how much? What's the maximum limit that nobody won't be reported? I mean, everything that right then, it's like, this is so overly suspicious. And of course, they immediately fill out a report. And not just that, but people start calling, friends of theirs start calling saying, friends starts calling saying, listen, Loomis was robbed, and these two knuckleheads were living in a double wide. They just bought a multi-million-dollar mansion in this small town with cash.
Yeah.
They're driving expensive vehicles, and the guy's a knucklehead, and somehow or another he's come up with all this cash.
Yeah.
So immediately the FBI get onto them.
Oh yeah,
Very quickly.
and it's no surprise to me.
Right. And then they watched them for a while, and it became so overwhelming that something was wrong, they convinced a federal judge to allow them to start listening to their phone calls. And then they had watched long. The FBI officer said, "Look, we listened long enough that the search warrant is only good for so long.
Yeah.
That it was about to expire. Whether it was they got a 30-day or 60, I don't know. But it was just about to expire when Kelly received a page or a phone call from you, and you had scheduled a time, and one, you needed more money. Mm-hmm. So they were trying to arrange to send you more money. And two, they had arranged a time for you to call a payphone. But she wasn't there. She missed the appointment or something because, I guess she had better things to do than try and maintain the robbery, which is a big problem for criminals. They once they get the money, they forget about maintenance. So, I guess they said the FBI was waiting. They had a tap on the phone. You called. She wasn't there. One of the FBI officers walks over because they needed to hear you.
Yeah.
Walked over, grabbed the phone, and listened and said, "Hey, hello." And then you said something on the phone where they heard your voice, and then they were like, I forget. I think he said you said something. You had a little brief exchange, and they hung up the phone, but they were like, "That's him. Like we've got him." But you hung up so fast they couldn't get a trace.
Yeah. One of the things that's never come out in any of the interviews is I'm on the other end and I'm timing our phone calls. I bought a really expensive watch just for this. It was one of the extravagances I did. I bought a nice Omega, what was it? Dive Master. My memory's stretched thin, but it was a nice Omega watch. And I'm watching the time every time we talk, and I'm keeping it around 2 to 3 minutes.
I was going to say, like now they'd know where you were immediately,
yeah.
But back then,
then it took them
time to trace it, especially out of the country.
Oh yeah, back then. This goes back to me doing my research. I found out that they could trace a phone, but it took them 2.5 to 3 minutes.
Right.
And like I said, outside the country, even longer, because they've got to contact the country and dealing with the Mexican government back then would have been a nightmare, I'm sure.
So what were you thinking when you're in Cancun? Mm-hmm. You're in Cancun, you're hanging out. How long has it been? And what are you waiting for? Are you waiting for them to figure out how to bring you your money?
Yeah.
Like what's going through your head?
Well, I'm in Cancun and I'm moving from place to place, and I'm starting to get concerned that this should have been easy. You can smuggle anything you want into Mexico.
Yeah.
Easy. Going south, easy. Easy as pie. And I'm like, all you had to do is box it up. Send it UPS. Easy peasy.
Stick it in a car. They're not stopping cars going into Mexico. You just drive down here.
Yeah. Could have bought a hoopty, an old station wagon, van, whatever. Filled it up, drove it down. Done deal. Forget about me.
So, all right, but that's not happening. What is happening? Do you?
The gist of it is they've had a meeting, and they've decided they're going to kill me.
Right.
And he's got a buddy, McKinney, and they're going to hire him. He's going to go down to Mexico and kill me.
Right. And the FBI hears this.
The FBI hears this, and that's when they really start looking to figure out exactly where I'm at in Mexico.
Right. Because they have a bigger issue now.
Yeah.
Now it's not, okay, there's some missing money. We can print the money again. There's insurance. There's this, that. Now somebody's going to get killed. And they realize also that, there's bigger players involved and more serious players where you were doing something that was non-violent. You were taking advantage of an opportunity. These guys are ready to start killing people. They think they're gangsters.
I went out of my way to avoid violence.
Right.
I didn't, because, and I know this sounds hypocritical of me, none of that money was worth a drop of human blood.
Right.
I would have set the money on fire before I would hurt somebody.
So at what point, or do you know that they've got their phones tapped and they're listening? Do you know what happened and how did the FBI figure out where you were?
I'm not sure exactly, but I had moved down to Cozumel in Playa del Carmen. We're getting towards the end of it. See, that would have been January or so that year. And I'm talking to Kelly Campbell, and I hear a second click after she hangs up. And we'd had a conversation later. Listen, I told them, your phone's tapped. I heard a second click. Because that was one of the telltale signs back in the olden days that your phone was tapped. You could hang on just a second and you'd hear them hang up, it'd go click, and then you hear a second click.
Right.
And the tap would be broken.
Yeah. Because the line was still live. It was really like a second person holding the phone in the same room.
Yeah.
So they had to wait, and you'd hang up, and then they'd hang up.
Yeah, back then it was very analog.
Right.
And so now I'm thinking something's not right. And McKinney had come down to Mexico and had brought me some money. Brought me like $8,000, which made me suspicious. The way he acted made me suspicious. And the cherry on top of the cake was after he left, one of the Mexicans he was working with came by my apartment. His nickname was Gordo. He's a big guy. And he says, you know that this guy is planning on killing you. I'm like, I was shocked, and I tipped the guy handsomely.
You were shocked?
Shocked.
Okay.
I mean, because to me, it was very naive. It made no sense. There was plenty of money for everybody.
Right. Why not just pay you and just...
Pay me and forget about me.
I mean, they're from their perspective, and I'm only saying this because I've watched the documentaries, and the FBI agent was saying, he's like, the problem is that from their perspective, they're thinking everybody knows you took the money. Mm-hmm. Nobody knows, and from their mind, obviously the FBI does know, but they're thinking everybody knows that Gant took the money, but they don't know who we are.
Yeah.
So if he dies, then it dies with him. He took the money. They find some money. They assume he's hidden the money. They'll never get to us. Of course, they already had gotten to them. But they didn't know that. So they're thinking, cut off the head of the snake, and then the whole thing will die down. Mm-hmm. Not that I think that's a justified reason, but
you're not
it was
wrong.
their reason.
Yeah. But I don't know. I think I took it personal for a long time, and I'm working with that. I'm processing through that feeling of disgust. But that's a whole different story.
So what happens? So the guy tells you that. What do you think? Are you thinking I'm out of here, or?
Weirdly, after this, every time I meet, he was calling himself Bruno. Every time I meet Bruno, it's in a very public place, and I've bought myself a knife and sharpened it up. Every time we meet, it's in public, it's face to face, and I don't let him, close to me. And we end up staying in Playa del Carmen. He brought me some money, and this is right there at the end of it. And I'm at the La Tortuga Hotel when the FBI picked me up.
How did that happen?
It was weird because it was a very touristy town. During the week, there's no gringos.
Right.
You know, I was an oddball. And then when there were 3 more gringos in town, it was a little strange. And I noticed them. I even talked to one of them at one point. And eventually I'd gone out to do laundry. And they thought I was making a break for it. They thought I was running. And they caught me coming back to the hotel. And the FBI agent comes up and says, "Hey, Mr. Gant, I know who you are. You're under arrest." And that was the beginning of the end, so to speak.
Had Kelly and everybody already been arrested at that point?
Yeah, they had already arrested them, rounded them up. And I think they had even got Bruno at the same time.
I want to say, and I don't know this, I do remember, and it's funny because I only watched a few bits and pieces. I'm really remembering this from seeing it 20 years ago. I want to say that Chambers, they grabbed him and he told them where you were. I could be wrong. I do know that when they grabbed him, he immediately rolled over on.
He rolled over like a hard-boiled egg.
Right. So he may have told them exactly where you were. You know, for all I know, or maybe they had been tracing the phones and they had figured out by that point. I don't know. Yeah. But they grabbed you. Did they bring you to a local police station, or did they bring you straight to the airport? Like,
no, they brought me. I spent the night with the Mexican federales, and they were going to, big air quotes here, deport me from Mexico. Okay, and they put me on an airplane flight that just happened to have 2 FBI agents.
All right. So, okay. So they don't need to extradite you.
Yeah.
So you show up back in. Where'd you fly into?
I think we went straight to Charlotte.
Okay. You're processed in by the marshals?
Marshals right there in Charlotte, Mecklenburg. And they put me on the 6th floor, which is like their version of Max.
Okay.
Because the story had exploded.
Right. So did they explain to you, hey, these guys, they're going to kill you?
Oh yeah. Me and the FBI agent had a long conversation. We actually became friends, oddly.
Yeah. He seemed like, look, I've watched a lot of these. Like he genuinely seemed to like you, and like I've never seen one of these where they just didn't have. They had a lot of bad things to say about Chambers. Mm-hmm. They really portray them as just being bumbling idiots. But none of the FBI interviews portray you as anything other than just being a nice guy who was frustrated with his situation and saw the opportunity and took it.
Yeah,
like that's how they.
And that's not far from wrong.
Right.
I see myself as an opportunist, and I think most humans are opportunists. If they
in the right circumstances,
anybody would have done what I did.
So when you come back, you have a long conversation with them. Like, what's the conversation? What?
I told him my version of the story, and he asked more and more questions. And I think one of the things that kind of impressed him about me, I'm going to make a huge assumption here, is I explained my logic behind everything and how I looked at the crime itself, and told him about my research. And he's like, you put a lot of thought into. I'm like, yeah, you guys are easy to beat on any given day. You approach every crime the exact same way. It's a chess game. If I know that you're going to lead with your pawn out in front and then a knight's coming behind it, I can figure out how to beat your ass.
Yeah, but you can't account for
You can't account for the 9 million other things that can go wrong.
Yeah, I always say whenever people say, "Oh, do you ever think about crime?" I'm like, or do you think you could get away with what you did today? I always think, yeah, I can. My problem is you cannot account for the fly in the ointment.
Yeah,
like there's just no accounting for someone screwing up, or a mistake, or in this case, like had Chambers, had they gone with the plan, let's let them sit down there, wait a month or two, give them some money, wait a month or two, bring down a couple million, wait another month, bring down a couple more million, because you never know if you're going to me, I'd be afraid. What if I get pulled over by the police? They search the car, if they get the money. I would have been more like, hey, let me bring you a couple million, wait a couple million, bring you the last million, and you're good. Had they done that, then maybe you do get caught later. Maybe you go to Costa Rica. Maybe something happens, you get caught later. But at least they followed that portion of the plan.
Yeah.
But you can't account for what happened with them. Was from the very get-go, they decided to double cross you.
Yeah.
How are you going to figure that out? How do you know that?
Yeah. How do you foresee that? And I look back on it in hindsight. If we'd have got that money into a Cayman bank account, all of it, and he'd have lived off the interest easy. I think the interest would have been $80,000 a year.
If there was no interest, if you put $5 million into, if you put $5 million and lived off of $50,000, you could live for $50,000 in the Cayman Islands.
Yeah,
you might as well be making $300,000.
Yeah.
But so. Okay, so what happened with you end up taking a plea? I mean, you can't go to trial.
Yeah, that's stupid. Almost no one that goes to federal court, almost everybody takes a plea of some sort.
Yeah. They've got like a 97% conviction rate.
Unless you got big bucks, you can't fight the government.
No. I always say, look, even if you're guilty, you got a 50% chance of being found. I mean, even if you're not guilty, you have a 50% chance of being found guilty.
Oh yeah.
So what did you end up taking? What was the?
Was it 96 months? It was like just a little over 6 years.
After about a week, she was like, "Okay, let's do it. I'll drive the car. You're going to go and do everything." I said, "Okay." So went by Walmart and got a devil's mask and put it on and had her pull up to the bank. I thought about all this all the way through. I planned it and thought about it. I watched Point Break about 20 more times and realized you couldn't go into the vault. You just had to stay at the drawers up front, kill time at the vault. So we talked about it for about another 4 or 5 days, and then we went and did it. And the first one we did.
How did you know what bank to even rob? Like, did you?
I lived in this apartment complex, and across the street there was a bank that had a unique setup. It was just the perfect setup. There was privacy fences on 3 sides of the bank, and then on one side of it was a shopping center, and then it was at a big intersection where the roads crossed like this. There was a little shopping center right here, convenience store right here, and the bank was right here with 3 privacy fences around it and a residential area behind it. I'd been looking at it ever since I moved into the apartment. I was like, that'd be a great bank to rob. So we went and did that. And she dropped me off. She pulled up to the convenience store that was at the corner, killed 15, 20 seconds because I'd already timed it all out, how long it was going to take me to do everything, unless something went awry. And so then I ran through the shopping center to the other road, and she pulled up perfect timing, picked me up, and we boogied out of there.
Well, you missed the bank robbery part. What? I mean, you went
I
in
wasn't
when you went.
I wasn't going to talk about all that.
No, I was going to say you're.
So, wow, I haven't really recounted it, I guess, in really specific terms, since then. So, forgive me if I'm a little slow sometimes.
No, I'm just curious, cause, and we talked about this, off. Like this is, I've talked to guys who do podcasts, and they're always like I've had guys actually say, "Well, I don't usually want to talk to the guests, before the podcast."
And it's like, really? Because and I'm like, oh, I always thought, oh, that's rude, or you're being a jerk, or whatever. But the truth is that like we had a great discussion about adrenaline, about like, you know, going in, like, and that's what I'm wondering about is like going up to like me walking into a bank with fake credentials and everything. I have a certain, you know, the whole thing, you know, the adrenaline, you walk in, I know certain things, and I'm just wondering, like, did you think about changing your mind? Like, when you're walking towards that bank, are you just like tunnel vision?
That's it.
Okay. So it's like
tunnel vision.
I'm doing this and that's it.
Yep. I had tried to do it a couple times myself, and honestly pulled up in front of the bank and was just like, tried to psych myself up, whatever. No, just can't do it. So I think it was having somebody else involved maybe that pushed me to go do it. So we pull up. She had went in maybe 4 or 5 days earlier to just do something fake to see if they had a security guard or not. So we knew there wasn't a security guard, so I didn't have to worry about that. It's a fairly small bank. There was like maybe 2-3 tellers. I don't remember because I had tunnel vision the whole time. So 2-3 tellers, you know, one person in the office, something like that. Got my devil's mask on. I got a hoodie on so that I can cover myself up completely. Had on dishwashing gloves, actually, because the vinyl gloves weren't that big of a deal yet. You know, you get in the boxes that they've got now.
Right.
So I had dishwashing gloves because they would grip money good. I wanted to have everything covered so I wouldn't leave any hair, DNA, anything like that. This is going to make it. Funniest thing is I used a BB gun.
Are you real?
An unloaded BB gun. I knew I wasn't going to shoot anybody. I didn't want to hurt anybody. But
I know a guy that used a pellet gun and fired the pellet gun in the middle of the robbery. He said his adrenaline, he was yelling, people weren't getting down fast enough. He goes, so I pulled the trigger and it ricocheted off the ceiling and hit a woman in the calf, and she screamed, "Ah, I've been hit!" And she falls down, and he said he panics and runs out of the bank. Never got any money. He's like, oh my God, I shot her. It's like, how did you think you shot her? You had a pellet gun. It's like, I don't know. The adrenaline. I wasn't seeing straight.
You can't think when you're doing that. I mean, it all is a blur. I mean, it really is. You know, at that time, I was 23 years old. I've been watching Point Break. You know, I go in like a gangbuster, got this gun, devil mask. I'm all hooked up. I go over, vault the counter. Just go straight over the counter,
right,
and start waving the gun around. I think I had a pillowcase at the time to put the money in. Fill these up with money, blah, 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 blah. Did that, jumped back over the counter and was gone. You know,
were you worried about die packs or anything like that?
Not really. I had a friend of mine, one of the guys that I got in trouble with during the burglary. We had talked about doing a whole lot of things, and his mom was actually a bank teller.
Okay.
So when we started getting into doing some of this kind of stuff, he started talking to his mom and asking questions to find out, you know, what was what. So we knew about what die packs look like. They're a little bit thicker and they're heavier than a regular stack of money. So I knew kind of how to identify them, but mostly I just wanted to see if I could do it, I think, at that point. So went in there, vaulted the counter, had him fill the bag up, got out. That when you said tunnel vision, that was really about the best way to describe it. When you start going in there, that's your sole mission. And in my mind, you've got to get away.
Yeah.
So if there's a pile of shrubs or whatever out there, you're going through that shit.
Yeah.
So
you're going through, over, under.
Yeah. No matter what. And I've also come to the conclusion that fear will outrun anger. Yeah. If somebody's mad at you and they're chasing you and you're scared of them, you're probably going to run faster than they are because you're going to get that adrenaline going.
So, well, when you go in the bank, I mean, it's just a bunch of tellers. Like they immediately just go in the drawers and just start handing over the money right away. Like that, nobody puts up a fight, nobody says anything, nobody just runs, nothing. They kind of
stand there in shock.
Oh,
they stand there in shock for a second. So you kind of have to prod them along. You know, tell them do it now. You know, put it in here. So, because they'll just stand there in shock until you guide them.
And they're trained. I mean, they're trained to don't give the guy any trouble. Just give him the money immediately. It's not your money. Give it to him. Get him out of the bank. Like they wanted to get you out of the bank before something happens to a customer
Right.
And that was one of the things that I found out from that friend of mine who talked to his mom was that they are trained to do whatever. In fact, one of the ones that I did, I carried in a walkie-talkie with me, and I told them, I said, don't hit the alarm. I got a police scanner, and I'll know if you do.
Right.
I didn't know it until later after I got arrested and everything. When I looked at the paperwork, I found out that they did not hit the alarm.
Right.
They waited until I left and called 911. So if I would have gotten to do any more, if I would have had that knowledge, I would have seen if I could make them cluck like a chicken or something, you know, just something off the wall just to see.
So you got the money and you're out of the bank.
Out of the bank, we take off. We'd found a route that would get us quickly to another town. And her friend worked as a bartender in Applebee's. So we said, we'll get there as quick as we can.
Right.
And then she'll swear we were there the whole time at Applebee's hanging out. So we did that and went and had a couple drinks just for appearances. And then we went back out to the car and started looking at everything.
What year was this again?
1995, November of 95.
Right, because it's not like there's cameras on right now. There's cameras just everywhere.
Everywhere.
I mean, they can walk around. They can do a small perimeter and find somewhere where they've got your tag number. Somebody, some business, someplace has a tag number, something.
Yeah, but back then we didn't have to worry about that. You know, they weren't even on the outside of the banks. So I had her pull right up to the front and drop me off at the door. So we got home and we went through the money and we had $5,000.
I heard that like the average bank robber gets $3,500. Like that's the average or something like that.
It's not very high.
No, I mean, and that was. I heard that. By the way, I heard that before I even went to prison. I don't know if it's higher now, but $5,000.
Yeah, got $5,000. I was mad as hell. Not gonna lie, I'm like, man, we just robbed a bank and we got $5,000.
You're looking at like with a gun because it doesn't matter that it's a pellet gun.
At that time, it did.
Oh, it did?
Yeah, the law had changed since then. So
because they're like 7 years, like minimum, you're getting set like
just
7
for a gun. Yeah. Back at that time, it was just counted, I think, as a weapon, but it wasn't considered a firearm because it has to be propelled by an explosion.
Right.
So, yeah, we're mad as hell. You know, we got $5,000. That goes pretty quick in any kind of world, and if you're partying, it goes even quicker.
Yeah.
So, a month to the day, December 7th, 1995, we found another bank we were going to do. And
your girl's down.
She's
down for anything, bro. That's
Yep. She was.
Because she's robbing the bank. She's probably thinking, no, I'm just driving the car. No. You're getting charged with bank robber, conspiracy to rob a bank.
The way they've got it turned is a hand in one is a hand in all.
Yeah.
So if you have anything to do with it, you're all the way in. But yeah, she was as dumb as I was. So, so we ran through that party and, you know, just that's not an exciting story at all. So we found a second one and we went to do it and it was set up a little bit differently. So there was a big parking lot for a grocery store and a couple of little stores beside it. And there was a couple of trees over there. So she was going to go park in the parking lot and I was going to hit the bank and then go over to the parking lot and get in the car. Went into this bank, same way. I think I had a little bit of supervillain in me and wanted to be notorious, so I wore the same devil's mask as I did in the first one.
Nice.
So yeah,
make sure there's a link there.
Right, you got to do that because
it does seem cool to have a theme. You know,
it does. You know, I wanted to be the Joker or something.
In the movie, it seems in the movie version it's cool, but in reality, it's like I really want to do this vastly different. So that they catch me for one, they got me for one.
Yeah. So,
but I get it. I'd have done the same fucking thing.
Yeah, you know. So did that. Went in. Did the same exact way. Had the mask, hoodie, gloves. Had the BB gun, vaulted the counter like I did before, and jumped over the counter and told them to fill the bags up. They filled the suitcase or the pillowcase up, and I thought about that $5,000, and I said, "This ain't right. Where's the big money? Where's the other money?" Well, as it turns out, they got a top drawer, which is the till, like you'd have at a grocery store or something.
Yeah.
There's a drawer underneath it that's got all the banded money where they can refill their drawer. So I was like, yeah, put all that in here too. So they put all that in there. I take off out of there, and there was, as I run out the back door of the bank and go this way, I ran by the drive-thru, and there was a woman in the drive-thru sitting there gawking at me. So I ran up to her car and I tapped on the window, and I was like, you got to go. And she just looked at me and I said, go. And she beat feet out of there. I still don't know to this day if that's the person that followed us, but somebody followed us from the bank. Went back to a friend of mine's house that I was staying with at the time, dropped my car off and got her car, switched everything over, went to her house to do all the counting of the money. So we get back there and I took all the money into the bedroom and was sitting there starting to go through it and count it. Had pencil and paper, so I write everything down. I'm all excited, this is going to be a lot better than $5,000, and all that. I get started with it. It's this great big pile in bed, and I'm all happy and whatnot. And she comes walking in there, and she's like, "Hey, baby, there's a cop car outside." Ooh. I was like, "Just one?" She said, "Yeah." I said, "Okay, well, if it's just one, that's fine." And she said, "Now there's two." Shit, So.
Well, sweetie, you're going to have to take this money and go out there and just admit what you did.
Yep. So, of course,
I'm going to put money on your books. I'll stay out here.
I'll stay out here and take care of you. Yep.
Exactly.
Yep. So we said, we're just sitting there stunned for a moment. And her sister lived next door to us. It was family land and all that. So we get a phone call, and it's her sister. And she's like, "There's people from the FBI over here saying that y'all robbed a bank and need to come outside." Oh, shit. Which I already knew. Once we knew there was two cops out there,
I know,
over.
but you have to admit, like, even when things were going wrong in my case, there was still this little part in me that said it's a coincidence. It's not. They're not going to figure it out. It's not like right up until you hear the voice and they say it. It's like then it's just like there's just
makes it real.
It's so real. It's like suddenly it's like,
so real.
There's just at least before there was a 1% chance.
Yeah,
there's
that
no
sliver.
chance.
Well, my philosophy when I planned these things was always that if I can get away from the bank,
you'll be all right.
I'll be fine.
Yeah, but now you've got this money with bands on it, and
yeah, but that didn't mess us up. I mean,
oh, okay.
There was.
I would think that the bands could be tracked back to that bank or something. Like I would think something. I would be concerned. Like,
well, we got caught on that one, so
yeah. No, that's what I mean. I'm saying like if I thought you were trying to say that. I figured even if they caught me when I was away from the bank, I could still say that wasn't me. But not if they've got the bands on the money.
And all, yeah, no,
I'm still thinking you're still in the room. Okay,
yeah. So
they asked you to politely come out.
They asked us to politely come out. I go and look out the window, and by that time, there's like 10, 12 cop cars out there, and they're all behind their cars with guns out because they think we got a gun because I had a BB gun.
Yeah.
So they think we're armed and dangerous. And that's when I decided I wasn't ready to die yet. I wasn't going to run out there in a hail of bullets because that was my idea. It was, fuck it, I'm not going to let them take me alive. That's a bunch of macho bullshit. So
what was it, Sundance? What's the name of the Sundance
Butch
kid?
Cassidy,
Butch Cassidy
and the Sundance Kid.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's beautiful. It's very romantic.
It is.
No.
Yeah.
Only if you get to leave the theater afterwards.
That definitely helps. So we sit there for maybe 3 or 4 minutes, and like, what are we going to do? What are we going to do? Well, stupidly, we hide the money and mask and everything under the bed, and
they'll never find it.
They'll never find it there, right?
This was here when we got here. We've been set up.
Yeah, right. So we go out and surrender, and that was really all we could do. They charged us with 2 banks. I got 63 months, I guess. So 5 years. Got into the federal system in 96.
Went from the businesses to now check cashing spots to eventually banks. And there was a close call that occurred with one of the bank robberies. And at this time, mind you, I'm all in the news. Like, they have no idea who I am, supposedly. I'm in the news. It seems like every other week they're talking about the get down and count bandit. The feds had dubbed me that after I started robbing the banks. And I'm wearing different disguises now. It started off where I'm fully masked up and gloved up to now I'm gluing on fake beards, wearing sunglasses and these crazy disguises. Like, it's getting pretty methodical and well thought out. And every week they're airing this stuff on the news. Like, yeah, the get down and count bandit struck again. And it's becoming intoxicating in the sense that not only am I getting away with it and the thrills, the highs and blah, 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 but people in my circle are now enabling the behavior because they're like, let's just hit a robbery. Let's hit a lick. They're egging it on themselves. Like, let's go on shopping sprees. Let's go get this for that and the other. And it gets to a point where I had robbed this bank, right? And during the incident, dye pack ends up going off. We get away that day barely by the hairs on my chinny chin. But it was after that robbery where I started having some epiphanies like, bro, you're taking some crazy chances with your life for what? I mean, granted, the money was cool, especially when we started robbing the banks and stuff. But I'm like, is it really worth it? And I remember telling myself that and deciding like, no more. I'm done. I can't be out here taking these chances with my life. I just got done doing 5 years in prison, and here I am out here in these streets again on this bullshit. Like, this is crazy. What am I doing? But it was too late, bro. A week after that bank incident occurred, the feds came and knocking. And
how they
got on my trail?
Yeah.
So the story goes, and I still to this day don't even know the legitimacy of this, but they say that my bank surveillance photograph had been circulating through various police precincts. And they say that an individual, old school resource officer of mine, I won't name him because I don't know what liability he'll have. We put his name out there, but this guy, just to give the people context, in high school, you already know about the fucking idiot that I was. I was a misfit, bro. This high school resource officer that supposedly saw this picture, he and I had the worst blood imaginable. Like, he was constantly breaking up house parties that I was at. He was constantly trying to catch my hand in the cookie jar because he knew I was thoroughly immersed in the criminal lifestyle.
What is a resource officer? Is that like a police officer?
Yeah, police officer that was stationed inside the schools.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Sorry.
Yep. So this police officer, like, he was constantly throughout my high school years trying to catch me. It was this huge game of cat and mouse between me and him. And there were verbal confrontations with him. Like, I could not stand this clown. This photograph of mine is floating across these precincts as they're trying to figure out who I am. Now, as the story goes, apparently this officer sees this photograph. Now, mind you, in this photograph, I have a fake beard on, glasses, the whole get up. He sees this photo and he was like, I think I know who that is. And they're like, who is it? He was like, that's Sean Marshall. And they're like, okay.
How could you possibly?
And keep in mind, I had put on 50 pounds since he had last seen me. Now, there's certain facial features, I guess, maybe are that distinctive. I don't know. But he was like, that's Sean Marshall. But that's still not enough to get an arrest warrant, but it's enough to give them an idea, something to look into. So they researched that. They put my name in the system. They're like, you know what? He is on parole right now, and this kind of fits his MO. They're like, let's go ahead and put his mugshot in this lineup and take it back around to these businesses. So they do that. But it doesn't work to their benefits because they take it to all the banks and all these businesses, and no one can definitively say, like, yeah, that's this guy. There's a couple that are kind of questioning, like, this guy kind of looks familiar, but he had
like they were trying to frame a guilty man.
So look, they go through this whole process, right? And no one can definitively say, like, that's Sean Marshall. There's a couple people that point to me and they're like, that kind of looks like him, but he had a full disguise on. So that's still piquing their curiosity. The old school resource officer now takes my mugshot in these bank surveillance photos to my old high school and has a conversation with the principal. And he asks him, he was like, who does this guy look like to you? And apparently, as the story goes, the principal is like, oh, that's Sean Marshall. So the police are like, you know what? I think we have enough to at least question him. We don't have enough to arrest him, clearly.
Right.
but we have enough to where we can pick them up and question them. And that's exactly what they do. They come and they, that day, they had a whole tactical unit and whatnot following me throughout the streets and ended up pulling me over in Denver because I'm staying in Denver at that time. And at that time, my girl and myself were in the car when they pull us over. And I know when they pull up behind me, they don't have any physical evidence. Like, I'm not worried about that. But what's going through my mind is that someone in my crew, because there were 7 of us.
Right.
And this string of robberies that I was involved in, there were 7 people all together. So the first thing that's going through my mind is someone got caught and is now trying to finger me and implicate me in these robberies. So I'm like, fuck, who got
Still not
caught?
necessarily enough. That's still not.
Yeah,
It's
it's not.
You getting caught saying Jimmy was with me.
Not enough. So I'm panicking, right? I'm like, fuck, I'm trying to play out all the possible scenarios. The police are behind me. And yeah, we end up getting pulled over. And the last thing I tell my girlfriend is I'm getting out the car. I'm like, baby, they don't know shit. Keep your mouth shut. We're good. Shut the fuck up. And I was like, I get out, surrender to the police, play the role. Long story short, bro, they end up taking me and my girlfriend to the precinct, and they end up getting her to connect me to a robbery, and it snowballs from there. I end up confessing to my role in all of it. And they then at that point are now pressuring me to roll over on my accomplices. They're like, well, we know there's 6 other people involved in this. They're like, work with us, we'll work with you. And I'm like, nah, fuck off. I'm not about to snitch on these people just to save my own hide. I was like, I'm good. So they're like, bro, you're about to go away for a long time. You're on parole for armed robbery, and we're just arresting you for another string of robberies. Like, you're done. You have no wiggle room right now. Like, you're either going to play ball with us or your life is over with. And what, as enticing as it is in that moment to just be like, oh man, fuck. All right, it's Jim, John, and whomever. I'm like, I can't do it, bro. The fiber of my being wouldn't allow me to roll over on my accomplices. And I'm like, I'm not doing it.
So we like, you have my cell phone. I'll give you their phone numbers, bro. Because Jimmy, Todd lived with his mom. Bill, I mean, fuck. I just got out of prison. Can we spread this around?
Oh,
so you're saying there's 30 years. Jimmy can do 2. Todd got 5 in him.
I couldn't do it, bro. I could not do it. For the life of me, I couldn't. So they're like, bro,
the difference between a fraudster and a guy that goes in a bank with a gun. You're like, what? I'm not even that close with Bill.
Yeah.
I never even liked Bill, to be honest with you.
Oh, man. I couldn't do it, bro. I couldn't. And I think for me, the big thing was this, and this is what it boiled down to. The people that I would have been betraying, they didn't deserve to be in prison. Like, granted, they were involved in these activities, but in my mind, they were misguided. Right. I had misguided them, and I felt a responsibility with that. The guilt that I felt throughout all those robberies, and the reason why I was so careful about how I was victimizing people, like in that moment as I'm being interrogated, I knew I had fucked myself, bro. And I knew that in the course of that, I had misled a whole bunch of people, and those people that were with me, they were just following my lead, bro. This wasn't a kid anymore. This wasn't little Sean that was following his gang affiliates and OGs, orders and footsteps. This was grown-ass Sean who had to be accountable for his actions, and I felt a huge weight and responsibility. And I was like, you know what? This is my fault. I need to take this. And I did. And what ended up happening is I ended up getting 45 years for that. Yeah. 45 years. And the reason it came to that is
you didn't go to trial. You pled guilty.
I pled guilty. And what led to that is that initially the deal that was offered to me was like 30 to 65 years. And when the DA came to me during that whole sentencing phase, I'm like, bro, eat a dick. Are you crazy? I was like, I didn't even kill anybody. Like that's a life sentence. I was like, I'll take a 20-year sentence. I know I fucked up. I know I deserve to be in prison. But I was like, I'm not taking a 30 to 65-year deal. That's crazy. And for months, went back and forth with the DA. And the DA, all he kept saying is like, bro, if you don't roll over on your co-defendants, it's over for you. I don't give a fuck what you're talking about. And this is the only deal I'm putting on the table. He was like, I know there are 6 other people involved in this. So you either play with me or you're done. And I still refused to do it. And it got to a point where my lawyer at the time was able to negotiate what they call a mediation session. And that's where a senior judge mediates between like the defense counsel and the prosecutor, kind of looks over the facts of the case and tries to help both parties come to a reasonable deal. And during the course of that session, you know, the senior judge more or less just kept it real with me. He was like, Sean, you're fucked. He was like, I'm not even going to sugarcoat this situation for you. He was like, right now, your feet are cemented into the ground and the DA is like a semi truck coming at you full speed. He was like, today you have a choice to make. You can either die in prison. He was like, because if you take it to trial, because I was adamant about going to trial. I was like, if you're going to give me a life sentence, I might as well get, because I was facing 100 to 400 years. That's how much they stacked those charges against me.
Right.
There were like 10 plus armed robbery charges, each carrying a 10 to like 32-year sentence on top of a simulated weapon menacing charge or whatever it was. So in all, had I taken my case to trial, the way that they stacked those charges against me, because all those sentences would run consecutively with each other.
Right.
So going to trial and losing, I'm facing 100 to 400 years, right? He was like, bro, the senior judge is telling me, like, you're either going to die in prison, because that's what's going to happen if you get 100. He was like, even if you get the low end of that sentence, 100 years, you can't do that. You're going to die in prison. And he was like, granted, you can take chances on appeal and hope that something goes wrong during the course of this trial and that you can come back and get resentenced or get your case thrown out. But he was like, that's rare.
But
he was
what?
like, that rarely happens.
Right.
He was like, so today you have to make a choice. And I was like, today? He was like, today is the only time. This session that we're having, they're like, today is when you need to decide whether you're taking this deal or not. You can't meditate on this. You can't think about this for any substantial amount of time. This is it, buddy.
What's your lawyer saying?
My lawyer's like, Sean, take the fucking deal. Because the DA, he comes back after these conversations and he was like, I'll give Sean 45 years. If he's not going to play ball with us, 45 years is all I'm willing to give him.
But
so my lawyers
parole.
Say it again.
You have parole, but
so 45 years, a violent 45 is what they tried to get me to plead to. On that, I would have had to serve 75% of it before being eligible for parole. So they're trying to get me to serve 30 years in prison before I'm even eligible to be a free man. And the judge said that during the session. He was like, your choice today is a matter of choosing between dying in prison or getting out to your grandchildren and living out your golden years.
Right.
I was like, what type of choice is that? And he was like, that's the choice you have, my friend. And in that moment, I was like, you know what? Fuck it. Give me the 45 years.
One day his friend comes up to me and says, hey man, your roommate said he was going to do this, go to this bank and walk in and, you know, rob it basically. And he goes, but if he backs out, will you do it? And like, I'm thinking like, I'm sick. I need money. This could take care of me for a while. So I said, yeah. And of course the other guy backed out. So I'm like, well, shit, I guess I got to do it. And that's where it all started. That was there in Phoenix.
What'd you do? You wrote a note or?
Yeah. So I wrote a note and I had long hair. I'm kind of growing it long now, but I had long hair before that, about down to here. And so I cut my hair and I threw on the little Irish, golfer Irish hat. And I had a long sleeve shirt on and pants, but like I went and got the elastic, like grandma pants, And And so underneath my long sleeve shirt was a short sleeve t-shirt, and underneath my pants were shorts. And I stashed a backpack in this underground garage. And so I went into the bank and I wrote a note. I put it on the counter, and he's just looking at me, and I see his hand go like this. I'm like, don't you press that fucking button. Don't you press that fucking button. And he goes like this. Just right in my face, like, there you go. Stick it, press the button. And I was so nervous. Like it's just pure adrenaline at that time, because I got the Discovery back, and I never even put the glasses down over my face. I'm staring at the camera like, when they get the Discovery. And so
You didn't get any money.
no, I got about $3,000. He gave me the money
And hit the button.
and hit the button. And so he gave me the money. And so I went down under the garage, did the little switcheroo, threw the stuff in the backpack. And I had a little black bag like this, and threw stuff in the backpack, walked through the parking garage, came up an elevator that was on another side, and took another walkway and up another elevator to street level, and then went across, and then I got on the light rail there in Phoenix. And as I'm coming across, the police are pulling into the bank, and I'm just like, and so that took care of, that was the first. That was a U.S. bank there on Central, and no weapon or nothing. I was very polite in my notes. I said, like, good morning. I think the first one I put, this is a burglary. Not a robbery. This is a burglary, said a few things and like, thank you, and gave him the note. And so, but I think I've watched a few of the videos, like, you don't really get very much when you go in and do the teller, like with a note, or unless you're doing some giant takeover.
Yeah. Unless you go into the cash, and if you go into a lot of these guys will tell you, if you go into the cash drawer, like sometimes they'll have a main drawer with 10, 9,000, but usually those have triggers and all kinds of problems.
I got one of those, like my third bank. Yeah. Cause I got like 10, 11 grand from that. I hit the head teller. And so she had the big cash drawer, and, so I did the first one, and then it was about 2-3 weeks. And then of course, when you have money like that, you're going crazy with dope. I mean, I wasn't buying new things, fancy things or anything like that. And so now I'm supporting two other people's habit. Everybody's your friend when you have, when you got the fix.
Right.
And so then I went and trying to think which was next. So I did, this bank that's the one with the head teller way on the north side of town. And I had a driver for that. And so, but he didn't know what was going on. I just said, look, you're going to go here and you're going to park right here, and I'll be back in a few minutes. And then I got back in the car and I'm like, go. And so I got the main teller in that one. And so he figured out what was going on, so obviously now one person knows, and then my roommates know, and that's never good. And so by the time I did another one right next to the first one on Central, and they had one of those machines where almost like a printer machine, but it's a little small ATM machine. And so I go in there and she gives me $1,000. I'm like, what the fuck is this? She didn't even open a drawer, nothing. She goes, I have to print it from the machine unless I go back into the vault, and that's going to take some time. And she goes, if you want to wait 5 minutes, I can print out another 1,000, kind of like a drop drawer at, like Circle K or 7-Eleven, something like that. They have those drop drawers. And I'm like, so that was like $1,000 out of that. It threw off my average, but but after that second one, we got robbed. Because my roommate was real sloppy. He would get all Xanaxed out and have these periods of heroin, Xanax, 3-day blackouts. And so he had people come into our house and late at night because he was selling. And we got robbed, and he's getting pistol whipped, and I jump and come trying to do a Superman and ran right into a fist. And so I had about $4,000 in those, those Russian maternity dolls, like the one inside the other, inside the other, inside the other. So I'd rolled all the cash and put it in that. It was on my dresser. And I think the guy knew I had money. I think it was a setup. Like someone told him I had money or something, because he was going through the whole house. He's looking under the mattress, unless he was just looking for dope money. But we weren't those kind of dealer people, you know? And he picks that thing up and he puts it down. He moves it over, and he couldn't find anything, you know? So he just stole my phone and my TV. But it's, you know, I'm lucky we didn't get shot, because the guy was getting pissed. My buddy was getting pistol whipped, and I grabbed the guy with the knife, and just crazy things, you know. But that's what happens when you're living that life, you know. And so I did the third one, and then they started putting me on the news.
Oh, those bastards.
Those bastards, yeah. Do you have the clip? I don't know if you have the clip or not. Did I send it to you? No. The YouTube clip?
I don't think so. Yeah, send me send it to me for sure.
Yeah. So they started putting me on the news, and I come home and my roommate's like, dude, you were just on the news. I'm like, oh shit. And so I did one more bank after that. And then I decided, you know what, this is it. I bought a Lincoln. This is 2016. So I bought a 2004 Lincoln limo edition, special edition, windows tinted. And I'm like, you know, this is cool. I got money now. I'm driving my dealer around. I'm getting hooked up. You know, like every day. I don't have to worry about money to do my habit, you know, because I wasn't looking to get rich off of the banks. I was just looking to not get sick.
Right.
And so, like, I'm hooked up. I'm driving my dealer around, making deliveries for him, going here, going there, and so, but some crazy things started happening. Like, I'm like, dude, I feel like we're being followed. He's like, no, and you know, he's selling meth, so everybody out meth. Huh?
Well, who would follow us?
Yeah, right.
You've only robbed 3 banks.
Right. And I'm driving around with him with, you know, a couple ounces of heroin and meth, and then shotgun in the back, and like, who would follow us? Look at all heroin now, driving the Lincoln. But my excuse was like, they have what's called livery service in Arizona. So my justification for it, if I ever got pulled over, I had nothing in the front. It was on the back, and I don't know what he brought in the car. It's, you know, wasn't me. You know? Right. And so, so I just figured that was a safe way to go about it. I was like, man, I feel like I'm being followed. And this was about September 2016. And like we'd park somewhere, and this van would come around to the side, like a little minivan, but it would be like a lady with her 2 kids, right? And so they followed us all the way to this place, and then they parked there. I'm like, what's up? So I start walking, and they just tires peel and take off. But it's like this Somalian lady with 2 kids in the car. And so I'm starting to get more paranoid now.
But it's definitely not the police.
No, that was definitely not the police. But we're being followed. And so I'm like, what? So one time on the freeway, I feel like, I'm like, man, this is crazy. So I'm on the main freeway there in Phoenix, and everybody's going, anybody knows Phoenix, they're doing 80 if they're doing anything. And I slow down to like 40 miles an hour on the freeway in the center lane. And the 2 cars that I thought were following me wouldn't pass me. And I'm like, this is odd. This is really odd. And there's a big SUV, and I don't know what the person was driving it. So then I take off, and I'm doing 95, and the guy's right on my tail. And then a police car comes, flashing his lights, and I think he's pulling me over. And then he gets in front of the car and me, and they pull him over. And I'm like, this is odd. Like, what? I don't understand this, you know? And so that went on for about 3 months, and later to come and find out they had a GPS on my car. So I don't know if they have some kind of, they take their CIs to follow people when they're doing this, but I don't know. It was just, or maybe he made some bad deals. My buddy made some bad deals, and they were following us. I don't know, but it was odd things were happening though. Like I had a Garmin that you would put a cell phone chip into for location,
Right.
and so, but I never used it. It was in my drawer. So I come home one day and I had this girl living with me. She was pregnant, not my kid, but and so I come and I get sitting out on the couch, and then I pull out the chip, the SIM card that was in it, and it was a different SIM card.
Okay.
And so, yeah, just odd. I don't know, just really strange things. So, come to find out, I had several people, confidential informants, on my case. So, I don't know how many people told, the FBI what. And so I don't know, odd things. Maybe they're trying to keep track of me. My Bluetooth, I had a Sony Bluetooth speaker that was, I'd come home and it would be on and connected to some other phone or some other Bluetooth. And they were friends. This girl staying with me was friends with the neighbor next door. So I don't know if the FBI was over there listening to me or trying on the speaker. I don't know. I don't know what kind of tactics they do, but it was just started getting very insane. And then almost 90 days after they put the warrant on for the GPS on my car, which I found this out later, but they came and raided me, and I had bars on my windows. The screen door was a barred screen door, and bars on the windows, and it was right when the sun comes up. That's when they get you. Right when the sun comes up, and I wake up, I'm sick, I can't see straight, and I just open the door. Like, I'll be right there. Oh, it's working door right now. I'm like, hold on, I gotta get some clothes. I'll be right there. And I had dope all in the house, and I'm sick because I overslept, and I'm banging. I put on shorts, and I'm like trying to wipe the powdery stuff off the counter, and I had a gram of dope, and I couldn't, I had no time to do it. I couldn't smoke it or shoot it, so I put it in the only other place I could get away with hiding it for a while, and so they came, and they had that bar that comes through this long bar trying to pull down the blinds to see me, and I come out with the pants on and shirt and shoes, no socks, and they put me on the ground and cuffed me, and the girl that was with me, she was there, and they just let her go. Just let her go. So I think there was quite a few things going on there, but people keeping an eye on me to make sure I wasn't running off or that kind of thing. So, but the only thing I like about all of this is they reference me to James Bond in the in the news thing, and they call me the GoldenEye Bandit because I wear these silver rimmed glasses. So the news thing, I'll send you the clip, and
you just like me an article.
I think I sent you the YouTube video too, in like one of the first texts, but I'll send it again.
Okay, maybe it was a link or something. I didn't. Okay.
Yeah, it's a link to it is ABC News there.
I did see it. It was it was a news clip of them talking about you, right?
Yeah, it's like James Bond. There's a new GoldenEye in town, and
right.
Yeah, so they did. Yeah, and they had me blasted, GoldenEye Bandit, all like they put it on that national syndicated news list all over the country and everything. So it was a matter of time before they got me, but I didn't really care. I didn't care so much I'm just saying I didn't care so much that I got arrested. Like I was just done. Like I've just spent, like at this point I'm just wiped,
Right.
You were gonna say?
I was gonna say, so what did they say when they grab you? They get you, they bring you in the little room, the FBI agents come in and sit down.
Yeah, so they take me to some building right across from the main Justice Center, Federal Justice Center there in Phoenix. And they're fingerprinting me, and they don't really tell me, they didn't say why I was being arrested, and I didn't ask, which is an obvious sign of guilt, right? Like, what are you doing here? And And so he asked me a few questions, and then he was lawyered up. I said I want an attorney. He asked me about my cell phone number, and then he asked me if I had ever been in this part of town or something like that. And I just said, I think I should get an attorney. And I just lawyered up. And but they were like super nice to me, like, just completely nice. They're walking me over to the Federal Center. They let me have a cigarette, and they're like saying, don't worry, this, you'll get through this, Mr. Martinez, just, you'll be okay. And by this time, the intro dose of the heroin's kicking in. I'm kind of, yeah. And they take me right over to the Justice Center, and I'm sitting in those stainless steel benches, and I'm just falling over on all the people there that got caught crossing the border and everything else. I was just out of it. And I got arraigned that day and sent straight off to Florence, which is the big prison town. Basically, they have state there. They have the course civic for the feds. I think they have if you're like a probation violation person, you might have another little area there for federal. And
right.
Yeah, that started my whole prison experience. And
so, well, what happened? What did they offer you? I mean, did you say, I'm going to trial? I don't know what you're talking about. Like, at what point did somebody come up and say, hey, this is why they arrested you. This is what you're looking.
Well, I realized then it was for the banks after that, because in the that initial appearance before the judge, they said 4 counts of bank robbery. And so I had a public defender, and, looking over the discovery and, seeing my picture like this up at the camera, and, I knew I was had. So I didn't fight my case. And it took a year to get through the whole process, not even trying to fight my case. Because I figured, everybody, someone there has that big giant book that says,
the federal sentencing
beat the feds or something like that. Or
no. Busted by the feds.
Busted by the feds. That's it. And it's like this big. And the 2 things I got out of it is, 1, they win 95 to 98% of their cases. And 2, if you take it to the box, you're screwed. And you lose, you're screwed. And so, and I had no one else on my case. Like, it wasn't like I could, I guess I could have snitched on the driver, but what good have that done? It's like, at this point I figured out, like, unless you're,
I was gonna say, and all you've done is hand people a note. Like, you didn't have a gun, so that would have been a problem.
No weapon. Yeah, no weapon at all. And my notes were nice and, polite, and
you didn't hand them a harshly worded. It was a harshly worded note. No,
it was like thank you. It was basically like put the 100s, 50s, and 20s on the counter, remove the bands, spread them open, because I didn't want a GPS chip. Right. No GPS, no die packs. Thank you. And then the first one I left a note. The other ones I realized I should take the note, because the first one I remember he pulled it back because they wanted to keep it as evidence for DNA and those kind of things. So the other ones I took the notes, but they had them, the shot down with the camera on them. So it took me. They kept delaying the final sentencing and that type of thing, and I'm just like, look, I don't want this to be a problem. But I had no prior criminal record on anything, like that charges for my kid, being in a juvenile never showed up. I had another incident when I was in Cleveland where my wife worked for a bank, and we had split up, and we had 2 separate bank accounts. So I was depositing money here and withdrawing it over here and back and forth and back and forth. And then next thing you know, you're about $6,000 overdrawn.
Right.
And yeah, so I had 3 felony charges on that, and I ended up getting attempting to pass a bad check misdemeanor. Out of, paid the money back, released that day, no probation, attempting to pass a bad check misdemeanor, and that was it. Right. So they didn't do anything with that on my criminal history. And so I basically had nothing on my criminal history, but I was still a 38 on the list. Because I think bank robbery is like a 32 or 34, something like that. Just with or without a gun. The gun's just an enhancement. And then But they counted each bank was another 1 point enhancement from the first.
My first check, my first charge was actually for forgery. A buddy of mine who was letting me stay with him was getting evicted. He was working at a job site, stole some checks from the owner, and me, not having a criminal mindset, thinks to myself, well, if he writes the check to me and I sign it and bring it to the bank and they give me cash for it, I'm not committing forgery because I didn't actually write the stuff on the check. So I go cash 2 of these checks. One was for like $380, which I kept $60 of and gave the rest to my buddy so he could put towards rent. And then once that one worked, we went big on the next one with $1,500, and I gave him like $9. He got caught up on rent and everything. And a couple weeks after that, the cops are looking for me. They want to talk to me about it. And now I'm getting investigated for other stupid things. There was like an attempted burglary, and then it all culminates at the end of the summer when I physically reach my hand in a woman's pocket and take $200. She went to the cops and said I robbed her. I told the cops, yeah, I took the money out of her pocket, but that's because she owed me $200 and wasn't trying to give it to me. Turns out that's confession for robbery.
Right.
The moment you volunteer that you physically took money from somebody that was trying to stop you, it doesn't matter if they owe you money or not, you've committed a robbery. So what we started doing was robbing drug dealers.
Of course. Of course. I mean, of course, that's a given. It's the next step.
It's New England, so I mean, there's a lot of guns up here, but we don't have nearly the shootings that you guys got down south. I don't know what it is about down south and shooting versus up here in shootings. There's just not that many shootings. So me and my buddies are doing home invasions on drug dealers with like baseball bats and 2x4s and stuff.
How are you finding the drug dealers? Like, how do you know this is a guy? We always used inside information. So like if we're from Laconia, me and a couple of my buddies from Laconia would go to Claremont, New Hampshire, and our buddies in Claremont would tell us who sold drugs in the area. We'd go rob all them. They'd come up to Laconia. We'd tell them who sells drugs. They'd rob all them. So that's how we were just doing it. We would go to areas where nobody knew us, but we knew a couple people that knew everyone. And that was our end to figure out who we needed to rob. Like I remember one time we got this is a funny one. We get this safe, right? And my co-defendant in the bank robbery case calls me up and he goes, hey, I'm at this mechanic's place. I'm about to go in and grab this safe. Can I bring it over to Johnny's house and we can crack it over there? And I'm like, yeah, sure, no problem. Let me run home real quick and get some tools. Is this like in the middle of the day?
No, this is the middle of the night.
Okay.
So he goes in and gets the safe, brings it over. I get back with the tools. It takes all of 2 seconds to break it open. It was one of those big it's white and plastic on the outsides. It's like one of the fire safes. It's got like concrete and stuff on the inside.
Yeah.
Real cheap, real easy to just pop open, apparently. Well, the funny thing was when we go to get rid of it, we wrap it in a bed sheet and we put it in the car, and then we go to this the thing the train drives over. I can't remember it for the life of me. A bridge that a train drives over. Okay. A trellis. And we walk up on the train tracks and we're doing 1, 2, 3, and we throw it into the river. Turns out that that type of safe floats. It won't sink. The door was open and everything. We're watching it float right down the river. But once we ran out of drug dealers, that's when I started looking at banks. And I'm like, well, they keep money right there. Why don't we just go in there? And I'm using some of the things I learned from being in prison, which is they got a top drawer, they got a bottom drawer. Bottom drawer is where most of the bills are. If you tell them not to do something, they're instructed and trained to listen to you. Their job is to get you out of the bank as quickly as possible and ensure the safety of the people that are in the bank.
Right.
So I knew I didn't need a gun. I knew I could do it with a note. And I knew that if I went about doing it the way I wanted to do it, I'd be in and out of a bank in 20 seconds. If I'm just grabbing the money from one or two drawers, I'm in and out. And that's what I started doing. And next thing you know, we're running through 15 grand in a couple days. It's amazing how quickly you just piss through money when it's free. You know,
Yeah.
it's like when you're actually working for money, which I didn't find this out till I got out of prison this last time, but like when you actually work for money, you're more inclined to think about what you're going to spend it on rather than just buy whatever you see in front of you because you're just going to go steal some more money.
Right.
So the bank robbery that we got arrested for, the day before the bank robbery, we had gotten off the highway and we're at a gas station and we're outside smoking a cigarette. And my co-defendant points out a little strip mall. It's behind the gas station. And then probably 6 feet down, there's like a little hill. So it's kind of like you can't really see it that well from the gas station. And I look over and there's a bank there. I think it was the first bank of New England or something like that. New England National. I can't remember. Something New England was in there. And I go, you know what? That's a good one. We could hit that one first thing tomorrow morning. And he's like, yeah, that's a good idea. So we wind up splitting up. We connect later that day. And he sends me over to this prostitute's house. There was literally this building in Manchester, New Hampshire that everyone in the building was a prostitute. They all had their own apartments, but that's where we would go to hang out. Prostitutes have never been my thing. So it was just an easy place to just kind of stay out of the way. So I stayed hanging out with one of these prostitutes all night, literally just hanging out, doing absolutely nothing else. And he went to see his girlfriend. He comes and picks me up first thing in the morning. It's like 6 o'clock in the morning. And this was one of those days where like everything that could go wrong goes wrong. We get back to his house, have a bowl of cereal. Next thing you know, we both fall asleep. We've been up for days. We both pass out, wake up. It's like 3:30 in the afternoon. I go in to wake my co-defendant up. I'm shaking him and everything. And he's dope sick. He is so dope sick. And I'm like, he ain't going to be able to drive the getaway car.
Right.
What the fuck? So I just go and get in the shower and I'm trying to figure out what we're going to do because he needs to be not dope sick before we can go rob a bank. And I'm not dope sick. I've never been strung out on heroin in my life. I've done plenty of heroin. I've just never developed a habit for it. The first time I really abused it, I had enough minor withdrawal symptoms that I decided I was never going to put myself in that situation again. So my co-defendant comes running into the bathroom and he goes, come on, let's go. Guato just called. We can go pick up. Guato was our dealer who we had actually robbed a few days before that. We had robbed him and then we went and robbed a bank and my co-defendant's like, what are we going to do? We can't go get drugs now. I'm like, yeah, we can. Go pay him the money we ripped him off for and give him like an extra $500 for the headache. We did that. He started fronting us dope after that. So I get out of the shower. We drive down to Lawrence, Massachusetts. And the next thing you know, we're copping like, I think we picked up like 5 grams of heroin and we immediately do some heroin. I do some just because he's doing some. And we wind up getting so high, we have to go back and get some cocaine. Well, now we need to balance out so we can go do this robbery. We go back, get some cocaine. Now we're doing some cocaine on the way to the bank. We get to the bank. It's in Windham, New Hampshire. And right across the street from the bank is a restaurant. And there's trees in front of so you can't see the restaurant's parking lot from the road. I tell my co-defendant to pull in there. He pulls in there. I go, stay right here. I'll be right back. I get out of the car, start walking away. As soon as I start walking away, he starts the car and pulls it out of the parking spot. I turn around, jump back in the car. And now I'm yelling at him like, what the fuck are you doing? He's too high now. That's the problem. When he gets too high, he can't function. He starts talking to himself. He just gets weird and unpredictable.
Right. Unreliable.
Exactly. He pulls out of the parking lot, and now he's on the road. As soon as he gets past the strip mall and I can't see the bank, I yell at him to pull the car over. He pulls the car over, and I look him right in the eye and I go, "Don't fucking move from this fucking spot. I'll be right fucking back."
You're about to come out of that bank with with a bag of money and no getaway car.
Right. You know, like he know it's not a secret what we're there for. I don't know why he got out of the parking spot. So I start walking towards the bank. I walk in, as I go to open the front door of the bank, a woman's leaving the bank. And I go walking up to the person at the desk, and I go to hand her the note, and I see immediately she does what everybody does. She gets flustered, so I start snapping my fingers. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Give me all the money in the top and bottom drawer. Let's go, let's go, let's go. And the woman next to her, I look at her and I go, "You can give me all your money too." So they're getting all their money together. Well, what had happened was, as I was entering the bank, the woman that was leaving the bank, the door was still open. She heard me, "Let's go, give me all the money." She heard that right before the door closed, finally, as she was in the little foyer area to go out the other bank and exit. So she's on the phone to 911 while she's in the parking lot, leaving the parking lot, telling them there's a bank robbery going on. If I had waited a split second, she never would have been in the parking lot on the phone. She wouldn't have heard me start robbing the bank. I'm leaving the bank with the money, and I'm walking down the sidewalk past the other stores, and I get in the getaway car, and now we drive away. We're driving in the wrong direction. We want to be in the other direction, but because he got out of the parking spot, we're no longer able to just pull out and take a right, leaving the restaurant to get towards the highway. We're kind of stuck going in the direction we're pointed. Well, she also sees the getaway car, the description of the car, gets the plate number and all that because she's on the phone with 911, and he parked where he parked instead of parking somewhere else. So now they immediately know what car they're looking for. This road takes us all the way around town in a very slow way. So we finally circle underneath the highway. We come back around from the other side, and traffic starts slowing down. And as traffic starts slowing down, we see that there's a cop doing traffic control. He looks at the car, looks at the license plate, looks at me, looks at my co-defendant, and goes out in front of the car like this, like, "Stop." My co-defendant hits the breakdown lane and takes off. We're in a Dodge Avenger. It's probably like a 98, something like that. But it was a V6 coupe, so it would get up and go when you wanted it to. This cop stops the vehicle behind us, gets in the passenger seat, and does one of those right out of the movies, "Follow that car." The cops are on the other side of the highway, and literally they're probably 2 football fields from the entrance to the highway. And they're all there already because they've been robbed, and it's been a minute since it took us to circumvent this town to get back to the entrance. So now we're on 95 North. No, we're on 93 North in New Hampshire. And it's rush hour on a Friday afternoon.
Mm-hmm.
And we're in the breakdown lane. I'm throwing the clothes I'm wearing out the window over the railing. The few money bands we have, I'm throwing them out the window. Now I'm looking at the money, and we really didn't get shit either. If we had hit the bank first thing in the morning, we would have got 15 grand out of that register. Because we both fell asleep, it was like $850. It was just all bad. So we're getting to the next exit, which is like, I think it's like the Londonderry exit 4, and traffic is at a standstill, except for us. And I know that they're about to spit us off the exit. Because we're in the breakdown lane, we have to get off the exit because of where we're at on the highway. He's like, "What are we going to do?" I'm like, "We got to get to 93 South. We got to get going south and going to Massachusetts. They can't cross state lines." I know this because I had just watched the movie Public Enemies, which became my favorite movie of all time with Johnny Depp, where they couldn't cross state lines back then.
I was going to say, that sounds like something you saw, like, you know, That's definitely something that it's like one of your stoner buddies tells you, listen, bro, we can just go drive over the state line. They can't follow us.
Right.
Yeah. And then you base your entire several decisions that carry over the rest of your life on the fact that your stoner buddy said I know what I'm doing. Oh, well.
Trust me.
All right, trust me.
Everyone's famous last words. Trust me.
You have a vast experience in, being a bricklayer or, working in a convenience store. And that's your experience based on this law that doesn't exist. So what happens?
Yeah.
They call ahead. They're waiting for you.
Well, I know they're going to be waiting when we get off the exit. So we hit the emergency crossover right before the exit. And right as we're trying to maneuver in between vehicles, they try to box us in. We spin out. We go around them over the crossover. Now we're heading south. There's no traffic heading south. Nobody's heading back to Massachusetts after working in New Hampshire all week. So we wind up hitting 93 south. Our plan is to go into Massachusetts. It's only a couple exits away, like 3 exits away. All of a sudden, traffic starts slowing down. We hit over into the breakdown lane. We're doing like at least 115, 120. All of a sudden, we see the stop sticks get thrown out in front of the car.
Oh.
My co-defendant just, at this speed, you cannot make a conscious decision to do anything other than how your body reacts when you see stop sticks get thrown in front of you at 120. And he swerves around him. It takes out the right tires on the right side of the vehicle. And the left tires run over the foot of the police officer that was deploying the stop sticks, because he got the string on the stop sticks stuck in his boot and he was trying to untangle it. It ripped his boot off, sent his boot flying across the highway. Because of where they found the boot, they actually wrote the crash report up to make it sound like we crossed 2 lanes of traffic and went out of our way to run this cop over. It was just, that's how far the boot flew when it ripped the boot off, when a boot got ripped off of his foot. So now we have 2 tires and all you can hear is, which is the wheels grinding into the pavement. And there's rubber flying up over the hood, blue smoke everywhere from burnt rubber. It's a mess. And my co-defendant's like flipping out. He throws me a gram of Coke and he goes, mix it. Now I'm mixing shots of Coke while we're in the middle of a high-speed chase. And
are you still thinking you're going to get away with it if you get over the state line?
That's still in my mind because we haven't actually made it over the state line yet. So, the stop sticks also took out a cruiser, the very next cruiser behind us. So one of the cruisers was out of the race. Nice. They tried deploying stop sticks again right before we get to the state line, and we swerve around them. I don't know how, because I had to hold the wheel for my co-defendant while he shot up, and we had no traction at all. I don't know how he managed to keep us on the road as long as he did with 2 tires, but he did. So next thing you know, we go around another set of stop sticks, takes out another cruiser behind us. We get a couple exits into Massachusetts, and finally, my co-defendant, as soon as we get over the state line, he looks behind us and goes, "They're still following us. Fuck, what do I do? What do I do?"
That's crazy.
Yeah, I'm like, they're not supposed to.
Wait,
I didn't know about the hot pursuit law where they can just radio ahead and be like, "Yeah, we're in hot pursuit. We're coming in."
Did you ever see Smokey and the Bandit?
No.
See, that's the problem. I saw Smokey and the Bandit, and I knew that during a pursuit, they can actually follow you through multiple jurisdictions. But see, I saw Smokey and the Bandit. You didn't, and that changes everything.
Right. I saw Public Enemies, and their laws predate Smokey and the Bandit. That's why.
Yeah, that's exactly.
So we get off in Drake, Massachusetts is when we decide to get off the highway. And I still don't know how we got off the highway, because it was 1 lane and there was a lot of backed up traffic. Like somehow we managed to get up on the side and go around some vehicles. And now we're on the double yellow and we're driving cars off both sides of the road because we're trying to outrun the cops. And it gets so dangerous, the cops actually stop following us. And when we realized they stopped following us, my co-defendant's like, what are we going to do? I'm like, we need to stop another vehicle and hijack their car.
Yeah,
He's
so
like,
carjacking. That is
right.
the way to go. That's the way to go.
Absolutely, that's the way to go in this situation. We need a new car. We need to get away. He's like, well, what do? I go, hit somebody in the rear quarter panel. It's going to slow us down because we don't have brakes because we're missing 2 tires. And it's also going to make them pull over. We do that. He happens to hit the one car that has a carload of Dominican and Puerto Rican dudes in it. Like, I jump out of the airbag hits me in the face. I jump out of the car. I start running towards the car. We're going to carjack. 4 people get out. I immediately don't even brake, don't even miss a beat. Now I run towards the right. I'm going to hit the guardrail and hop in the river, swim across the river, the Merrimack River, which is like the biggest river up there. And that's how I'm going to get away. They come right around the corner and
do you still have
tackle
the $800?
me. What?
Do you still have the $800?
Oh, I missed that part. So I took half the money, right?
Right.
And gave it to my co-defendant. And I took the other half and I rolled it up in a tube, in a tube about this big, right? And I tucked it in between my butt cheeks, is what I did with it. And it stayed there rather well for a while, at least. And that'll come up later. So so I'm right before the guardrail. The cops are still following us, so I find out, but they had slowed down. And they come around the corner. They see me. They jump out of the vehicle, tackle me. They're punching me in the back of the head. What's your name? Fuck you. Boom, boom, boom. What's your name? Fuck your mother. Boom, boom, boom. They get me all cuffed up. I don't know what's going on with my co-defendant. I found out that he got out of the car and ran in the opposite direction of the car we were supposed to carjack. I still don't know why to this day. They didn't tackle him. They tased him in the river for 26 seconds. It was on the taser report. One of the cops that was wrestling with him in the river afterwards lost his gun and his flashlight in the river. They finally get us in the back of cruisers. They read me my rights and I'm like, yeah, I think I'll take the lawyer. They read him his rights and they go, we just want to know who's driving the car. He goes, I don't know what car you're talking about. So they get us to the state trooper barracks in North Andover, Mass. And as we're walking up the stairs, I go looking at my co-defendant and he was 200 pounds, 6'2" when he got out of prison 4 months earlier. He was about 150 pounds. He was strung out when I got out a month after him. And he's soaking wet and he just has this look of devastation on his face. And I go, hey, pick. And he goes, looking at me, he's like, I go, hey, man, I don't know about you, but I had fun today. And I'm doing it for his peace of mind, but I'm also doing it for the cops because at this point in my life, I hate the police, kill the cops. I hope they all die, blah, blah, blah. You know, it doesn't matter that they're the ones that are out here protecting your family while you're sitting your ass in prison because of the choices you made.
Right.
So I'm getting booked and this detective comes walking in and it's obvious to me that he's a detective. And he goes walking out back to the holding cells and I hear him screaming. He goes, you either robbed the bank or you drove the car. Which is it? And at this point I realized, well, this is where I'm going to find out if my co-defendant's going to be solid and tell on me or not. Cop comes walking out 30 seconds later, pissed. They bring me out to the holding cells, bring him out to book him. I'm still cuffed up. So I'm sitting on the floor of the holding cell with cuffs behind me. And this guy, who's obviously a detective, he has his badge on his belt, comes walking in, same guy, goes walking in, he goes, you either robbed the bank or you drove the car, which is it? And I go, are you my lawyer? He's like, I'm not your lawyer. I'm like, well, I asked for a lawyer. He goes, you either robbed the bank or you drove the car, which is it? And I go, lawyer. He goes, do you know how much time you're looking at? You're looking at 3 Class A felonies. That's 21 years in prison. And I go, apparently you can't do math, retard. That's 22 and a half years in prison. Go ahead, run that concurrent with the prison sentence I'm going to do already. Fuck you. And he storms off. we get brought to the county jail. First thing they do is strip me out. That's when the money comes back up. They're doing all right, bend over, cough. I do that real quick and spin. Hold on. What's that? Just money. And I say it like it's the most natural, like everyone keeps money there. Why wouldn't there be money tucked in between my ass cheeks? And they put me on drug watch now. So they put me on drug watch.
Okay.
So now I got to shit. This is something they do in prison when they think you might have drugs inside of you.
Right.
They will put you in a room with nothing but a toilet with a trash bag over it to collect your waste, or they'll bring you a bucket to defecate in for when you say you finally need to go. So they kept me there for a few days until I finally went to the bathroom, and then they let me out into the shoe. We go to court on Monday. By now, they've literally just thrown me in a cell and left me there. Haven't said anything to me, wouldn't even give me toilet paper, that type of thing. They're like, oh, they tried to kill a cop. Fuck them. That's the type of treatment you get. My co-defendant's super dope sick, so he spends his whole time in medical. They take us to court Monday, and the first lawyer that comes down and talks to us says, listen, if you waive extradition, they're going to take you back to New Hampshire today. And I'm like, all right, let's go. We get up to the courthouse, we waive extradition. They immediately take us into custody and take us to New Hampshire, where they book us at the police station and arraign us at court, $400,000 cash only bail. The next day, they take us back to the state prison. Because of the notoriety, they take my co-defendant directly to SHU. My charge is criminal liability for the conduct of another for attempted second-degree murder on a police officer. It's a very long charge.
Yeah.
So it only shows up as criminal liability as a pending charge, which doesn't sound bad at all. But when you read the whole thing, you realize you're looking at just as much time as the guy that was arrested for attempted murder on a police officer.
Right.
And I need to be near my co-defendant. We have to talk, obviously. We need to get our story straight so we could try to figure out how we can salvage this. Not to mention how many other cases might be coming down from all the other crap we've done in the last 90 days. But, this is the worst one that we got in front of us. Let's just deal with this one. So I go out of my way to pick a fight with the first person that just looks at me wrong. And I get in a fight. I go to SHU. Now I'm in SHU. Well, they won't let me anywhere near him. Won't let us in the same wing, so he's above me or I'm below him. And that's where they kept us until they wound up indicting us. We went to the federal courthouse, and that was the last time I actually was in the same room as him.
I put a plan together. I got up a few guys that I knew, and I said, you know what? I want to go back and hit that store. I want to hit that store. I want to go and do, and this is what we're going to do. I know everything to lay out, inside and out. So we got everything we need, all the necessary material, all the equipment that it was going to take to pull it off. And that morning, which was like on a Friday, I wanted to hit it when I thought they had the most money inside the customer service and the most money inside of the safe. So I hashed up a plan for one guy to go over to the produce area because I know there was a phone in there, and I know I didn't want anyone getting to that phone. And one guy watched the door, and one guy went up to the customer service with me. So we went, achieved my goal. I went inside approximately like 9:30, 10 o'clock in the morning, when I know it wouldn't be that busy, but everything would be on hand. I successfully pulled it off, made it back. I think we probably got like 15,000, 17,000 or something from that heist. So I divided that money up amongst us. I think it was 4 people. I divided that money up, and I went about my business. So once that money was spent, I said, you know what? We're going to go do the other one. So I got my guys together, and we decided we're going to go do the other one. And I went to the one on Hillsborough and Armenia, and I also did that one. The craziest thing about this one was that I took every coin that was in the safe. I took all the bills. It was like, I'll say like $600-700 in ones. There was like $500 in quarters, a couple $100 in dimes, nickels, and pennies. But the reason why I say that, because on the way out, I had so much weight inside the duffel bag, it was hard for me to get it on my shoulder to try to get it out the door. So one of the guys was trying to help me. I had a bag boy trying to intervene, trying to stop us or something. But my guy, you know, did what he had to do to keep him from intervening. And by the time I made it to the car, got the bag in there, made it to the second car, it was a wrap. But as time went from there, I did in and out jobs. I worked at car dealerships. I worked at Ed Morris Cadillac probably from the year from 90, 91, 92, 93. I started my bank robbery career around 93, 94. And I got in that just simply by my brother-in-law. Knew a guy who wanted to rob a bank. Now, growing up as a kid, you hear people say, oh, yeah, I want to rob a bank, man. The only way you got to rob a bank, you got to rob a bank to get that kind of money. Oh, yeah. And I was like, damn, robbing a bank. If you rob a bank, you'd be a millionaire, man. You know, that's the mentality you had growing up as a kid, as a young adult. So my brother-in-law came to me one day. He was like, hey, man, check this out. I know this guy, man, this white guy, he want to rob a bank. You know, he looking for somebody he know, easy lick. I was like, yeah. Bring him to me. I want to meet him. Bring him over here. So like 2 days later, he brought the guy over. You know, we sat and talked for a minute. He told me about the bank. You know, I said, I want to see it. Take me to it. So he take me to the bank. I was trying to see what the people were doing because it looked like they had to be buzzed in. I was like, they got to be buzzed in? The first bank I did was the one on Hillsborough in Havana. I think it was Florida Bank or something similar to that. It wasn't a big name brand bank or big branch. It was just like a independent, a small bank. But anyway, you had to be buzzed to get in. I was like, man, look, I don't want to do no bank. You got to be buzzed to get in. What about you got to be buzzed to get out? He's like, no, I already been in. You don't have to worry about that. Once you get in, I'm like, are you serious? He's like, yeah, bro, man, it's going to be easy, man. I was like, fuck it, let's do it. So he's like, I'm going to get the cars and everything. And then, woo. I was like, I'll get the scraps and I get everything else. You know, we're going to handle this. So we picked the day, which was going to be on a Friday. And we picked that day because we felt like that's the day that the most money would be in the bank, in the tellers, because Friday is normally check cashing day. So we felt like that'd be the best day to do it. So I picked him up around 10:30 or so. I wanted to make sure I'm around there hitting the bank around right before lunchtime, when I feel like people was going to come and be doing their thing, getting the check cash, and it was going to be the most amount of money in the tellers at that time. So I picked him up. We go get our first vehicle, a stolen vehicle that he used a screwdriver to get. I think it was a Mustang 5.0. It was a Mustang 5.0 with like a hellacious engine, and it was all souped up and everything. So we go get in the first car, and our second car was a Nissan Maxima that I had. We had got from Nissan of Tampa or something. We had keys to it and everything. So we had parked that behind the Publix because it was in like a Publix shopping center, and the bank set up on the corner of Hillsborough and Havana. So we're on our way heading west on Hillsborough right before Armenia. I got me, my other guy, and the person who originally wanted to do the bank, and sitting in the car with me. So when we pull up the Hillsborough and Armenia, this guy, we already ready. We got the gloves on, we got the mat, we got the straps, we got the bag, we ready, we finna get down. Soon we pull up the Hillsborough and Armenia, this guy tells me, he starts crying. Look, no, Rob, man, I can't do this, man. I can't do it, man. No, I'm on probation. I'm on probation with the feds, man. I can't do this, man. If something happened, man, I'm going to go away forever. I looked at him like, damn, hold on, just chill. I'm thinking in the back of my head, is this some shit? I said, Dana, what's that? What's up, bud? What you want to do? He like, man, whatever, Rob, whatever you want to do, I'm going to do it. I say, fuck it, come on. I pulled over there was a little Crystal's hamburger right there on the corner, like Armenia and Hillsborough. There's a Crystal. So I pulled into there, I dropped him off, bam. I say, just wait right here, man. We're going to do this. So me and Dana jumped up in the front seat with me. We pull out of Crystal. We pull up to the bank. So when we pull up to the bank, we got dark tinted windows on the Mustang. So we sitting out front and we're waiting to try to get in because I know you have to be buzzed in. So I say, Dana, you see these two old people right here? As soon as they get that door open, when they buzz in, he gonna hold the door open. We going in, bam. He said, all right, so we waiting for people. They walking real slow. They walked up there. As soon as they pull the door open, they go in, me and Dana out of the car. Bam, I'm the first one in the door behind the people. Dana pushed them on in. He stood at the door. I'm over the counter, bam. I'm hitting all the teller. Now check it. This is my first bank. It happened so fast, but in slow motion that I can almost remember everything that happened. I can remember Dana standing by the door. There was a little kid trying to run out the door. He kept him from running out the door. I can remember, even though I'm at the tellers pulling all the tellers, even at the drive-thru, I can remember the bank manager walking through with a graceful walk, just saying, just give them whatever they want. Don't do anything. Whatever they want, just do whatever they say. So I'm still handling my business, doing what I'm supposed to do. And then Dana like, let's go. Boom. I jumped back across the counter. Boom, we out there. I jumped in the car, went around the back of Publix where I had the second vehicle at. Bam. See, the reason why I parked the car behind Publix because I wanted to give them a sense that I was driving down Havana because they're going to see me coming out driving down Havana heading south. But I dipped behind the Publix, jumped into my second vehicle, and came out on Hillsborough and proceeded to go down Hillsborough heading east. So I'm going to have all the police, they went that way. I'm having them looking that way when actually I'm in the second vehicle in a totally different car, totally different color, heading in the opposite direction. So anyway, Greg had a ride. He met me back at my house. We counted up the money that we had. And Greg was like, man, I can't believe it. Man, you did it. Man, I can't believe it. So this is the guy who started crying at the red light on Armenia, who didn't want to do it. Even though he didn't participate, I still broke him off. I think I got like $8,700 out of the first one. Very disappointing to me. But nevertheless, I think I gave him like $500, $600 just for being there. Plus, I wanted to make him a part of it. Even though he didn't participate, I wanted to make him a part of it. That way, he don't run his mouth, he don't tell, even though that was going to happen anyway. After that, I was like, damn, my people were like, man, that was easy, man. We're gonna have to do another one. So I waited approximately maybe 3-4 months, and we scouted out to do another one. My very second one, I did off I-4. 4th Street exit off of Gandy in St. Pete. Man, really nice. I think I grossed like 47,000. I took like 47,000 out of there. Somewhere around there, 35,000, 47,000. It was all the same to me. That particular one there, I just wanted to do something away from Tampa because it was already hot from the one before. So I decided I'm going to go across the bridge. We went across the bridge. I seen it right there. It was a nice location. It was right off of Gandy and 4th Street. Jump back on Gandy, do my little thing. Nice. So we got all the material, everything, all the tools we needed to pull the job off, 2 cars, whatever. Went over there and we did it. It was really easy. Now this particular bank right here, what I can remember that's really outstanding to me is that in the process of me grabbing all the money and getting the tellers, hitting the tellers, I can remember there was about 3 or 4 college kids who was standing in line and waiting to see the teller. And I can just remember them saying, "Oh, fuck, all right, go, hell yeah, buddy, go." And I was like, damn. So anyway, I hit him, which was a pretty good lick. I think I got somewhere between like 37,000, 40,000 or something like that out of there. And made it to the second car, came back across the bridge, crossed Gandy, and came to the house and divided them among the guys who I was with. And they went their separate ways. Now, it wasn't like it was something planned. It wasn't like that I wanted to make this a thing or I wanted to be a bank robber, do banks all my life. It was just something that happened out of the blue. It was just something that I had been doing other things that wasn't really paying off. I mean, my brother-in-law once, he's like, "Hey, man, I know this guy got like 10 pounds of weed. He got like $20,000 in his house." And boom, you know, I seen it in there last night, or I seen it in there last week or whatever. I like, "Man, you sure, man?" So I used to do little things like that, and it wasn't paying up. When I got there, man, I'll tear the fucking house up, do whatever I had to do to try to find. It wasn't there. So I had to end up fucking getting steaks out the fridge or fucking lobsters or brand new Jordans or Nikes or something just to make up for the time that I spent trying to find this money, which wasn't there. So I just got tired of it, and I said to myself, "Man, you know what? I'm putting my life and freedom in jeopardy. Going to all these places ain't paying out. I need to do something that I know it's going to be money. It's there. That's their job to have it there." And that what made me decide to, if I'm going to do something, I got to do it where it's at. If I'm going to take this risk, I got to make sure it's worth it. So that's why I was like, you know, I'm not messing with no more of these petty drug dealers. These bitches don't got shit. I'm going to go right where the money's at. So I had did that for a while and end up by my fifth bank. I wanted to do something big. I wanted to like not take over the bank because I still was on a time limit, but I wanted to get the most. And this was the first time I ever used 2 guys to go over the counter. It always was me because I know what I'm looking for. I'm moving rapidly. I don't want no problem. So I always was the one to get the money. But this time I wanted to use 2 because I felt like I'm going to get double the amount. So I scoped out this one bank. It was like on Line Ball and Anderson Road or somewhere down there. I think it was like Bank of America. No, whatever it was. It doesn't matter. So I felt like it was a pretty good apartment complex set across the road. I can put my second car there. I can make it look like I'm going this way. I can pretty much do the same thing and give them the illusion that I'm heading in one direction when I'm going to the other one. So I got my crew together. We got all the vehicles and things that we was going to need to be able to pull it off successfully. And we headed that way. So when we got there, pull up in the driveway, in the parking, and right in front of the bank, we was in a minivan. And the reason why I started using minivans because it's easy for you to be able to change your clothes, stand up in the back of it, change your clothes, and do what you have to do without being seen. Sliding door, easy access to get out. You have multiple people, so it was easy instead of trying to climb across seats and cars. So we always use minivans for our first vehicle. So when we pulled up to this bank, which was like approximately like 9:30 in the morning, it was really nice. So when I pulled up to the front of the bank and decided this was the time to go in, I was the first person through the door on the counter. When I jumped over on top of the counter, there was money scattered all over the counter. And what I figured and I found out is that Wells Fargo had just made a drop off at that bank, and the ladies was counting the bills, and they had it all on the counter laid out. So on top of the counter, I'm on the counter with my bag, just getting all the bills off the counter. So I had another person also with me getting money while I had the other two people holding people at bay. We getting the money, we getting the money, we getting the money. This guy's getting the money. I jumped down because I got everything out the count off the top of the counter. Now I'm hitting the drawers. We getting the money, we getting the money. Boom. My guy said it's time to go. We jumped over back across the counter to head out, to proceed outside the bank. And when we got back in the van, I'm the driver, always the driver. I pulled to exit from the bank on to Anderson. I was heading south, so I was making a right on the Anderson, and I was going to make a really quick. Once I made that bend out of the view from the bank, they couldn't see me. Once I made that bend, I was going to dip into the apartment complex real quick and change it to my second car. Soon as we pulled outside the bank, the guy who went across the counter with me was sitting in the front seat. As soon as I went to make that turn, I just seen a whoosh inside of the car. He had took a wad of 20s, which was approximately like $2,000, if I'm not mistaken, $2,000 or $5,000, something like that. He took a wad of 20s that had a die pack in it, and he shoved it in his pants. He was trying to cuff mean he was trying to steal from us. He was just trying to get that for himself. But little did he know that was a die pack. It blew up in his pants, and he was over there sitting while I'm driving, trying to get away from the bank. We just robbed this bank. This guy's sitting there like, oh, what is fuck? Look what I was like, what the fuck? I was like, pull it out. And he had a bunch of burned up 20s and smoke coming out. I said, throw it out the window. So he rolled the window down. He threw it out the window. I'm like, damn, what happened? How the fuck that happened? And he was like, man, I just grabbed it, I just put it there because my bag had filled, and I just put it in my bin, I put it right there. And I was like, oh, don't worry about it. Okay, let's ride. So we went to the second vehicle. I'm thinking, I was like, this motherfucker was trying to cuff a whole stack of 20s, and the shit blew up in his pants. And the first thing I told him was, watch out for the 20s, especially the ones over to the far left. Most time it's going to be a die pack. And he grabbed it, not paying attention, and it blew up in his pants. But anyway, we got out of that, which was a nice lick because it was a substantial amount of money that was laying on the counter. So I probably ended up with like 50, 60 grand from there. Went back to our house, hired out, and divided it amongst the 4 people who participated in the bank robbery. So as time went, I had enough money for a long period of time that I wasn't really worried about doing anything for a minute. And, I was just chilling out, just doing my little thing, selling a couple of little sacks of weed here and there. And just trying to stay out the way, stay out of trouble. And one day, maybe like, I don't know, 6, 7 months, I had someone come up to me and he said, "Hey man, I know these guys who want to rob an armored car." And I was like, "Man, shit, an armored car?" I was like, "I ain't really interested in doing an armored car," until he told me, "Man, the guy works on the car. It's going to be real easy. He works for the company." I was like, "For real? Oh shit. Okay, I want to talk to him. Let me talk to him." So he brought him over, and it was like a Jamaican guy who works for Wells Fargo. I think when he brought him over, the guy even had the Wells Fargo uniform on. Something like that, something in that nature. I remember seeing a Wells Fargo uniform. But anyway, he was like, "Yeah, man, you know," he driving a brand new Porsche. He had been taking little individual packs of money from other carts, throwing it in his carts when he had to go to Wells Fargo. I guess how I can't remember what the setup, but he was telling me some shit like, when he had to get his cart, sometimes, you know, it's not watching the way you angle yourself. You can slide a pack of money or off for one of the bins and put it in yours, and you just got to remember which one it is. And he used to like take the cart, load up his truck, and he put to the side the one he took from somebody else's bin. And then when he go to make his drops and stuff, he get to like a Publix or some type of grocery store or a convenience store. He'll go in the bathroom and hide it into the garbage bag, call his brother up and have his brother, "Hey man, you got to get over there real quick and get this money. I just put $50,000 cash inside the bathroom, inside Publix bathroom." I was like, "Why? Are you serious? You used to do that?" He had did it like 3 or 4 times. So that's how he bought the Porsche. So anyway, I said, "Yeah, man, tell me about the lick." So he told me about the lick. Yeah, it's going to be easy. It's like about, you would get it like 250, 500,000. All right, then I want to see it. So the following day, he came and scooped me up, picked me up, and we decided to go and check out this lick. So this lick was over in St. Pete. Now they had took an old bank and converted it into something they called the money store. And this is a building that used to be a bank, and all the armored car drivers, that's where they pull money from to take to other banks or other facilities and stuff. So that's why they call it the money store, because that's the only thing they did was house money and load up armored cars to deliver money to other facilities. So he took me over there. I'm looking. I'm like, okay, yeah, cool. I see the guy come out with the money and stuff. I see him throwing it in the back of the armored car. So I'm like, okay, what would we do? I would pull up from the side, catch him from the side when he got his back to me. So as I'm watching, seeing it from a distance, I'm putting my thoughts together, my plan together. How would I pull it off? Always going to be 2 cars, going to be this, going to be that. I got to need this, need that. So I was like, yeah, man, we can do it. So we headed back to Tampa, and we decided we were going to do it. So we meet up like 2 days later. We have everything we need. We got the minivan. We got the second vehicle. I think it was even a third. We had even a third vehicle. I even had a particular group of people watching me specifically, that if anything happened to me, if I had to get on the run, that they're going to meet me somewhere. They're going to follow me or meet me at a distance, and they're going to scoop me up. I always had my own safety net. If anything ever happened, they watching from a distance, they can scoop me up, take me out of harm's way. So we got everybody in place. We pull up, we sitting in our spot. we see the armored car pull up. I got a bulletproof vest on, gloves, ski mask, hoodie, everything. He got the same on. He's got a bulletproof vest. We have a driver. We're in the minivan. We seen the armored car pull up to the money store. The messenger is a guy who, he's in the back. He does all the moving the money, go in the store. He's the messenger. And also the truck have a driver. The driver is the person that drives. He only drives. He cannot open the door, get out of the van. But he have portholes that he's capable and able to shoot from. So once the messenger got the doors open to the truck, he went inside the money store and came back out with a big laundry bin full of money. We pull up to the side. And when we pull up to the side, I was the first person out of the minivan. I opened up the door. I had a 44 Red Desert Eagle, Red Hawk Desert Eagle, some shit. And when I came out the minivan, the messenger seen me, left all the money right there and ran to the front of the truck. I went to the rear of the truck, stood right here just to see where he went. I turned back around to start grabbing the money to throw into the minivan. My guy, he stood at the back of the truck watching the messenger at the front of the truck. So when I went to grab the money to throw in the back of the truck, it slipped because of the gloves. It was saran wrap money in a square about this big right here. Saran wrapped together with, I think it was in some kind of cloth material wrap first, and then it was wrapped with plastic. So when I went to try to grab it and having the gun right here, the money slipped out my hand. That's when the messenger started shooting at my guy. So they started exchanging gunfire back and forth. So I went down to try to grab the money again, and it was so freaking heavy I couldn't get it to throw it in the minivan. The driver started shooting at me. I grabbed my 44 and I upped it into the back of the truck where the driver was. And now, granted, we have a truck, I don't know, maybe 10 feet long, 10 feet long. I'm not sure how long the truck is, the armored truck. But I know personally that the driver was no more than 6, 7 feet from me sitting in the back of the truck. I'm standing in the center of the back of the truck where the door is open. He has 2 portholes that he can shoot out of. I am standing there. When I upped the 44 on the first pull, when I pulled it, the gun from the concussion, from the pressure from the gun, it just started going off, boom, 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 because I tried to shoot it with one hand. Now, the driver is shooting at me through the hole, and I'm still trying to handle this gun, shooting back at him. And he's shooting at me through the porthole. And when I turned to my right and I seen that the minivan was starting to leave, I then turned around this way to my left, and I ended up dropping the gun. It slipped out of my hand. I dropped the gun. I ran and jumped inside the minivan because the sliding door was open on the minivan, and this guy was waiting for his brother to get in because he was going to fucking leave me. That's the only thing I can think of. He was going to leave me. If I wouldn't have made it to that van, he was going to leave me. At the time I'm running to jump inside the minivan, the driver and the messenger is shooting out all the windows in the minivan. So when I dived in it, by me diving in it, kept me down, kept me from being able to get shot. But I got shot in my heel, and my buddy's brother got shot in the back of his head, which grazed him, and he was bleeding from the back of his head down. I had on a black bulletproof vest, and he had on a white bulletproof vest. So I can see the blood leaking from his head down on the bulletproof vest because it was white and the blood was red. So I was like, damn, trying to figure out where he got hit at, but it had got hit, grazed in the back of his head and started leaking onto the vest. So we made it to our second vehicle. We was getting away. They were just running down the road. The messenger running down the road, just shooting out the van. trying to stop the van from getting away. So we got to the light. The light was red. He wanted to stop at the light. I was like, man, go, go, go. I made him run the light, go to our second vehicle. We got to the second vehicle. We changed cars. And we made it across the bridge. Back across, I think we came Howard Franklin. Across the Howard Franklin Bridge. And inside the vehicle, he was saying that he was going to Orlando to take his brother because his aunt was a nurse in Orlando and he wanted to seek medical attention from his brother with a gunshot wound in the back of his head. So all this going on, I make it back to my place. I'm chilling. I'm kind of like stressing, going by what just fucking took place. And at the money store, I was trying to rob this armored car. So I, my girl, she knows all about it and everything, and she kind of comfort me. And we're watching TV, watching a movie or something. I get a knock at the door. I get this knock at the door, and my girl goes to answer the door, and it's Hillsborough County Sheriff Department. So I'm like, fuck, oh shit. So she's like, yeah, he's here. Like, what are you here for? It's like, he's got a warrant out for his arrest for domestic violence. I'm like, fuck. And she's like, no, I dropped the charges. There was we had a little disagreement, a little argument, and I dropped the charges on him. And, I'm not holding any charges against him. And he was like, well, the judge still want to see him. They still got the charges for domestic violence. So we're going to have to take him out, but he can, you can come and bond him out. So I was like, fuck, I can't believe it. After what just took place today, this guy is coming to arrest me on a domestic violence charge. So I was like, okay, cool. I'm going to keep my cool because I had to go along with it. I didn't want to bring no attention to myself. So he arrests me. He take me down around the corner. I think at the time I stayed on like Sly and 50th Street. He pulled into like a vacant apartment complex to do his paperwork. And at that time, he let me use his personal phone to call my girl to just talk to her while he does the paperwork. So after doing the paperwork, we proceeded to go to Orient Road, which I was booked in at on domestic violence charge. And I had to go in front of the judge in order for him to see what was going to take place. So now, that night, I'm going through it. I'm stressing. I was like, damn, I just fucking tried to rob this armored car. This man coming, I don't want to be in here, and they find out it's me, and then them try to, oh Lord, shit, I got to get the hell out of here. I was like, man, this is not good. So I'm inside my cell. I'm tripping. I'm like, man, how did this fucking happen? After what happened today, now I'm fucking here on the same freaking day. I was like, okay, I'm just wait till I see the judge. So I laid down to go to sleep. I think I was in the cell by myself at this time. It wasn't too busy, too crowded inside the pod. It was just like a one-man cell. I fell asleep. Inside of me sleeping, I'm having this dream about the armored car robbery that happened earlier that day. I'm playing this shit back in my head inside my dream. In my dream, I'm seeing everything that took place, me coming out, shooting slow motion, everything moving in slow motion. But it was just one particular thing inside the dream that was going on that was confusing the hell out of me. While I was standing or sleeping inside my dream, I kept hearing this sound. It was like, but I'm dreaming and I'm like, not knowing, not really sure what was that noise, what was it coming from. I know I was dreaming, so I was like, fuck. But when I hear that noise, I wake up in like a cold sweat. I'm like, oh, fuck. Damn. What was that noise? What was that noise? So I said, you know what? I'm going to go back to sleep. I'm going to lay back down. I'm going to go back to sleep. I'm going to go back to that dream. And I'm going to figure out my stuff. I'm going to figure out what the fuck is that noise. So I somehow lay back down. I fell asleep. And I went right back to that dream. And inside the dream, I'm seeing it all again, but I'm telling myself I need to slow it down. Slow the dream down so I can see exactly where that noise is coming from. And inside that dream, when I slowed it down, that noise was coming from bullets. The bullets that was being shot from the driver who was shooting through the portholes at me. They were just whizzing by me. And that was that psh, psh noise that I heard in my dream. So I was like, fuck. Man. This guy is right no more than 5-6 feet from me, shooting at me, but the bullets are going around me. I'm like, I have some angels. Anyway, eventually I got a chance to see the judge, and I think I was on probation at the time. He just reinstated my probation, brought me back in front with the person who dropped the charges against me, and just closed the case on the domestic violence charge, because the person who dropped the charges wasn't going to testify against me. So I don't think at that time state was picking up cases and stuff like that. It wasn't just that serious. But I ended up getting that case dropped, and just end up finished doing my probation for whatever else. I think I had like a Grand Theft Auto or something that I was on at the time. So as time went by, I kind of chilled out on doing banks and stuff. I was, just doing little petty ends and odd things, making a few $100s a day here and there, had little connections with weed, and just doing a couple sacks here and there with friends and, family and people who, were smoking and wanted to smoke. I was just trying to make a few dollars that way. And after that, I decided to get back in the nick of things. I had this girl come up to me who was my girl's best friend. And, I hadn't robbed a bank or did anything in quite some time. But I was okay as far as money was concerned. I wasn't hurting for nothing. And I had this girl come up to me, and she was like, bro, I need you. And I'm like, damn. Ooh, what was up? She's like, man, you're not going to believe I ended up having a accident in Ybor over the weekend. And, this girl pulls up, and she ends up slamming on her brakes, and I end up hitting her from the back. But we both got out of the car, and we went and looked at the car, and I didn't have any damage to my car, and she didn't have any damage to her car, and we just agreed that it was okay. We were just going to go off. But I found that she called the cops and said I did a hit and run. I was like, what? Are you serious? She's like, yeah, man. She ended up fucking calling the cops. So I want to get I have that little bit of damage on my car right there. I just want to get that fixed, and I just want to paint my car for they won't know it was me. Like, so what you want me to do? She's like, man, I will do anything, man. So I don't know what you be doing, but I know you be coming up with money and stuff, but I'll do whatever you can use my car. I'll drive, whatever you want to do. I'll do it to end up to get out of this jam with this car. I'm like, damn. I'm like, man, I'll see what's up. I'll get back with you. So I'm thinking like, damn, man, this girl gonna be messing with me about trying to help her get some money, and I definitely don't want to come out of my pocket. I was like, I don't mind doing something to get a few extra dollars, but it's got to be the right thing. So I went on a scout. I went out looking around, try to find something close in the area. We didn't have to go too far, and that I can be able to help this girl, for she can be able to get out of her little jam. So I found one which was on Heims. I think it was like a little sun bank or some type of bank, a little sun bank or something on Heims, right between Hillsborough and MLK. And it was like perfect to me because it had those high branches that was like hiding the building for the people, the passerby, as the cars going down the street couldn't really see what was going on because they had those high bushes so high that was surrounding the building. So I was like, damn, okay, cool. I was like, all right, let me get everybody up together. We're going to get all the stuff I'm going to need to be able to pull this off. And since I'm already got a stolen car hidden over here, I don't have to use a second car because I'm going to have her use her car. That's how I'm going to use her. I'm going to have her use her car. I'm going to break her off for just doing that right there. And then, make me a few dollars in the process. So I say, look, man, check this out. I'm finna get ready and do this lick. Did I tell her? Yeah, I told her it was a bank, but I just wanted her to wait for me in the spot in my second location. She didn't really have to have too much ideas of what was going on, but I just wanted her to be the second vehicle and be in that location. Cool. So I got my people together. So we went in, pulled the lick off. End up getting like 22,000 out of there. Got back to where the second car was at, left the stolen vehicle there, jumped into her vehicle, not knowing at the time that when we transferred from one vehicle to the next, there was somebody on the second floor in the apartment looking out the window at us. So we got in the vehicle, switched cars, got in her vehicle, proceeded to go to where I left my vehicle at, so we could just leave her vehicle over here in another apartment complex off of MLK, got in my vehicle, went back to my place, broke bread, broke everybody off, and everybody went on their separate way. So this is the story that I heard, that in the process of us dropping off the first vehicle to get in her vehicle, the guy up top seen us getting in her vehicle. I don't know if he got her tag number. I know he got the make and model, but I'm not sure if he got the tag number or not. But when the police and the helicopter was looking for the first vehicle, they seen I had ducked and tucked it over in this apartment complex. You had to see it from a helicopter because you couldn't see it from the road because you turn in and go right there. You had to pull in and be searching or see it from the helicopter. They came over there to get the first vehicle that we went up in the bank in, and they were looking for witnesses, people who seen anything. So the guy on the second floor who was looking out the window must have seen all the police and the cops down there looking at the vehicle we had just left there, and he decided to come down and tell his side of the story, so to speak. Excuse me. So when this guy come down to tell his side of the story, he told the cops exactly what he seen. Oh yeah, I seen like 3 or 4 people come get out of this car. They got in another car. They got in this car and decided to pull out and head to Armenia because we were closest to Armenia than we were to Heims and Havana. So we pulled out, made that right turn, and got on Armenia and headed to the location to distribute the money. Now, they got the information about her car from the guy on the second floor. So when he gave them the color of the car, the make and the model and shit, they started looking for that vehicle. And they found it in the second location that we put it off into another apartment complex. They ran the VIN number, got her tag number, and found out it was her car. At that time, if I can remember correctly, I'm not sure how it went down, man. Only thing I know is they knew about her car and they were on her ass. She called me up and told me, man, these people are saying my car was used in some kind of robbery, whatever. And I was like, what you said? Like, yeah, it wasn't me. That couldn't have been my car. It got to be somebody else or whatever. I like, you just stick with that story. You don't know shit. Just tell them just like that. So I'm like, oh shit, it's about to go down. So now they got some information about the car that was used, the person who might have been involved and stuff like that. So you already know they're going to be watching. So I'm trying to keep my distance from that person, and my furthest distance as possible from that person. But somehow the person, okay, so her nephew used to do little in-and-out jobs with me, you know, little weed and stuff. We used to go get little stolen items, selling stuff like that. And he knew about the things I did, and he was connected to her. So somehow he had some kind of connections with the police. He was involved in some kind of home invasion, and they found in his house a jacket that he had stole from a SWAT team member's house in Brandon. So he was already in the system on the investigation, talking to the police anyway. Somehow he mentioned my name. I got involved. So they had been watching me. I didn't even know. So around December 23rd, which was my birthday. So like, well, yeah, on my birthday, I woke up that morning. And we decided we were going to go deep sea fishing out Clearwater on the Double Eagle, deep sea fishing. So I was like, okay, my birthday, I'm going fishing. So we're going to take my daughter and drop her off at the daycare. And then my son was going to go with me. I had my son too, Julian. He was with me. So we went to drop my daughter off. Well, before I went to drop my daughter off, when I came outside to get in the vehicle, there was a fucking large, like, white bread bus, like those buses that carry bread, like Wonder Bread trucks, like almost like a box truck kind of thing. Well, it was like a brand new one sitting outside in front of my house with, you know, all the other cars and stuff in the parking lot next to my car with dark tinted windows. You couldn't see in it. And at the time we were having fiber optic lines put down in the apartment complex. So I'm thinking that these was the guys who was working for the fiber optic, and they parked so fucking close to my car that I wasn't able to open up the passenger side of the door to put my daughter in the car seat. So I'm like, I'm trying to look into this fucking van. I'm trying to look into it, but the window's so dark, and I'm walking around by the pool. I'm carrying her. I'm walking around by the pool. I'm like, these motherfuckers, they better be glad. So I had to put her in through the driver's side to the car seat, lean over and put her in the car seat, and then, you know, get in. And I had to pull out and let my son get in through the passenger side and let my girl get in the front passenger side. So we decided to leave. We pull out, and I'm going to drop my daughter off to the daycare, and then I was going to get some breakfast from McDonald's and head back to the house to pick up all the fishing gear and head out to Clearwater. So I'm not knowing at this time, the whole time, that I have the feds, FBI following me around. I'm not even knowing. I was smoking that morning. I was high, so I wasn't really paying attention. It was my birthday, so it wasn't up to me to be paying attention that closely to vehicles around me, I guess. I don't know. But I end up going by a friend of mine and let him know that, you know, I'm going out to Clearwater. He owned a pawn shop that used to be right down Hillsborough and like Rome, Hillsborough and Rome. He owned this pawn shop. His name was Rockamore, a real good friend of mine. And I stopped by and say, hey man, check this out. My birthday today, I'm going out to Clearwater. He said, hey man, when you get finished coming back from fishing, just come over here. I got something for you. So I said, all right, cool. I'll see you when I get back. So I turned out of the pawn shop because I live right down the street from where his pawn shop was at, an apartment complex over there. So I pulled out, I headed down towards the apartment complex. I pulled right in front of my apartment and I'm getting ready to get out. So I put the car in park and I look up to the left side of, I lived on the right side on the second floor, but I looked up on the left side on the second floor. I seen two white guys with like, they had on the same thing, like jeans and like just two shirts, white shirts. I'm thinking they might be like some cable guys or, you know, someone trying to sell something. So I just peeked up there and I seen them. So I put the car in park. When I turned the car off and went to open up the door, the whole SWAT team that was in that van was on my ass. And they were so happy they got me. They were like, persistent pays, all right. And the one guy's like, hi, hey, how you doing? I'm in charge here. I'm Sergeant McLemore, and happy birthday. And persistent pays, we've been out here since 6 o'clock in the morning. We could have got you when you first came out with your daughter, but we didn't want to do it that way. We didn't want to traumatize your kids, so we waited to a convenient time for us to get you. So, you know this guy, you know that guy, and long story short, I was booked in here where I went to Orient Road. And then they moved me from Orient Road to Morgan Street, which was our county and federal hold facility in Hillsborough County. I was booked in, and I never seen the streets again for 8 years. That day, I was booked in. I was charged with armored car robbery and some home invasion kind of stuff that the kid had told the sheriff about. That's how they got on to me, and then they start connecting the dots and putting everything together. So I was booked in for armored car robbery and approximately 6 to 7 home invasions. At that time, I was like, fuck. I'm never going to see the streets again. I'm never going to get out. Matter of fact, the feds came to interview me. They pulled me in to the room and they go, you might as well tell us everything you know because you're never going to see the streets again. I'm like, shit, since I'm never going to see the streets again, I ain't telling y'all shit. I'm never seeing the streets again. Ain't no sense in me having to say anything to y'all. Well, we got your wife. We're going to get your wife too. And you know what? She's going away for a long time. I like, hey, man, y'all do what you got to do. You do what you got to do. I ain't telling y'all shit. I don't know shit. I ain't never seen the streets again. So they left. They were pissed. So they took me back to my cell. I called my girl up. I said, hey, man, look, don't leave the house. Stay in my mom's house. Don't leave because they say they're going to get you. They're going to charge you with this, that, and the other. So if I was you, I wouldn't leave. Just stay in the house. So the next day, she gets up. She tried to leave. She decides she want to go out from my mom's house on 34th and MLK, go to the bus stop and get on the bus and head down to her mom's house. So as soon as she came out of the house and went and stood on MLK, the feds pulled up to her and arrested her with my daughter and took her and booked her in and charged her with all these charges that they tried to throw on me. The reason why they did that because they wanted her to tell on me. And I told her, look, man, do what you got to do. You have to be on the street, tell them whatever you feel like you have to tell them. You know, do what you got to do. Don't worry about me. I got me. So they let her out. And I guess she was like showing them that she was cooperating with them, you know, telling them so much, telling them pretty much the shit they already knew to try to make it look like she was working with them. And then I was like, man, look, don't even sweat it. Just do what you got to do. Shit, I'm the one who got myself in this. I'm the one going to get myself out. So when I got booked in at Morgan Street, I already know about not talking to people when you get booked in. People try to get on your case. They want to try to get time cut, reduced from telling on you or what you said to them, make up shit. So you do not talk to no one, period. You try to refrain from having conversation with anybody when you place in that position. So one day, like my second or third day in there, I think I'm having chow or after chow or something. And I had this old black man come up to me that I never talked to this guy. I don't even remember if I ever seen him before in there, but he just came up to me and he goes, "Hey buddy," he's like, you ever heard of a proffer agreement? I say, "Proffer agreement? No." He's like, "Well, if you ever did anything out there and you never got caught for it, you may ask your lawyer about a proffer agreement, because if you get on this and you get sentenced for this charge right here, and then somebody out there say, 'Oh, I did this with Rob, Batman was there, I did this with him,' then they can come and re-indict you and give you a consecutive sentence on top of the sentence that you're on." I was like, damn, really? So I knew I had did like 10 bank robberies. I was like, oh, freak. Man, I'm gonna call my lawyer. So I called my lawyer and I say, "Hey, buddy, how you doing, sir?" I like, "You ever heard of a proffer agreement?" I was like, "What's a proffer agreement?" He's like, "A proffer agreement is if you have some crimes that was committed and they were never solved, no one's never been charged with it, and it have to be information that the prosecutor or whoever they're willing to listen. It has to be something they think that's good, substantial, that they can be able to solve these cases." I like, what if I know about somebody that robbed 10 banks? Because I really didn't want to put me out there right then yet. So I said, what if I know about someone who robbed 10 banks? And he's like, "If you know about someone who robbed 10 banks, you're going home tomorrow." And I was like, really? I'm like, damn, I'm going home? He's like, "Man, if you know about 10 banks and the guy never got caught, you're going home." I was like, okay, well, hey, go tell them, whoever you need to talk to, tell them that I know about 10 banks and I want to see what they can do. So he went and talked to the federal prosecutor at the time. And my federal prosecutor, man, he was a black guy. He was a black federal prosecutor. And I can't remember his name, but I do want to say like a year or two later, after our sentence, he left being a prosecutor here in Florida and went to Washington, D.C. to be President Clinton's Secretary of State or Secretary of Defense or Secretary for something. And he came, talked to me, and told me what the deal would be. He's like, "Look, I ain't making you no promises. I'm going to send 2 investigators to talk to you in the beginning of the week. And if it's something that I'm willing to listen to or something that I think might be good, helpful for my case, then I'll get with your lawyer and we'll let him know what we can do for you." I was like, okay, cool, shit, because at the time, shit, I wanted to help. My PSI, my pre-sentence investigation report came back 27 years, and I just knew that, look, I got to be able to help myself some kind of way. So, by the black gentleman telling me about the proffer agreement was something that I like, shit, something I did. I don't have to say something about someone else. It's something that the crimes that I committed, if I can use that to get leniency towards my case or my sentence, then cool, the best for me. So I end up being called out that Monday. Now, like I was saying earlier, my prosecutor ended up, like a year later, going to work for Clinton in the White House. And how I know about this is because I was sitting there after my sentencing I got moved to Brooksville, Hernando County. That was a federal holdover. It was like a CCA, a private jail. And I was just sitting in the TV room one day watching the news or something, and a picture of my prosecutor came up saying that he just got promoted to Secretary of State or Secretary of Defense or something, working for President Clinton. I was like, fuck, I can't believe this mother. But anyway, so on that Monday, he sent 2 agents over to talk to me and to ask me about the information that I was talking to my lawyer and the federal prosecutor about. And I told him, all right, come in, how y'all doing? My name's Robert Edwards. We went inside the chapel. They had a seat. I had a seat. And I told them about the very, very first bank I robbed. And that was the bank where the guy started crying. He didn't want to rob it with me. I had to put him out at the Crystal's Hamburger, and I proceeded to do the bank without him. So I told them about that bank. It took approximately an hour and a half to tell them how I came from point A to point B, how when I told them about the bank robbery, I told them about everything, the planning, how I came up with the idea, what I wanted them to know specifically about everything that took place in order for me to be able to pull it off. I mean, because the people already said, look, don't hold shit back. We want to know everything. If you tell us or lie to us about anything, we'll take it away. We won't give you credit for the information that you gave us. I was like, well, I'm going to make sure they know everything. So anyway, I told the story about the first bank I robbed. I think I only told like 1 or 2. I think I was able to get into the second bank at that time after I told about the first bank. There was a older FBI agent and a younger one. The older one was approximately, I'm going to say like 65. And the younger guy, he was like in his early 30s. So when I told him about that first bank that I robbed on Hillsborough and Havana, we finished up that day. I went back to my cell, and they came the following day. Now, when they came to get me the following day, the 2 agents was already there waiting for me outside the door of the chapel. And as I'm walking up with the CO, the younger guy came up to me like, he was like, oh, fuck, hey, bro, man, I went back and I pulled the movie. I pulled the video recording of the bank that you robbed on Hillsborough and Havana. He's like, bro, fuck, soon as you open up the door, your first step, you're over the fucking counter like so fast. He's like, man, why aren't you playing basketball or football? He's like, man, you're fucking quick. You were in and out of that place. And I'm standing there looking at him like, okay, yeah. I'm like thinking to myself, like, this is an FBI guy. He's like fucking pulling me. He's like pulling my dick about what I've done. Or, he's like cheering for me, like, boosting up my ego or something. And I was like, wow. He's like, man, bro, you should be playing football or basketball or something, because as soon as you open up the door, your first step, you're over the counter, like in one leap. And I was like, I had to do what I had to do. I had to get in and out. But anyway, make a long story short, I proceeded to finish up telling them about the banks that I robbed, how I did it, where they were done, how much money was taken, what I was wearing at the time. And by me doing that, they knocked from a 27-year sentence, knocked me down to a 10-year sentence. They knocked 17 years off my sentence by me telling them about the 10 banks that I robbed and never got caught for.
I guess I'd always kind of heard of these people who break into the bank machines, right? There was a crew here in my city that had been pretty prolific at it, and this was many years before this, at this time, and it always talked about it. You've always heard all this stuff, right? So it was always in the back of my mind. I gotta check this out. This out.
Who was that? Who was that? Was that Gerald Blanchard? Have you ever heard that name?
Gerald Blanchard? No.
He was in Wired magazine. When I was locked up, I read an article about him, and he was breaking into ATMs.
Was he Canadian?
Yeah. Yeah.
Sure. How old was he?
He was in his late 20s, early 30s, and this was probably 10 years, about 15 years ago.
No.
Gerald Blanchard. Yeah.
No, I don't think so. Now, I can't. Anything that you are ever going to read or see is pretty much guaranteed. It's the little private ATM machines that people can buy and put in their variety stores or whatever.
No, this was actually ATMs. He was finding banks were being, built,
remodeled. Yeah.
And then just before, and I guess apparently your ATM machines are on the inside, right? Like you have doors, you can't leave them outside. So he would wait till like the banks were it's a new bank, it's going to be opened on Tuesday.
Yeah.
He goes, well, he would break in before that, he'd get the serial number of the ATM machine. He would contact the manufacturer and say that he was with the bank and they'd lost their key, and he'd order another key.
Really?
Huh. So now he's got the key to the back of the ATM, and he said, they'll have 4 or 6 of these fucking things in a row.
Yeah, well, yeah, 3.
And so he said what would happen is he would break in the night before, weeks before, really. He would block off the sensors, like, the motion detectors on the inside of the blank. They still work. He just block so he could drop down into the bank.
Yeah.
And then he would go. And so the night before they would load the machines, he would go unlock the doors, pull out all the money, go back up inside, and then go back out. And he said, if the alarm got set off or something, which he said, I think almost never happened. He said, the cops show up, they'll look in the
it's still secure.
Yeah, they look around, they drive around, they'll sit outside for 30, 45 minutes and leave.
Yep. Yeah.
So
yeah.
That reminded me of your thing, is what when you
well, that's exactly what so they have the same as you guys, the ones that stand alone, like in the hallway of a mall, or the ones that are in a convenience store, but those are the private ones.
Yeah.
When you get into the bank ones, the only time that you'll ever read anything about that is when they catch you. They will never say Scotia Bank machine broken into, $50,000 missing, blah blah, because they don't want anyone to know that they're losing their shit.
Yeah.
Right. The only time that we ever got any publicity was when they arrested us. Right. And then it was all blah 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 blah. We caught these guys. Right.
Well, how did you get onto this? What you were telling? I'm sorry, I kind of
So I known these guys, and I was friends with one of them, and a specific holiday was coming up, and he's like, Chris, are you interested in doing this with me? I'm like, yeah, all right, I'll give her a shot. So we did. We put a chain around the fucking thing, ripped it out. We made, I don't know, about $33,000 or something. I was like, fuck, that was pretty good. That was quick. It was easy. Right?
What do you mean wrap a chain around it?
So you get a big thick chain.
Is this a private one or a bank?
No, this was a bank one, but it was in a gas station.
Okay.
Right? And so we put the chain around it. It's hooked to the vehicle. If I take a run at it, and it ripped it out. We'll stand there. Watch this thing come flying out of the fucking building, land in the parking lot. We fucking loaded it up. We were gone. So I was like, wow, that's fucking cool. That was easy. So then that guy, he wasn't really. What's that?
I'm sorry. How'd you get into it? Like, did you pry it open? Like,
yeah.
You didn't have a tracking device or anything?
No, there was no GPS in it. No. So we, obviously we left it in the vehicle and put it somewhere where we could sit for a while and watch it, right? Make sure that nobody came and checked on it, right? So the next day we took it to a shop and we took a quick cut to it, fucking cut it open and got the cases out and took the money, and we're good to go. I don't want to say how we got rid of it, but
I'm just curious. Okay.
Yeah, right. So we did that. So I did that for whatever. We're not going to say, right? But it happened here and there,
right?
And but it was always in the back of my mind. I'm like, this is a lot of work. I don't want to fucking rip it out and do like. What if that thing fucking hits me in the back of the head one day, right? I had one time we were with these. I was with two other guys, and we're lifting this thing. Now that fucking machine probably weighs about 1,000 pounds. It's a big safe that's with a computer on the top. Is what it is, right?
Yeah.
So me and the two other guys, we're lifting this machine into a truck. Well, something had slipped. Well, the edge of the fucking machine had landed on my pinky finger, and just crushed it. I actually went to my family doctor. I'm like, something's wrong with my finger. He sends me for an X-ray. He's like, something wrong with your finger. He says, it's fucking crushed. What did you do? I'm like, well, I dropped something on it. But you put 1,000 pounds on it, like it was right at the very corner. So it was like a sharp edge, right? It just crushed my finger. It literally was swelled up so fast that it just split the skin wide open.
Mm.
So yeah, but it just doing that, it was like, this seems like a lot of work.
Right.
You know, what if that machine, something, the chain snaps and something goes loose, it fucking decapitate you? Like, who knows? I'd rather just get into the machine, take the money out, and leave their shit there. I don't want the machine, right? Yeah. So that was always my goal, was to be able to just get the money and leave everything else behind, right?
Yeah, obviously.
So yeah.
You're not collecting ATM.
Exactly. You know, you can only stick so many of them over a fucking bridge into a river before they start stacking up. You know what I'm saying? So yeah. Yeah, there's a couple rivers with some piles at the end of the rainbow. So yeah.
So what? So the next step is you're figuring
we got to figure out how. Yeah, we got to figure out how to just get into these. So, okay, I got to tread lightly here. It took some time. Definitely took some time. I don't know if I can give details. Maybe we'll just stick with one day we figured it out.
Right.
We mastered the plan.
Right. Well, there's other guys. There are guys out there like
there's other guys doing it.
The Blanchard guy, like I said, he actually had fucking figured out the key. You know, he's got different keys.
But here's the problem, and I'll explain this to you. When shit went bad for us, they go on your MO, right?
Yeah.
So when they arrested us, I had to plead guilty to 9 of them because even though we had masks on, and they couldn't prove that it was us. It's called a statement of similar fact. So because that white car pulled up and 2 guys in masks got out and they had the same tool and they did everything the same way, we can say that it's them.
Right.
Even though you got a mask on and they can't prove that it's you. It's statement of similar fact is what they got. And my lawyers, you're done. You can't fight it. It's over, right? So
what's the most you ever got out of one of these things?
I just want to say I've got 6 digits multiple times.
Okay.
I don't want to give too many specifics because, yeah, you know. But I've got 6 digits multiple times. But on average, you're between 30 and 60. I've got a few 70s, a few 80s, a few 90s, and 6 digits a few times. But for the most part, you're around between $30,000 and $50,000.
Okay.
Right. So, yeah.
So you're doing this periodically. I mean, how are you guys hitting them like every week?
We were trying to be as sporadic. We didn't want to leave any trail that they could start to set something up, right?
Yeah.
So I was kind of worried. So we kind of jumped around from banks to banks, trying different styles, different ways, right? Just testing the waters on everything. Certain banks were very lax on their security, and other banks got very uptight very quick on their security and took drastic measures very quickly. Like I can tell you one, and they only lost about $50,000 before they tightened the fucking strings real quick. And there was other banks that lost millions and never did a fucking single thing to do anything about it. They would just wait till it was done and then they'd fix the problem. They would never go and do a preemptive strike to do anything to stop it, right?
Right.
So, yeah, it was interesting.
Were you married at this time? Married, girlfriend?
God, no. Yeah, I don't believe in marriage. Girlfriend, yeah, I was with my ex, Melissa, and she had my 2 stepdaughters.
She have any idea of what's happening, or you just come home every once in a while with a nice thick?
Yeah, she knew. She had known me for a long time, so she knew that I was a criminal. I would never give specifics as to exactly what I'm doing for a couple of reasons. One, I don't want it to be used against me later, and if she's being questioned, I don't want her to have enough information. I just want her to be able to play dumb, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah, she never really knew, but she knew that I'm a criminal, and it is what it is. You know, your buddy comes and picks you up, and then you come back with a pocket full of money.
What were you doing? Were you trying to? Did you start? I mean, were you thinking to yourself like, "Hey, this is just what I'm doing from here on out," or did you think, "Hey,
yeah, pretty much,
Okay.
There was never much of an end goal because, you know, I had a lot of people that, you know, Chris, you gotta save up and you gotta start a business and you gotta just. I'm like, that's you. I'm not a businessman. I'm a fucking thief. This is what I do. Right? So,
right.
In hindsight, should I have did that? Obviously, I wouldn't be struggling like I am right now.
Yeah.
But you know what? I got a lot of friends that, you know, when I was younger, I got a pretty close group of friends still from high school, some from public school, that were all still good friends. And, you know, when we were younger, these guys would be like, "Oh, Chris, you know, you got to learn to settle down and fucking get married and have kids and relax. You know, you're going to end up old and lonely one day." That's my best friend. He's old and lonely. Well, now we're in our mid 40s and he's still with the same girl, going to the same fucking job, doing the same shit day in and day out. And I did a lot of shit in my life and had a lot of fun. I was like, "How's that old and lonely?" And now it's like, shut up. Right? I did everything I wanted in my life, traveling. I did whatever I wanted. I had everything. So was it worth it? I don't know. Do you want to be the guy that goes to the same job, live in your little white picket fence and fucking banging the same broad the rest of your life? And that's not for me. I'm not that guy, you know?
Yeah.
You guys got Baskin Robbins ice cream down there?
Yeah.
Yeah. They got 31 flavors for a reason.
Yeah.
You don't go there and eat chocolate ice cream all the time, right?
Right.
You got to experience everything. So I don't know. I guess.
Law enforcement often questions him, not because he's suspected of a crime, but because they find him fascinating. He is the most interesting man in the world.
I don't typically commit crime, but when I do, it's bank fraud. Stay greedy, my friends.
Support the channel. Join Matthew Cox's Patreon.
Yeah, that life's not for me. So it was worth it to have the public. There was nothing that I could never not do, right? The only restrictions that were ever there was obviously going to the States. I'm not welcome there. So that took out some stuff. But like you had the money to do everything you ever wanted, to get everything you ever wanted, right? So life was pretty good, and I did it while I was young, right? Or, you know, all my friends, yeah, you got lots of money now in the bank, and you're going to be fucking loaded when you're 60 years old, but you're too old to do anything. You're not going to enjoy it.
So what happened? I mean, you're ultimately, you got caught.
Yeah. So I, in August of 2016, I had spent the whole summer up on my boat, living on my boat all summer. And I had come back to London one day to do something. And I was on my bike and I was out at my buddy's farm and we were fucking drinking a couple bottles of whiskey and we were pissing around on the dirt bikes and ended up getting just hammered. Well, I don't know. I had come up with this bright idea that I was going to take my friend whose house I was at, his wife, And my best friend and his wife, we were going to meet in town. And I was going to grab this new girl that I was dating and take them out for dinner and introduce them. I don't know. I don't have no recollection of any of this. This is what I'm told. So it was about 7:00 at night, and I went to leave. They took my fucking shit. They wouldn't let me get on my bike, right? They're like, no, we're driving you, blah, 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 blah. I'm like, okay, whatever. They went in the house to grab his purse and keys and all that shit. Well, I guess I had jumped on my bike and fucking taken off. Well, they tried to follow me. So this is outside of the city, probably about 20 minutes, half outside of town, right? So I take off. So they tried following me. And I guess I was just all over the road, weaving in and out of traffic and just stupid, right? Well, they lost sight of me. So I don't know exactly what happened, but at 12:31 in the morning, I came to and I was laying in a field on my back. And I remember my first memory is yelling for help, yelling for the people that I know. And then I started to kind of clue in. I'm like, there ain't nobody fucking coming, Chris. You're in a goddamn field and you don't know where you are, right?
Right.
So I took my helmet off and grabbed my, because I always put my phone in my inside pocket. So I grabbed my phone out and I powered it on because it had shut off. And I called my girlfriend first and she's like, baby, where are you? I'm like, I don't fucking know. Why did I call you? You're useless, right? So I hung out. I called my buddy whose house I'd left. And I'm like, listen, I said, you got to come get me. I said, just start heading back to London on the main road. I said, just start beeping your horn. I'll let you know when I hear you. Right? So he's like, okay. Him and his wife been driving around looking for me for hours. Right? But I don't really know what time it is at this point. I don't know anything. Right? I'm fucking just dazed still. So about 15 minutes later, I hear a horn in the background coming. Right? So I'm like, okay, I can fucking hear you, bro. I can hear you. I can hear you. Well, I had left the town before London, and it was about a 5-kilometer straightaway, and then there's a big sweeping turn. Well, I kind of made an attempt for the turn, but I didn't make the turn. And I come off the highway and down into a field, probably down about 15 feet. And the bike landed in the nose, and I think my body must have came forward. My knees caught the handlebars, and I broke everything in both my knees. And it obviously just catapulted me and flipped me and everything else. And it was bad. Right. So I was in a wheelchair for 4 months. I had to learn how to walk again and everything else. And at this time, we had done all these machines that, whatever, doesn't matter. We had to switch things up. Let's just say that. Okay. So I had always heard about this specific tool that would just open them up quickly. It's a torch, right?
Yeah.
So I had heard about this thing. So I was like, well, you know what? I'm in rough shape. By this point, hadn't really done anything in close to like 8 months to a year. At that point, I always had $100,000 kicking around for a rainy day, whatever, right? Well, I had used that up being in the wheelchair. I still got expenses coming out my ass. You're not thinking like, oh, that's the end of it right here. I got to conserve. You're still living life the way you are, and you're in a wheelchair, so you're trying to probably compensate a little bit. And,
right.
Anyways, so shit's getting bad. So by Christmas time, I learned how to walk again, and we got arrested in May 4th or 5th or something like that. But in that meantime, we had got this new tool and we were practicing with it and trying to master the art of how to get in, because you got to find the specific spot. You don't know. You're going in blind. You don't know what you're dealing with. So you got to try different shit. So in my mind, I'm trying to picture the inside of this door to see where the fucking weaknesses are off of what I've learned from other machines. Well, these ones weren't the same, right? The whole mechanism inside was different. So I got to one and I'm playing in my mind how a safe works and how the door goes and where the pins are going to be and this and that. So then the one out of these 9, it fucking worked. We got like $32,000. Like, okay, I got it mastered. I got it figured out now. We're good. I know where everything's at. Go back out, fucking strike out. Well, I was with my co-accused that I was with, and there may or may not have been another person with us in another vehicle. And
So I have a question.
Yep.
You're just walking straight up to an ATM. No, and
You're
trying
going
to get
in. You're going into the bank. Okay. So when you go, I don't know how your guys' branches are, but in Canada, when we go walk to the front door of the bank, you could go in. There's a room to the side with the ATM machines that you can go in and access, right?
like a salad port.
Yeah, and then there's a locked door that goes into the bank, right? So we got to go. We got to go in that door into the bank, and then we got to go to the second door that goes into the room behind the machines, and that's where the safe is for the machines that are in the wall that you walk up to.
Okay, so nobody can see you back there.
So nobody. Well, once you're in the bank and in that room, no one sees you.
Yeah.
But to get to there, yeah, people can see you, right?
Okay.
So we got to go through 2 locked doors, and then as soon as you open that second door, the alarm's on, right? So, anyways, we're trying to figure this stuff out. Well, for some reason, I don't want to hurt anyone's feelings. So I'm just gonna say, for some reason, we decided to go past our rules of 5 a.m. and do it around, I think it was 12:30 in the morning or something. Well, it was a fucking Saturday night, and the jurisdiction that we were in had a police helicopter, and it was just so happened that he was up in the air at that exact moment. So when we went into the bank, we had set the motion on the door to go into the room, and then once we put the heat to the safe, they fucking set the heat sensor off inside of the safe, right? And then there was a motion detector in that room too. So 3 alarms are going off. So they know that there's somebody in the room. It's not a false alarm on one thing. So they know.
Yeah.
And within the last, 60 days, there'd been 8 other attempts. And this is number 9. And this is in the Greater Toronto area, which is a city of like 3 million people or 4 million people or whatever, right? So they know that it's on. So the fucking helicopter just went meh, and moved over on his little joystick and hovered over top of the bank. So we come out of the bank and we're getting away. We go through this subdivision. I pull up to a light, and I said to my partner, I'm like, "That's a cop right there." He's like, No, relax. I'm like, "That's a fucking cop, bro. We got to go." No, relax. So unfortunately, I listened to him. Not that it would have mattered too much, but I listened to him. So I'm driving. Anyways, I got all the way up to the main highway. As soon as I got on the on-ramp, I fucking floor it. Well, sure enough, the lights come on. So we get into the chase. And at this point, I don't know that there's a helicopter on us, right? So we go on the highway, and I come off the highway, and I'll send you the video so you get the link so you can see the full thing. But anyway, I fucking blew the cops away. We're gone, right? My partner's watching out the back window. There's no cop in sight. There's no one near us. We're safe. So I go in, go through a bunch of streets and houses. I park in a fucking laneway. We get out. We hop in the backyard. Sitting in the backyard, and all of a sudden, I can see the fucking lights bounce. There's a school behind us. I can see the lights from the cherries bouncing off the school behind us. I'm like, what the fuck, man? How do they know, right? It must just be random. Well, it ain't random. All of a sudden, I hear this noise, and I look up. There's a helicopter. Oh, fuck, I don't know how far up, but he's right above us hovering. I'm like, oh, dude, we're fucked. It's over. We're done. And so, yeah, I tried to run. When you see the video, you'll see me hobble over the fence.
Well, Durham Regional Police have released dramatic footage of a pursuit of 2 suspects in a break and enter at a bank.
They just blew the lights at Highway 2 northbound on Harwood. I'm going to switch to 2 here.
The police helicopter's night vision camera shows the dramatic chase through the streets of Whitby. Last Saturday at around 11:15 at night, police responded to an alarm at a Scotiabank. The helicopter follows the suspects, and then as they try to make their high-speed getaway, running red lights and blowing past other cars. Now, take a look. You can see the heat from the tires as the car makes its high-speed turns. The suspects would eventually dump the car in a driveway and then run off. Police arrested 1 suspect, and a canine officer was able to track down the other suspect nearby. A 41-year-old man and a 51-year-old man now face a total of 21 charges.
Yeah.
It's funny that anybody that knew me, because my legs didn't really bend then, so you can see the way I was running. It was pretty odd. They're like, "Oh, we know that was you," right? So then they took me down to the ground and punched my fucking face in and arrested me and charged me with 9 bank machines and high speed chase, and I ended up getting 3.5 years for that.
And
yeah.
you do how much time on three
I
years? Like,
did 2.5 of the 3.5.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah.
So
in Canada, on any time, you do 2/3, and then the last third is good time. Basically, in the provincial system, it's good time, so they could take your good time for you get into a fight or whatever. They could take that away. The federal system, it's not. It's called statutory release. At 2/3, you're released on parole. And then you got conditions. So you got to see a parole officer and go through all the fucking bullshit, get a job, and do all that stuff, right?
Yeah, it's similar here. Like, well, not the 2/3, but here you have to do 85% of your time, and then when you get released, they call it supervised release.
Yeah,
and you get, like I got 5 years supervised release. So everybody's like, "Oh, you got out of prison, you're done." No,
no, you're not. That's even worse.
Yeah.
For me, I'd rather be in the prison than being out here. Like, if you're gonna lock me up. Don't fucking sit there and tease me with it, because I don't want to be sitting at home with a 9 o'clock curfew while my friends are out having fun and getting fucked and partying and drinking and being at the bar and having a good time while I'm sitting here. Because guess what? I ain't sticking around. I'm coming. Right? That's just the person that I am. Right? So I don't do well on that type of stuff. But that last one, all my stuff, I've always breached a million fucking things. I've always breached everything. But my last one, I actually, believe it or not, completed the full parole. And my parole officer, my last day, I had to go see him for the last time, and he called me a statistical anomaly. What's that?
Boziak?
Yeah, I know who he is.
Yeah. He's never successfully completed a probation ever.
Yeah.
He's been on it fucking 4, 5, 6 times. I've never been able to complete it.
Yeah, no, I've never completed one without having a fuck up until this last one, parole. My first time when I was 18 and I got out, I went back. Well, I think I only went back on one parole violation. My second time I went to the pen, I got 2 years. I went back on 2 violations on that one. And then this one, I got none. I finally finished it because in Canada, prison it ain't like it used to be. Not that prison was a good place to be, but it was tolerable, right? There was good people in there. You could have fun. Basically, in prison, well, you don't need me to tell you. Anything that you got on the street, pretty much, you can get in there. You want to get drunk and have a party, you can make fucking booze, get a party. You want to get high, you can get high. You want to get a piece of ash, you can get trailers. Like, you can work around pretty much every obstacle and get what you want, right? So it wasn't so bad. But now the prison is just full of drug addicts, losers, and there's nobody to sit there and talk with and have an intelligent conversation, really. I mean, you can find the odd guy, but there's not much, right?
Yeah.
It's just it's a whole different thing, and it's not a place that I really want to spend a whole lot more time in my life. So I just I wrote out that parole, and now I'm just trying to, unfortunately, work for a living and pay my bills. Not a big fan of it, but it is what it is.
I'm gonna listen. That guy Gerald Blanchard, right?
Yeah.
Hold on, fraud. I'm gonna go with fraud, bro. I'm gonna send you the Wired article on him.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, your story is almost like a combination of his story and Boziak's story. Like with you and being a kid in and out of the facilities, in and out.
Yep.
And yours with the ATMs and everything.
Yep.
Same kind of stuff. I mean, I'm sure there's tons of stuff you
Where was he in Canada? Do you know?
Bro, I mean, Canada.
Like, was he in Ontario? Was he out west?
I just hit here's the Wired article. Blanchard. Yeah. Listen, he's got a great story. So let me think. Shit, I can't. You got to look it up. I don't know exactly where he was, but I'm telling you, I'm going to send it to you right now.
Yeah.
You're gonna read it and be like, holy shit. Like, you got some good stuff in there. Hold on.
Well, maybe I can put it together for the next fucking stab at it.
Yeah. The only thing is, you know what he did? He actually was in I want to say Vienna. Hold on, I'll tell you right now. He was in, where was he? Oh man, I wish I had thought about this better. I want to say I'm going to say Vienna. Oh yeah. I'm sorry.
Your connection's going all weird.
Oh, sorry. I think he was in Venice or something. Not Venice, Vienna. Anyway,
yeah,
I'll know for sure. But what he did was he actually, you know how a lot of in Europe they'll take old castles and turn them into museums.
Jason.
No, it's okay.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, you know how in Europe they'll take old castles and turn them into museums.
Yep.
He'd gone through a museum and realized that like it had really bad security. And so he ends up getting someone to drop him at night, and he parachutes down, skydives down, and lands on the roof.
Nice.
And he goes in the second story window, and he steals what's called the Cis diamond.
Okay.
And it's a diamond. It's a massive diamond surrounded by other diamonds.
Yep.
Never does anything with it. Just keeps it.
Keeps it.
Because he he could have broken it apart and sold it, but
Yep.
But he
didn't say that he has it.
He just wanted to see if he could do it. He didn't have the money.
Yep.
And ultimately, when he gets caught in Canada, when he gets caught, he uses that to bargain his way out of getting in trouble.
You could do that in Canada.
Yeah,
they call it doing patches. I used to do that. I've done it 3 or 4 times, believe it or not, with stolen vehicles. Right? Because they don't like it very much. Right? But I'm not there to please them. But the thing is in Canada, the auto theft squad for the police is financed by the insurance companies, right? They give them a lot of money to combat auto theft, right?
Really?
So when you get caught for something, you're not going to really buy your way out of anything bad. But if you get some stupid little shit and you got $100,000 car sitting somewhere, well, your lawyer will go to the Crown and say, hey, listen, my guy wants to give you this back. You drop this. Well, no, we don't want to do that. No? Okay. Lawyer calls up the insurance company. Hey, my client has $100,000 worth of your stuff and the Crown doesn't want to get it back for you. Oh, really? And the fucking insurance company forces them to fucking do it.
They make a phone call that the fuck are we funding you for?
Exactly. They get pissed.
I read about another Canadian that was making U.S. money. Did you ever hear about that guy? He was counterfeiting U.S. money.
I've heard of a few counterfeiters.
I think he was in GQ. I think he might have been in GQ. And I read about him. There's a video on YouTube about him. It's a short little video.
I think that's the kid from fucking Windsor, I believe. It was just a young kid.
No, this guy, he was old, short, fat. He was not a trust me, he was a tubby little guy.
Okay. But there was a young kid from Windsor that stumbled upon that at a young age, and he actually works for the federal government now.
Well, this guy, when he got caught and he was going to get a whole bunch of time. And the big thing they held over him was they were going to he was thinking, okay, big deal. I'll get a year or two in Canada. I was making U.S. currency. Well, the Secret Service comes in.
Yep.
And they said, we're going to extradite you to the U.S. Yep. So he turns around, he goes to the Canadians, to the Crown and said, listen, I'll tell you where the press is, where the paper is, where he had like several $1 million already made. I'll give you several million, but you cannot send me to the United States.
Yeah.
Because he knew they were going to give him 10 or 15 years.
Oh, fuck yeah. Yeah. So, our justice systems are totally different, right? Like they fucking hang you guys down there where we don't get that here.
Loomis, there's 2 guys. And as far as the truck layout is, it's a big I think it's a F650 converted into an armored truck. I believe so. F650 converted to armored truck, bulletproof glass, sophisticated cameras on the inside of them. They had cameras in the front with the driver, and then they had cameras in the back with me. and the cameras pointing out the front of the truck, one on each side and one in the back. So, and they're always 24/7 recording from the time you turn that truck on, even by the time you get back, it doesn't shut off for like another 4 hours or something like that. Always recording. They're so sophisticated that if I was driving and I had one of these earbuds in right here, it could tell that I had an earbud in my ear, but I was being distracted by that. And so it send back, information to my supervisor saying, well, this is what he's doing wrong. And pretty much people can get written up for that. So as far as getting away with stuff, it was real difficult to do that. That's because how the cameras work. But the driver, he's in there majority of the time, unless he has to go to use the bathroom, and then he has to ask me if he can go use the bathroom. Of course, go let him. I'll hop in the front seat because there has to be someone in the truck driver's seat at all times. And they do send out supervisors to go watch you to make sure you're doing your job, and they'll send them out 100, 200 miles out, to watch, see if you're doing it correctly. So after that, where was I? I was like, yeah, so there's my position, the carrier or the messenger, as you would say. We'd be responsible for collecting the cash, go inside convenience stores, replenish ATMs, banks. Also, we go into little outlet stores and get their cash also. Their deposits in Walmarts also. We did a lot of work with Walmarts. We'd bring them change.
I mean, you go in there and you flash your badge and say, hey, because they've called you to come pick up money, right? So they're expecting you.
Yes, pretty much. And they already know. They have a set schedule of when we're supposed to arrive. And there's actually been fraudulent people try to act as Loomis before. You can probably look it up and find a couple videos about it. But he just had like a little vest on. They didn't say Loomis on it, no ID badge. But whenever we would go, of course, we'd have our ID badge. And it'd be like on a lanyard that you just pull down, and if you had it said Loomis on your vest, it looked pretty legit. And plus, I got along with everyone, so they always knew they were like, "Well, look, Loomis is here." It'd be like, "Why they call me that, man? That's not my name." So it's like just gotta get along with everyone to get on their good side. So yeah, we'd go get their cash and then bring it back in the truck. After we scan it in, bring it back in the truck, put it in the bin, go on to the next route. From about 6 a.m. to I usually get home around 9, 10 o'clock at night if I went out of town. So we'd be gone a full day.
From 6 a.m.?
Yes.
Until 9 at night?
Yeah, just about. Sometimes later. But
15-hour day.
Well, my route, we had to drive 3 hours out of town. So it was the drive that sucked the most. But during that, on the way outside of town, we'd stop by little places like little convenience stores and stuff like that to pick up their cash or whatever, or cell phone places, T-Mobile. So on the way up there, we do that. And sometimes some places, they wouldn't even have deposits for us. They'd be like, oh, we don't have anything. All right, cool. On to the next. And I just had like this long list of places we got to stop at. So the whole time I'm routing which was the best, because they won't always be the same, like in order. So it's like, all right, so where do we need to be at this time? We got to be at this bank at this time. So we got to do these routes efficiently. I had to plan them all out, kind of like in a route planner, and see what's the fastest ones to take. Complete all those. Replenish ATMs would take a while, especially with especially the ATMs that had multi-currencies in them, like 5s and 10s and 20s. Like Wells Fargo is like one of the biggest ATMs we would work for. Because we would go and each Wells Fargo took every time we replenished it, I think it was close to $250,000.
In an ATM?
Yes. That's including hundreds, 20s, or hundreds, 50s, 20s, and 10s. I don't think they use 5s. But I could be mistaken though. So, when we had these little cassettes that we'd take out of the ATM and take them back to the truck, take the old money out, put them in the bag, scan it, because we'd print out receipts for everything, so we know how much is in the bag. And of course, the driver's watching you at all times. Whenever he tries to position the truck closest as he can from door to door. Even if it's taking up handicap spots, they would do that. Even though one of our guys got a ticket for that one time, which is crazy though. But anyways, that's a different kind of story. But we replenish the ATMs and Yeah, about $250,000 worth would go into those ATMs, and then as I go back in the truck onto the next one. And sometimes we'd have like 4 or 5 ATMs to replenish. And I think the biggest like haul that I had in the morning taking off, I think I was sitting on about, I want to say close to 1.5 mil at one time.
That's that you picked up altogether.
That's what I started out with in the day. That's what I had to deliver and replenish also.
Oh,
because Walmart would take a lot of money. Home Depot would get a lot of money. So we had all these drop offs, and also there's that one picture I sent you of the big one that had a bunch of ones we took off to the strip club, and that was I believe that was $100,000 worth.
He built some of the nation's largest banks out of an estimated $55 million because $50 million wasn't enough, and $60 million seemed excessive. He is the most interesting man in the world.
I don't typically commit crimes, but when I do, it's bank fraud. Stay greedy, my friends.
Support the channel. Join Matthew Cox's Patreon.
I took pride in that job, man, but over time it's getting too stressful. And, as far as, Christmas coming around the corner, bills are piling up, and they were treating us correctly because we were getting paid as much as a regular cook was getting paid at the time. I'm not dogging on cooks or anything, but I could have gone and I love food, so I could have gone and cook and you paid the same as I was paid to be the carrier. It was like I think like $16.25 or something like that an hour, which is ridiculous now that I think about it.
How long did you work there?
Close to a year. Started around my birthday. Actually got it written down right here. Oh yeah, I started on my birthday. That's what I did start on my birthday. That's one thing I remember to try to remember about it. It's like, even though I forget about it. Yeah. Around the time of my birthday, I'm going to say it was my birthday, but around March 5th of 21.
Okay.
And then, yeah, I worked with them all through the year, through the summer, learned how everything went. It just got repetitive after a while. It even got to a point where when I was sitting in the back of the truck, you can see my leg propped up on one of those pictures that I was just looking at it one morning, it's just making me sick to my stomach, just looking at it because people get their heads chopped off for that paper.
Yeah.
If you think about it that way, which is crazy. But then I had to go back, well, you got a job to do, and I get back in that motion. Be like, all right, let's get this day done with. So I got to that point where I was like, man, I'm getting tired.
Did you ever hear about, money just showing up missing or?
Not really. If I'd never really bothered to ask around. I've heard some things, but I've always been that kind of guy that's kept to myself, and like I'm the more like the guy that sits in the back of the room and watches and listens to everyone else. But with that job, I just wanted to get my job done and go home. Even with the truck driver, I was like, when we get a new driver, be like, if I'm come off as an asshole or something, don't take it personally. That's what I'd be telling him through the pane glass window, and he's like, no, it's all good. The next day he's not even showing up. That's how stressful it was getting. Like, and at the end of the day, I apologize to him, be like, man, I'm sorry if I came off as an asshole and stuff like that. It's just a whole bunch of numbers and stuff, and then people just after a while, I don't know what got to me the most. I think it's just because I don't know, I was working so much and paid. I'm pretty sure I could have got paid way better than I was.
Well, what do you guys make?
It was I started off at 15 an hour, but by the time I was getting by the time I left, it was $16.50 an hour.
And do you get more than 40 hours a week?
Oh, most definitely. I would clear at least close to 1,200 every 2 weeks.
So I'm saying 40 hours a week. Do you work more than 40 hours a week?
Most definitely. At least.
Yeah.
I hit 40 hours by my, I want to say by my fourth day on. I'm
working what, 60, 70 hours a week?
Yes, pretty much. At the very minimum, about 58 hours at the minimum.
I was going to say, because the guy that I had talked to was, that I wrote the story about, like he was telling me about money just showing up, missing. Like guys they would scan the bags as they come in. Like, they give you you pick up the deposits and you scan the bag. He's like, you have a scanner, you have a little device, you scan it in. And he said, then at the end of the day, you come back and you scan, like, here's what I've got. They then scan them in. He said, and every once in a while, somebody would show up and there'd be one missing. I was like,
that's where I kind of had a problem with that story, because it goes back to like how sophisticated the trucks are. And also,
this was probably 10 or more years ago when his thing happened.
Oh, okay, 10 years. Okay, they might not have the most sophisticated cameras. I could see that happening back then, but when I was there, there's no way that possible that someone could get away with that now. But as far as money coming up missing, no, not really. Which comes to, here in town we have Brinks. They got robbed, and actually that just looked like a setup all in one. No one's gonna know, like, hey, let's go rob this Brinks dude. He's armed and by himself. It's like, and plus, like, the way it was on camera and everything, it looked totally funny. If you look up the town, I'll tell you the town later, and look up Brinks, you'll find the video. But I don't think that guy was ever caught.
So what happened? I mean, you don't work here, don't work there anymore,
right?
So
basically, after a while, it's just getting too overwhelming for me, and then we started working with these during my time. It was like 6 months in. We started working with these Bitcoin machines that they have at convenience stores, and it basically turns your cash into cryptocurrency. You can send it to your wallet, or you send it to other people, and it's also basically a way to wash your money. I guess they call it. Basically turning drug money into
money laundering, like launder your cash into crypto, or your crypto into cash, right? So
pretty much. And over time, especially going down south, there's a lot of them, and it's something you don't really notice, like if you go into a convenience store, unless you're actually looking for it. And so we started working with them, and then we're going through I guess it's something that just barely started happening. So they'd give us some information on a little scanner. It'd say, give us the passcode for that ATM. So we go and put the passcode in, open it up. Well, first it shows the screen how much is in there, and then if there's anything in there, you open it up, clear it, or you clear it, then open it up, take whatever's out of there, and put it in one of those bags as that guy was talking about. Scan it in on the little. I would just scan it in. You put in the amount on your little palm. It's like a zebra, one of those zebra scanners that you'd probably see someone have at Walmart. You scan it, and then put how much was in there, and then just throw it in the truck, roll out. Yeah, that's what we started working with a lot. And like I said, 90% of the time there'd be nothing in them. So I wasn't too sure who was the boss or who was the supervisor for all those ATMs. I try to look it up, see who manages them all, but I couldn't find anything about them.
So probably, I don't know if they still do this. There used to be a business opportunity scam where you could buy ATM machines.
They can. You can buy ATM machines. As far as, like, let's say there's some game rooms here. They buy them from, I forgot who they buy them from, but you can buy regular ATMs. But as far as buying Bitcoin machine ATMs, I don't know anything about that. I've never heard about buying Bitcoin machines.
I don't know. There was one where you could buy them, and then you could go put them in convenience stores and different places and load them, and you charge whatever, $3.50 for every transaction or whatever it was.
Well, yeah, right. I understand what you're saying. Yeah, I'm not too sure who you'd buy them from, but I've heard of people buying them, buying the ATM, and then just putting their own cash in there. I'm not too sure how all that works either. I'm pretty sure there's some extensive background checking going through that to be able to buy an ATM in the first place.
Well, I mean, they really just, I hear you. I don't know. It was a business. I knew a guy that was selling the machines. Like, they would sell the machines and they load them with their own cash, and then they tie them into, however many banks or whatever. And then, you go there and you punch in your PIN number and you get the cash, and then they take the cash from your your bank account and they charge you a fee. So, but they were tiny little machines. They weren't big, massive ATM machines that were, you know, in a wall or something. These were little tiny machines
that you could probably put on the dolly and roll out with.
Yeah, exactly. Like they bolt them to the ground, but I mean, you know, honestly, I'd probably take a crowbar and yank them out of the concrete. But
most of the time too, especially when we don't open them at convenience stores, probably the ones you'd see at like would y'all have the Wawa there in Florida?
Yeah,
like the ones they have there. I'm pretty sure we'll probably have the same ones. And yeah, as far as selling those, I don't know how you'd be able to sell those. But I never heard of that scam before. I'm gonna have to look into that one.
Well, I mean,
it sounds interesting though.
The cryptocurrency ones, like I can't imagine, like are those ones that are owned by Bank of America, or you know, like what are they? I've never even heard of those.
See, as far as your guess is just good as mine, that's the thing. I never knew who owned those or who would get the money, you know, like, because it's so hush hush, I guess. And plus, we just barely started working with them, so you know, we go replenish ATM at a convenience store, 7-Eleven. Well, on the top of that 7-Eleven or on top of that ATM, it says Happy State Bank or America State Bank. Of course, we know where that ATM and that money's coming from.
Right.
But on Bitcoin, they never said, it didn't have no like sponsors. It didn't have nothing saying like who the money, who it's copyrighted by maybe, or trademarks or anything like that. It didn't have anything. Even on the ATM itself, it just said Bitcoin. Bitcoin is something though, but you know, it didn't say with partnership with so and so, nothing like that.
Right.
Even on the main screen. So it's kind of weird.
So what happened?
Well, all right. So I went into the store one day to check one of them, and this lady, she was asked me about it. She was like, "You think you can get my money back?" I was like, "I just got scammed for $5,000." You know, because apparently she sent it to someone for some care package or one or another. I was like, yeah, I have no control of that. And there, this whole time I'm talking to her, I'm like opening the machine and taking her money out that she just put in there a couple hours before. And I'm like, felt so bad about that. I'm like, I'm so sorry. Like, you know, there are scams that go around. It's like I gave her my contact number to my job, and I was like, you might want to try to contact Bitcoin, even though I don't know who you would get in contact with from Bitcoin. Like, they don't have no phone number on it or anything. I was like, I don't know how it goes about that. And so she's just like real depressed about that. I mean, I'd be upset too if I just got scammed for $5,000 and it's right there in front of me. You know,
Yeah.
It's even though like she could have took out a gun and shot me in the head and took out everything I had. Like, there's people that kill for less than that. And so I kind of thought about that. And then after a while, I was just thinking about, you know, who keeps track of this? You know, I was doing the thinking like, you know, this bank controls this money, you know, I pick up this money from other businesses. They know what they're giving me, so I got to scan them in. But no one's there to monitor this ATM and to monitor me. Only thing that's really watching me are the cameras inside the convenience store itself. And most of these convenience stores, they would have like fake cameras, dummy cameras, as I call them. And they just have like these blinking red lights. And that's how you can know if they're a dummy camera or not. They look like those black dome ones you've probably seen.
Right.
I could spot fake ones from a mile away. I used to install them in a previous job, but that was a few years ago. But the dummy ones they'd have it look like a blinking red light. And so I always knew if they were fake or not. And so I started thinking, I was like, man, I just need to, you know, plan it out. Because we'd get like 4 or 5 of those in a route a day. And like I said, 90% of the time, there's nothing in there. If there is something in there, there's nothing more than $100. So I was like, you know, I'm not going to rush anything, just see what happens. And when the day happens, you know, that'll happen. Sure enough, that day it didn't take long for that day to come. It was around Christmas time. And I just took my chance and, you know, went to go check out, see how much was in there. And there was 10,000 in there. And so I was like, yeah, this is my time. So I tell you, I did, well, when I go check those ATMs, I wouldn't have to, they tell us to carry a bag with us all the time. I don't know for what reason though. Pretty sure it's a safety reason, but I would never carry one in just to check the ATM because I knew if I was coming out with something, it would be small enough to put in my vest that I wore. So I always keep spare bags in there also, just in case. So I didn't take anything with me. So I went in there, checked it, looked around, spotted with fake cameras. Because over the time I started looking out where the cameras were and like just studying basically every convenience store I went into. So I went in there and checked it out. It said that it said 10,000 in there USD. Opened it up, took the cassette out, and right there on the floor, I just opened up the bag, put the cash in there, but I never scanned it in. And once you close the ATM and clear it, it doesn't print off no receipts or anything like that. I just put it back in my vest. It looked like I just checked the cassette to see if anything was in there. Basically just put the cassette back in there, closed it up, left. So just went out through the day, and the whole day I'm just like, this is like maybe 10 in the morning. So the whole day I'm just sitting there with like right on my chest, right? Like I was like, man, there's like 10 racks right here. There's like, man, I don't know what I'm going to do with it. It's like all these other things I was thinking about doing with it. And then, on the way back, it was dark. It was at the end of the day, I was heading back, and I was just sitting there. I was like, man, I'll probably go to prison. I'm probably going to go to prisons for this. And because there's no backing out now, because there's cameras in front of me. There's cameras all around me. There's no going to your car before you go inside when we get there. And we were always the last ones there because we were out of town, the farthest out of town. I was like, yeah, they're going to, they see me go to my car. Like, they're not going to appreciate that at all. They're going to want to know, hey, why you go out to your car? And like I said, this is like maybe a couple of days before Christmas. So, yeah, I just went home, took it out. Well, I went to my girlfriend's house and showed her what was up. I just told her I got some kind of bonus or whatever. She was from Mexico, so she didn't speak that good in English, so she just thought I got some kind of bonus. I don't know how all that worked out. I really don't remember all that. It was basically big, like a big haze to me now. So, yeah, I just sat on it for a couple weeks, man. Yeah, I got sick.
They didn't notice?
Well, they didn't. I'm pretty sure at the time they check everything because around the time I got that, and by the time I came back to work, I was asked, they were like, have you been checking the ATMs? Like, make sure there's anything in there? I'm like, yeah, I'll make sure to check them all. It's like, I was like, most of the time, because if they tell us to check them, even though if it says $0 on the screen to show how much is in there, they say check it anyway. So I'll tell them, yeah, I'll check it every time. I played it off real good. And then I got sick around that time after Christmas. I had the flu. And then I got the COVID shot January 1st, 2022. And the COVID shot I got, apparently, it was like the one that kills people or whatever. It was the Johnson shot. So it messed me up for like a good week and a half. It messed me up pretty good. And then after that, after I got that pain went away, then I got COVID. Like at the very end, I was like, man, that would happen to me. So, I got COVID, and then I got over that. That took about a month and a half. On the end of that, that's when I came back to work. And between that time, we went to Miami, so she could get her breast done.
Your girl?
Yes, at the time, and paid for all that and everything. I'm talking about like all the plane tickets, the Ubers, the food, and all that. And so it was pretty good experience for me, especially me never been to Florida. Also, like that humidity. Oh no, forget that. Can't do that humidity again. But came back, worked for about a week. On my second week back, they took me to the office. Well, they told me to they're like, hey, just hold off, the manager wants to talk to you, the supervisor, the branch supervisor of the building. And they were like, yeah, they showed me this video of me not wearing my seatbelt or something like that, which I've done almost like every day. It was policy to wear your seatbelt at all times when the truck's moving.
Law enforcement often questions him, not because he's suspected of a crime, but because they find him fascinating. He is the most interesting man in the world.
I don't typically commit crime, but when I do, it's bank fraud. Stay greedy, my friends.
Support the channel. Join Matthew Cox's Patreon.
I would hardly wear my seatbelt, and then they told me to come in. They showed me a video of me not wearing it. He's like, he wants to talk to you about this. I'm like, all right. I was like, it's just like me not wearing my seatbelt, a video of it. And I'm like, yeah, there's something else going on here. And so I waited for like another hour. Everyone else already left, so I'm just sitting there. by myself in the bay. You can hear the change machine in the background because they're always just constantly running change, and people that go to coin stars and turn their change in. We collect all that too. So you just hear in the background, I'm just sitting there. I'm just like, probably gonna go to prison. I was just, I was thinking to texting my mom and everyone, hey, if y'all don't hear from me, because there's no way, if that was to happen, there's no way I could call anyone and tell them what happened.
Why?
I couldn't tell them from jail, just because, hey, I'm in jail. I'd have to tell them before,
Yeah, and they'd be recording you anyway. If you were trying to talk to them on jail phone, it wouldn't be a good idea to say, hey, I swiped 10 grand.
Yeah, exactly. So it's like, I wonder what I should do, because by this time I already spent most of it. Maybe I had about maybe like 2,000 or 3,000 left, just sitting on that. So I was just sitting there like, I'm just not going to say anything, like I've always done before in the past, when I got in trouble, because 9 out of 10 times they're bluffing if they say they say this and this and this. And as much as I know they haven't been to every store that I've worked in, especially with these new machines. So I was like, yeah, I was gonna, play along with it. I'm gonna act like I don't know and just not say anything. So I just got taken to the back. They like, on this day or this day, what might have happened at this ATM? Be like I don't recall. I used to hear a lot of cops say that when they're in the court. Like, I don't recall. So that's basically saying, but you don't know, pretty much. Like, damn well what happened, but you just don't want to admit it.
Right.
I don't recall. So I just kept saying that, and then the guy that was talking to me, he used to be some detective for not Homeland Security, but probably, is that Homeland Security, people that work at the airports?
No, what is it?
TSA?
TSA, that's it, TSA.
Well, he's some investigator for them. I guess he'd go and interview people that try to smuggle in drugs or money or whatever.
Right.
And he used to do that in Miami, out of all places, because he had this real thick Cuban accent, and that's where he started out as. And how ironic that is. But he came up here to work here in West Texas, and he was interviewing me. He's like, he just looked at me, he's like, it was just him in the room. I didn't have my gun on me. They took it off me and everything. I wasn't going to come off as threatening or anything. I just sat there like pretty much how I am now, just looking at him, kind of like with a sly smirk on my face. Not really, but I was kind of nervous. So that's how hot it is that, I'll just kind of like smirk to myself or whatever. It looks like I'm smirking or laughing, but I'm really not. And so he's like, Justin, I know what you did. He's like, so I
didn't wear my seatbelt.
Yeah, well, yeah, that too, and that was like the third thing too. He's like, and you never wear your seatbelt also. And I'm like, yeah, I forget that seatbelt always chafing me, cutting me in my neck and all that. It's like, all this money can't buy new seatbelts. And like, they'd be all frizzy and stuff, so like cutting in your neck. I had to put like a one of those seatbelt covers right there. It was ridiculous. All the money they got, they can't afford those. And the seats too were uncomfortable as hell. It's like riding on a horse all day. So basically just gave me an ultimatum, if I wanted to stay, that's fine. But they'd get rid of me eventually, and it'd be in the back, and that it'd be me leaving in the back of a cop car. We didn't say that, but he said, we'd make sure. I forget what he said exactly, but those are along the lines of it. Had to still remain professional either way. So as I resigned, took on my vest. They escorted me out, and around this time I didn't have my ride. It was in the shop, so they stripped me of everything. I had even my clothes, so I was like standing there. It was so cold. I remember it was like 40 degrees that morning, and I'm sitting there outside with I'm sitting there in tennis shoes, my shorts. I had some shorts that I brought with me because I changed them out at the end of the day because my pants would get too sweaty and whatever. So I put on my shorts and I had a tank top underneath. It was kind of like a tight Under Armour shirt. And I'm sitting out there, 40-degree weather, no jacket or nothing, because they gave us Loomis jackets, so they took that away. I'm standing there like freezing balls, like with the wind blowing. I'm just like, man, I think I just dodged a bullet right there.
So she starts talking about robbing bank and why she wants to and how she thinks it should be done. And, one of our dealers had done a lot of time, and she was like asking him about it. And, you know, I'm like, if you're gonna do something like that, you really shouldn't talk to anybody about it.
Right.
But it was something they almost seemed like they were enjoying like the fantasy, talking about how to do it. And, you know, it was just going on and on and on. And it wasn't just like whenever we'd go over to our dealer's house, it was like with me, and she'd rant and rant and rant. And I was, you know, I was running out of ideas to get dope, you know. It was getting hard, really hard. And I was like, finally, like, would you just put up or shut up about this? Like, are you going to do it or not? I mean, I need to get well. You need to get well. What are we going to do? I don't have any options right now. And you don't seem to have any either. Like, this is the thing. This has been your plan. So put up or shut up. I wish I'd never done that. Maybe nothing ever would have happened. I don't know. But because of that, I don't know if it was because of that, but after that, I should say, is when we tried our first armed robbery. She had me pull up behind a store, and she took her little plastic shopping bag and her ski mask and gun and went into the store. It was like,
But this wasn't a bank.
No, it was a store.
Okay. Why did you
just to get her feet wet, I guess. I don't know.
Baby steps?
Baby steps.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, there is a reason why we never did rob a bank, but I'll tell you that in a second. Anyway, she goes in there, tells him to put the money in the bag. The guy throws the bag back in her face and says, "Get the fuck out of my store." And
that's not a good sign.
Right? Simon comes running out, jumps in the car, go, go, go. I go, and I'm like, what happened? She tells me, I'm like, yeah. So can you see now that we are not these people? I'm like, you have Suboxone. Let's go to my trailer and just take the 24-hour hit where you have to wait 24 hours before you can take it. So you get a little sick. Like, let's just do it. Let's just kick, you know, because that's what's driving this. We are not these people. We don't have to do this. And Simon was like, well, just a minute. And she calls another dealer that we go to and sells the gun to the dealer for drugs. So that's how we got well that day. And we didn't, of course, I'm not going to say no. I'm totally addicted. I was like, yeah, you got some good. Let's do it. And it was enough to last us for a few days. She left me with a little to stay well and went back home. She came back a few days later, new gun. And
Dad's gun this time? One of Dad's guns?
One of them, one of the many.
Right.
I mean, they were all basically his. He paid for them all. But they were registered in all kinds of different names. And, you know, obviously his wife had one of her own. I don't know how many she has of her own, but there were several handguns, things that they were just hidden all over the house. So, which when you knowingly have a drug addict living in your house and you leave your guns unlocked and available, there should be a penalty for that, you know? But anyway, they did she was able to access another one, came back, and she was like, no, I want to try again. I'm like, are you really? It's like, I know I can do it. I know I can do it. And so we did
that other guy was unreasonable. We need to
right?
a reasonable victim.
Well, you know,
that's willing to, you know, that guy probably owned the store.
Yeah.
You got to get an employee.
Probably. Yeah. So, you know, we do our first, I think it was a Baskin Robbins, and it was right before they closed. And, you know, made off with like under $300, but it was enough to keep us well for a few days. And, you know, unbeknownst to Simon, I'm like hustling in other ways to get more drugs because at this point, I require a lot to stay numb. I didn't want to just stay well. I wanted to stay out of it, oblivious. So we do it again. And then when the drugs run out, she sells the gun to another drug dealer and then goes home. And this pattern repeats over and over a 6-week period, about 9 times.
Was Where you're
Never a
robbing
bank
store-
though,
you're-
because we could not wake up early enough to rob a
What-
bank.
You're getting you. So you're getting a gun. She's getting a gun,
Mhm.
robbing a store. You're driving the getaway car.
Mm-hmm.
She sells the gun,
Mm-hmm. Or trades it for drugs.
trades it, and then a couple days later, you guys need money. She grabs another gun.
Yeah. So there were multiple guns. I don't think she sold every single one of them immediately after one robbery. Like, I mean, obviously this is a little bit of a fuzzy area for me, but I do think that there were a couple of times where she hung around longer and committed more robberies with the same gun. So, as much as I can remember, there were definitely four, but maybe five even, that ended up going into the ether, which bothered me. I was like, we really shouldn't be doing that. You know, those guns are associated to your family, and if they start showing up in crimes, that's going to be a whole nother problem. I was like, I don't think you should be doing that. And basically, I wasn't invited to have an opinion at this point in our knowing each other.
So
I was just do what she told me,
So are all the robberies going better than the first robbery?
Yeah.
So now
Yeah.
she's got it.
She's got a MO at this point, right?
Right.
She chooses younger cashiers in smaller places. She'll go and act like she's going to make a purchase, and then when they open the till, she produces the gun and says, "Put all the money in the bag." But she was also in disguise a lot of times. Like, she wore multiple coats to make her look bigger. She was already like 5'9", 5'10", so she was pretty large. But it was all this kind of trying to confuse reports of the description. Basically, some people reported them as male, some people reported them as female in a male disguise, so on and so forth. So on the last day, I think it was like January. No, it was January 1st or the December 30th. It was when the last robbery happened. I can't remember exactly. I'd have to look, but we had gone, to a fast food joint. That's like a small one. It wasn't a chain or anything, but Simon goes in, gets the money, comes out, we flee, counts up the money, and it's not even $100, like not enough to say well. And so she's like, "We need to do another lick." I'm like, "Where do you want me to go?" Like, I couldn't say no.
Yeah.
Because that just, at this point, the dynamic is I do what Simon tells me to do, and I'm scared shitless every other way without her. And I was trapped. I felt trapped.
You're also on this pattern. I mean, you're on this train at this point. Getting off the train doesn't change much. You know what I'm saying? It's like, you're robbing the bank. I mean, you're being the getaway driver in the eyes of the law. You might as well be going in with the gun.
I got exact same charges that she would have gotten.
Right.
But as far as where she directed me to go, I, in my mind, was like, this is not a good idea, but I couldn't say anything because it was less than a mile from where we had just robbed.
Right.
And her thinking was, all the cops are going to be over there, so we can get away with doing it just over here. And it was some place that she had decided a while ago that she wanted to rob, dollar store. I don't even know why. But she had me parked around the corner. And I was facing the street that the store was on. And she hops out of the car and turns it off. She goes around the corner. Not even a full minute, I think, maybe a minute went by, and I see a police cruiser going down in the direction on that cross street that in the direction that Simon had gone. And part of me was saying, "You need to leave. You need to leave right now." And then the other part of me is like, "Oh, you're going to just leave Simon to get caught?" Like, and yeah, I can't do that. I can't just leave her. However, I do believe she would have left me in a fucking hot second. But not even another minute goes by, and here comes Simon trucking around the corner with a cop hot on her heels. Start the car, start the car. She runs around, jumps in the passenger seat, and I see a hole. I mean, I've started the car, but I see a hole appear in my windshield before I even registered that I'd heard a gunshot. This hole appeared, and then a second gunshot, and I'm like, ah, you know, I like laid down over the jockey box. I don't know what I did to like, the car ended up turning off somehow. I knocked it into neutral, but I had to lay down like as flat as I could get, and I had my head behind the passenger seat because I still had my fucking seatbelt on. So I'm strapped to this car, and this cop is laying, you know, shot after shot after shot. Like he was 20 feet from the driver's side of the car, and all of the shots were coming at me. Unbeknownst to me, Simon had jumped back out and was hiding behind my car. So basically, I'm caught, you know, between his shooting and her potentially shooting, and I'm just screaming, "Please stop! 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 Stop!" Like all the flak on that hit my arm, that all the stuff on the inside of the door, you know, the car door was all exploding as the bullets were hitting it, and just, I mean, my arm was black from bruises from that.
Well,
But
did I miss something? Like Simon went into the store.
she went to go into the store. Oh,
and you said
the cop that passed by saw her.
Oh, he turned around and came back, and you didn't see him come back?
No, she was around the corner. So it's kind of hard without a diagram. I'm sitting on a side street, and I'm about 3 car lengths in the side street from the cross street. That's
Okay.
where I was waiting for Simon. Simon went around the corner to the north, and that would take her past a backyard, a burger joint, and then the dollar store was right next to that.
Okay.
She was in the parking lot of the dollar store. The cops saw her walking into the store, pulled in, got out, and was like, let me see some ID. And
Okay. See, I thought he kept you when you explained it, you said you saw him drive by. Like I thought he just kept going, maybe.
I struggle. This is why I struggle with telling this story, because there's so much of it. It's hard to make sure that I'm covering all of the vital details.
Right.
Like I'll do that while I'm talking. I'll be like, oh, did I tell them that?
Yeah.
No, wait.
So he
Because
whipped
all of it
around.
kind of leads one thing into the next.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
So he whipped around, stopped his car, said, "Give me your ID," and she just
And
took
he
off.
got out of his car in the parking lot and said, like, I need your ID. I need to see your hands, whatever. Takes off running. He leaves his cruiser and chases her on foot.
Okay.
Right. So they both come around the corner on foot, and you know, she jumps into the car and he just starts shooting. Now, in the police report, he says she fired first, but I know that's not true.
Right.
His gunshot wasn't right next to my ear for a shot to go through the windshield. She would have been right next to me. Like I wouldn't be very aware of that gunshot.
Right.
I saw the hole appear before I even registered I'd heard a gunshot, and he never stopped shooting. Just one after another after another. Like I think he went through 17 rounds, which is a clip and then some, right? Like did he reload, or I don't know.
Well,
like,
I think there's some
16 total.
Yeah, you're right. I think
15
the high
15 bullet
capacity.
clip and one in the chamber would be 16, but there were 17 shots.
Hmm.
Actually, he must have emptied his clip, because I think one of the shots was Simon's. At some point, Simon did fire her weapon, and that's what allowed us to escape. Like all of a sudden, shooting stops. Simon's pulling at me. He's saying, "Are you okay? We gotta get out of here. Are you okay? Like start the car. Let's go." My car's riddled with bullet holes. I'm trying to start it. It won't start. I don't know what's wrong with it. I didn't realize I had knocked it into neutral, so of course it's not going to start. And then I start smelling gas. I'm like, it's flooded. You know, inexplicably, this cop is nowhere to be seen. I don't know where he went. I'm like, we have to run. We have to leave the car. So we get out and we go running down the street, and we see several houses down, a little minivan pulling into a garage. and they leave the garage door open. As we're running, we run into the garage. We jump into that vehicle. I'm looking around, seeing if I can find keys, anything. Simon's like ripped off her fake mustache and dropped it in the garage, whatever. And we were in the car just a few seconds, and another car pulled up behind us in the driveway. I guess the mother and the son had been in the minivan, and the father and the daughter were in the other car. So Simon jumps out, jumps into the front passenger seat, and was like, "You gotta help us!" And he's like, "No, get out of my car, get out of my car." I come around his side, and I'm like, "So I'm really sorry, but we're gonna need to take your car. I'm really sorry. But yeah, we need your help. I'm not helping you guys get out of my car." I'm like, "Sir, we do have a gun." The most polite carjacking in the history of carjacking, I'm sure. I was just like, "I'm so sorry. You will get your car back, but we need to take it. We're going to take it." And I open up the back door and tell the little girl, like, "Get out of the car, honey." She gets out. I open his door. He gets out. Buckle up. I look around to make sure I know what I'm doing, how to operate this vehicle, and then we just drive away calmly.
He goes inside, calls the police.
Sure he did.
Yeah.
It took a little bit of time for them to put together that we must have been the ones that carjacked the car.
Right.
But that night, like, Simon was down on the floor of the car. I'm like, "Just stay down there. We're going to be fine. We're going to be fine." I'm like going around to the freeway, get stopped at a light. There's a cop on the other side. And I'm like, "Just light a cigarette," trying to be as casual as possible, hoping he doesn't flip around and come after us. And he didn't. So we were able to escape that night. And that led to the next 4 days, which were our last 4 days.
What did you do with the car?
We just left it behind an apartment building a few blocks from a friend's house that we were hiding out at. She was another drug addict, and we just gave her drugs, and she let us be there. She didn't care about anything else that was happening. She didn't ask. She didn't care. So at first, when we got back, the next morning, Simon's like, "I need to go home. I need to go home." Like, "You're not leaving me now. I have no car. The police have my car, and you're not leaving me now. There's no way. I won't let you," basically. And so she stayed, and she had her truck. We didn't do any more robberies, but we did. We came close. She almost robbed a drug dealer and then chickened out.
So the police have your car. They know it's your car. They've tracked the registry. Did they go to your ex-husband's?
Yes, they contacted. I had out-of-state plates. The car was registered to my mother. She had given me the car, so they called her first, and then they called my ex-husband. Called my sister, my twin sister. They were looking for me, and that's how they got Simon's name. Or like, if you're looking for Sandra, she's going to be with this person. So you're looking for them both.
So they go to her house, talk to her
parents, I'm sure.
I mean, was this on the news?
It was on the news. All the robberies had been on the news. Yeah, the shootout was on the news. All the robberies had been on the news, and then after this happened, they really started putting them all together and saying, "Oh, this is a crime spree."
Right.
We're looking for this woman, like me. Had my picture from the DMV, everything.
Your picture, her picture.
Probably.
There's two of them. They're together.
Yeah. So the first reports, they didn't have her name yet. They weren't sure if it was a male or a female. It was after they spoke with my family. I think it was my twin that said, Simon is the love of her life, and she does everything by Simon's bidding. And, I guarantee you that she is with her right now. And she says this on the news, and it was put out on the news. Simon had told me she would rather die than have her parents know that she was gay. And I think she saw that police report the night before she died. She got up the morning that it happened, And she was out of Suboxone, so we needed to kick. We knew it. So she was going to go to the pharmacy to get her prescription filled. She made it to the pharmacy, but police had already located her truck. It was just a little ways away from where we were staying, and they put a tracker on it. So when it moved, they knew she was on the move. She woke up that morning and she was going to go to the pharmacy. I'm like, oh, I'll come with you. She's like, no, stay here. Stay here. I'll be back. I'm like, be careful. And she left. She drove to she didn't park in the parking lot even at the store. She parked a little ways away, went to the store, got the Suboxone. And when she was coming back to her car, she gets into her car and then immediately is surrounded by police. Her truck. And they get out and they surround the vehicle. And, what I know of what happened that day is only like what I saw in the police reports and what I've seen in news reports since I got out, because I didn't see any of that until I was released. But in the police report, it said that an officer standing behind her vehicle shot her because she said she turned and looked me dead in the eye and put it in reverse and floored it. And so for all those years I was in prison, I was like, that sounds like something she would do. I'm not surprised that's something she would do. And it was when I was looking it up after I got out, and I saw a picture of the scene. And she had cars close on both sides of her. There's no way she was going to floor it and reverse it into anybody. They executed her. But she didn't immediately give up. And that was within a half an hour of her leaving that morning.